Hi everyone, Dan McCalla here. Welcome to round two of the Simply Race Endurance Series, GT3 cars, the 6 hours of Estoril. Our 30-minute qualifying session is just about to get underway. Thank you very much for joining us on a dry but windy track on the Atlantic coast of Portugal. 11 cars in the field today. All 9 teams that we had at Daytona back in March are back out again. And we've got a couple of additions to the field, including one very high-profile one. As we get this qualifying session underway, we'll go through those lineups for you. Race coming up a little bit later on after this qualifying session, which is just about to get underway. Without a doubt, Team Purple Helmet and Jack Ashton is the favourite going into qualifying and indeed the race. After finishing third at Daytona last time out, had a good chance of winning the race, but there were a couple of safety cars within the final hour that disrupted their plans a little bit. But Jack is back here, and with the pace that he's been running so far in the practice sessions and in testing before the race weekend, he's looking in very, very good condition in the Purple Helmet Mercedes. There's the calendar for you. Those are the rest of the races to look forward to for the rest of the season. 8 hours of Bahrain, back in the hypercars in July. Back in the GTs, these cars here for the 6 hours of Interlagos in Brazil at the beginning of September. And then 24 hours of Yas Marina. I promise you it's more fun than that makes it sound. It will be an absolutely cracking race to look forward to in the middle of November to complete the season. That 5th round is non-championship. That is just for the glory of winning the longest race of them all. So just a short technical delay while we get everything set up and ready to go. Probably a good time for me to run through the driver lineup today. Quatermass once again are back out. They've got 2 cars, 35 and 63, but Max Spooner is joining Aaron Daly in the 35 car. Watch out for Ben Bennyworth in car 63. 62, Brabham Esports, the Simply Race Touring Car Champion Callum Cripps, joined by Christian Kelly. Showed good pace in practice as well, but it will be a challenge for Cripps. It's a much longer race than the nice short touring car sprint races that he's used to. Napa Racing UK, 4th at Daytona. Slimming down to a 2-car team, or a 2-driver car, I should say, for this one. No Cam Richardson, he's actually away. He's racing in real life. He's at Snetterton racing in the Mini Challenge Trophy today. Wish him all the best. John Dean Smith and Adam Christopher are back. Ooh and Boo Barracuda, sort of together again, fresh from winning at Daytona in car 666. The 95 car will have to watch out for the Iron Man, Nathan Burton in Ooh Barracuda. Sean King is away today, and Nathan Burton is intending to drive the entire 6-hour race solo. I understand he has done it before, but it's still going to be a big, big challenge for him to keep his concentration and his energy levels up over the course of the race. I do understand that he has tried to limit his fluid intake so he doesn't have to make a comfort break during the race. Only Cam Sport with Ben Brown and Chris Wilson. They were 2nd at Daytona, but a little bit unsure about their pace and where they stand at the moment in the GT cars. Car number 2, Owen go for the gap. Aidan Carter and Dan Hyde. I just want to give Grant is near. He's not got the microphone on. Is Dan Hyde actually here?
Yeah.
He is here.
Well, he's not here yet. He will be on his way for around 1 o'clock. He had to buy a car seat, which is interesting.
The rock and roll lifestyle of a racing driver. Thank you. That was, of course, the voice of Simply Race's very own Grant Lyman, who's joining me on commentary today. We'll see him a bit later on. We have a new team, GDP Racing, number 24. I think lacking a little bit of experience, they'll bring up the rear in practice, so we'll keep an eye on how they get on. Avanti Racing, no Edson Mangera, he's ill today. We do have Max Bitchling and Will Richardson. They were 5th in practice earlier on in car number 7, so they are, I think, a bit of a dark horse. And as we know, of course, Jack Ashton driving the Team Purple Helmet in car number 98 is the man to beat. So, qualifying is underway. As you can see, we are watching the Oni go for the gap car, but Aidan Carter is driving. Outlap. As you can see, we're using the sports car friendly layout. We're not using the silly reverse corkscrew Estoril, which really does disrupt the flow of the lap. I think it's pretty much universal that everyone's happy that that isn't being used today.
And here we see starting their fast qualifying lap of the day. Boo Barracuda going into turn 1. Hard on the brakes. They make it to the braking zone nicely, clipping the apex perfectly. I believe it is Martin Buchan doing the qualifying in that car. The absolute rocket of a driver who has really taken SRTCC to new depths of competitiveness, and at Daytona he also provided some absolutely amazing stints to give us a hell of a race. I look forward to see a lot more of that today.
Yeah, he did about, was it 80% of the race distance himself. I mean, we thought Jack Ashton doing 2.5 hours non-stop and triple stinting.
So we've got Brabham Esports have just gone purple in the first sector, so we will go live to them. Just going to see who's driving the car at the moment. It is Callum Cripps. So this is Brabham Esports' first official entry into the Simply Race Endurance Series. You'll recognise the team drivers Callum Cripps from previous entries such as Rocket Esports and many, many other teams. And we have Christian Kelly, who is a former Camsport driver who is making his debut for a manufacturer in esports. So that's very exciting for Christian Kelly. Always been a very fast driver, and it's a purple second sector for the Brabham Esports team as well as they go through the final Parabolica corner onto the start-finish straight. Let's see what our first benchmark is going to be. We're probably going to be looking at low 33s for the pole position time. What's going to be the first time on the board? A 33.656. But Team Purple Helmets have bested that for 133.168, which is a very fast time.
I was just keeping an eye on the split times there, Grant, as we were following Callum Cripps round, and Ashton and Cripps were... Callum Cripps has lost it, I think. Oh yeah, he's gone off at turn 2. I was just about to say that Cripps and Ashton were about level in sectors 1 and 3, but it was sector 2 in the middle of the lap, which is where Jack Ashton found all of that half-second difference. 33.1, that's already 3 tenths quicker than he went in the 1-hour practice session that we've just had that preceded this qualifying session. I imagine after that spin that Callum will probably come and put a new pair of boots on. Everybody on the soft tyre for this qualifying session, understandably. In the race, we might see a bit of divergence in strategy. Most people seem to be looking towards the hard tyre. We may see a bit of change in a few teams. Jack Ashton most notably looking at the mediums as well. So it might not be as cut and dried and predictable a strategy as you might think. Let's just have a quick look at the other time then. So Avanti Racing with Will Richardson in the car. They're third. That's a good lap actually by Will Richardson. 134.050 to go into third place at the moment. Martin Buchan is fourth for Boo Barracuda. Then Nathan Burton fifth for U Barracuda. Only Camsport in sixth with Ben Brown in the car. Seventh is 51 Lap Racing UK Adam Christopher. Oh, hello, Cripps has gone off again.
Just looking at turn 1, that first off, very odd, just running a bit wide onto the grass on the exit of turn 1. We'll bring up the second one in just a second, but a very uncharacteristic error from Callum Cripps there. Very strange to see that.
That is extremely unusual to see Callum Cripps do that. And yeah, as we expected, he has come into the pits to put a new set of tyres on because that those old ones are just going to be completely useless to him now. Just have a quick look further down the time. 63 Quatermass car is in 8th place with Ben Bettyworth in the car. Then it's only Go for the Gap number 2 with Aidan Carter. The 35 Quatermass car of Aaron Daly. And then GDP Racing with Darryl Pottinger is bringing up the rear. At the moment, they've got down to, 3.7 seconds off the pace. They are making really, really good progress at GDP. Certainly don't have the experience of, I think this is their first proper endurance race, they don't have the experience of the other cars in the field, and they are learning and getting quicker all the time. I imagine by the end of 6 hours of racing, they'll feel far more comfortable in the car than they probably do at the moment. So I think Grant's just setting up a replay. We can have a look at the second spin.
So this is Callum Cripps going into the final part of the circuit. It takes a lot of curb, loses the rear end, so he takes a lot of curb. It unsettles the rear of the car, and as you can see, pirouettes it right around. Now, the Mercedes, I did find when I drove it, you do have to be very wary of those curbs. So yeah, another very uncharacteristic error from Callum Cripps today.
Yeah, they're big curbs as well on a lot of the slower corners at Estoril. They're quite, there's quite a decent amount of height differential between that and the track. So if you end up bottoming out as you go across them, you take too much of it, then you really are going to massively destabilise the car.
So it looks like we've got some personal bests starting to go in. Avanti Racing going up to P3 with a 133.0 Oh no, sorry, that's the fastest. My apologies. With a 1:34.050. So only 2 teams in the 33s at the moment, and that is Team Purple Helmets and Brabham Esports. With a 33.1 for Purple Helmets and a 33.6 for Brabham. Now, I don't know about you, Dan, but I was not expecting to see 33s this early in qualifying, considering they're burning fuel. They're burning a full tank of fuel to get to a lower portion of fuel for the end of qualifying. So to see 33s at this stage is very impressive.
It is. Other than Jack Ashton, I don't think there were that many teams that actually ran the soft tyre in practice from what I saw. But yeah, this is quicker than we would have expected. Obvious reasons drivers want to run burn off as much fuel as they can now to minimise the weight in their car. So we should see some fast time at the end of the session, and you've got to think that if Jack Ashton's doing a 33.1 now, then he should be able to probably get well into 32 by the time we get to the end of the session. Any other changes on our leaderboard? Oh, Adam Christopher for Napa Racing's up to 5th place. The reigning Simply Race Alpine Cup champion. He's done a 1:34.540. So onto the provision, onto the 3rd row. Alan Christopher. We are watching the Barracuda car of the Iron Man, as I will be calling him all day, Nathan Burton. Currently in 6th spot on a 34.8. Up he comes to the line. I don't think he's going to improve on this lap. No, it's a 35.9. It's well off the pace.
I do want to do a quick shout out to Sean King, who has put in the YouTube chat that he's wishing luck to both Barracuda teams, and he's quite sad that he's not there, but we do hope you get well very soon, Sean. We are all thinking of you here at the venue. We hope to see you at the next round.
Yeah, all the best, Sean. We very much hope you're back for the next race at Bahrain. An improvement from... it's just going to the pits, actually, is Martin Buchan. So we'll stick with Nathan Burton for now. Burton and King, I know the strategy really didn't work in their favour at Daytona. They finished in 7th place. Could have ended up a couple of places higher, but the way the last hour went, just really did check up the order quite a lot with those 2 safety cars. Here's Adam Christopher, just starting the flying lap now for Napa UK. Let's follow him round for a lap. Adam kind of beat himself up after Daytona, really. He had a spin in the early stages, but then did a double stint and really ground out. He did an hour and a half back of flawless driving after a misjudged overtake early on. A long uphill right-hander of turn 3.
We're not really seeing many personal bests at the moment, which is quite interesting. No one's really improving at all, and no one has improved, I would say, since the first hot laps. The first hot laps, other than a few positions here and there. And as I say that, Napa Racing goes for a personal best in Sector 1.
The first of what I think will be many common cases curse that we will see today. A long turn 6.
And we got a personal best in Sector 3 for Onid Cam Sport as well, but they went into the pit lane, so that's interesting.
I think that must have been their last lap for them.
Ah, okay. It was greyed out before, so that's a bit strange. Live timing, it's confusing.
Up to turn 8. Towards 9 for Christopher. But the 2 timers come in. It's not a personal best. He's half a second off, so it's still not a bad lap. He's got 1.3 off in his fastest, so there might still be an improvement here. Long turn 11, the final corner, the parabolic Ayrton Senna back onto the straight. It's still quite a long run. It feels like he's coming in anyway.
Apologies if you can hear a kettle-like sound. It should be gone now.
In the north may be experiencing sound difficulties.
So Napa abandoning that lap, actually, which is interesting because, yeah, they were like half a second off in the middle sector, which it was definitely an improvement overall lap time-wise. Might not have been a fastest personal best for them in the middle sector, but
yeah, I mean another couple of tenths there would have put them ahead of Martin Buchan. Buchan's actually just put in a personal best sector 1, so it would be worth watching him. He is coming up to turn 6. Long, very constant radius corners at Estoril.
We've got a driver change for Napa, so I believe John Dean Smith is climbing into the Napa Mobile now.
That is interesting because I probably would have had Adam down as the faster qualifier. So we've got 2 personal bests for Boo Barracuda here and Martin Buchan in the car. Your championship leader.
Personal best for Quatermass in Sector 1 as well. So we're starting to see the track become alive. We're starting to see a lot more grip coming out there and a lot more confidence with the cars. So Martin, what can he do as he goes across the line? He's about 4/10 away after sector 2. What are we going to get over the line? It's going to be a 33.9 with a purple final sector. So the track is definitely getting a lot faster now, Dan.
Yeah, I think Martin Buchan's really sort of starting to get his eye in as well. I didn't think that was the previous time was a representative one. So 1:33.925. He's still 3/4 of a second off Jack Ashton's benchmark, but it has put Buchan and his teammate Stuart French up to provisional third on the grid. Here's the 63 Quatermass car, Ben Bennyworth in it. Can he find improvements? Up he comes. He does improve in time, but not a place. 1:35.466. And he still needs to find another 6/10 in order to get up to 7th and displace the only Cam Sport car, Ben Brown.
So I think we're seeing just a lot of fuel burning here from the Team Purple Helmets car. Not really seen any bursts of pace since that first hot lap. So I think what they're doing is I reckon they've just fit a set of mediums potentially, and they're just burning them away.
The information we have is that everyone is on softs for the time being. Wouldn't surprise me if someone put on some mediums
looking at their pace, they're doing.
F1 qualifier about 10 years ago.
Yes, it is, where you have to hurry up and wait. Oh, that was very lively.
Big slide by Ashton to turn 2.
Well held. We're starting to see more personal bests around the circuit. Avanti with a personal best at middle sector and final sector, but then going into the pit lane. Boo Barracuda with another personal best middle sector, so we join them as they cross the line. And another purple final sector for Martin, but he doesn't improve on that time.
Yeah, he lost 6/10 in sector 1. He had a duff sector 1, but it does sound like he's starting to join the dots together and work out what his perfect lap will be. So don't count Martin Buchan out of being within the conversation for the front row just yet.
I mean, interestingly enough, the 29.4 purple sector in the final sector, that's a hell of a lot faster than what he was on the last lap. That's about 3 or 4/10 there.
Yeah, I think he was 0.17 on the screen, but that is based on his own best. So he has got a good advantage over everyone else at the moment in sector 3.
Maybe it's that Corvette's just drive.
And a spin and a crash ball. I think that's a 63 Quatermass has just gone off coming out of turn 1. Ben Bennyworth, who had just rejoined now, who had a big accident in practice, which unfortunately our cameras didn't pick up, but he basically managed to vault the wall at the final corner. So Ben grappling with that McLaren as he tries to improve and try and get his time down into the 34. So there's not a huge amount going on times at the moment. Just have a quick run through then. So Team Purple Helmets on a 33.1, Brabham on a 33.6. They're both in the pits. Boo Barracuda 33.9, Avanti 34.0, Napa 34.5, U Barracuda 34.8, only Camsport 34.8, 63 Quatermass 35.4. Only Go for the Gap 35.6, 35 Quatermass on a 36.3, and GDP on a 36.9. Those are the times at the moment. We are halfway through this half-hour qualifying session. All cars on track at the moment, apart from Brabham. Watching the Avanti car there come from the line with Wilbert driving. We've got Martin Buchan picture in picture as he goes into turn 3.
We'll just watch the Avanti lap because I just want to point out, very squirrely out there, that the Avanti car is the only Aston Martin on the grid. I found it to be a very safe car to drive, like really nice, really forgiving, but it feels slow. It isn't slow, but it feels slow. It feels very lazy and lethargic. It feels very American.
It looks slow as well.
It looks slow, but the Corvette is kind of the opposite, where it doesn't feel slow, it doesn't feel lethargic, yet that is an American muscle car, but the Aston driving like an American muscle car.
And it's certainly not being driven slowly because Avanti doing a great job at the moment. They've got a personal best sector 1. A couple of improvements to tell you about. The 900 car of Ben Brown for Only Camsport, 134.760. They've moved up into 6th place. And Aaron Daly's improved through the 35 Quatermass team, 136.031, improved in time, but still 10th place. But Avanti on a good lap here. They're only 2/10 off at sector 2. So half a second. This could get them onto the front row here. This is a cracking lap here by Well, Will Richardson, he come round that long last corner now. This should be well into the 33s. And this is, I thought they'd do well. I wasn't quite sure they were going to do this well. Up to the line now. Is this going to be, I don't think we'll get onto pole. Will it get him into second? Yes, it does. 33.521. That is an absolutely cracking lap for the Avanti team and the number 7 Aston Martin. And well, add another contender to the fight, Grant.
Yeah, no one was expecting that one. Not to put any detriment to Avanti, but that is, they're fighting with the top boys.
Absolutely brilliant. So yeah, we've got 4 or 5 cars here, all getting themselves into 4 cars now in the 33s with 13 minutes of the session remaining. Ben Brown's found another extra little bit of time, 1:34.708.
And we've got a purple sector for Team Purple Helmets in Sector 1. I think the serious lap times are about to begin.
1,000th of a second up on his own best at Sector 1. So is Ashton winding up to stick in a 32.
And we've got a 35.7 by Brabham Esports. That is another purple sector in Sector 1. So we've got Brabham and Team Purple Helmets both on absolutely rapid laps. So let's follow both of them, shall we? So we'll put Brabham on the big screen, Purple Helmets in the little screen because Brabham are currently a little bit faster. Purple Helmets will cross the line before though. So not a great middle sector from Team Purple Helmets though.
Actually, that bad, Grant. He's only 24 thousandths off at Sector 2. So although it's not a personal best and everything, there's own pole. You can see Crips taking loads and loads of curves through turn 8. Ashton coming to the line now, 33.2. He's 800ths off his best time. So what can Callum Cripps do to respond?
Well, it's a personal best in Sector 2. So I think this is definitely going to put him in contention for fastest time so far. Will we go into the 32s? We're going across the line, and it is a 1:33.302, so it's an improvement. And he goes to P2, dropping Avanti to 3rd, but he's still about a 10th off of pole there, 10th and a half nearly.
And it's the case as it was in the first runs, in that it was just 2 tenths dropped in the middle sector. Cripps and Ashton are pretty much on par in Sector 1 and Sector 3, but there really is not much in between the two of them. But Ashton is winding up again. He's done a personal best in Sector 1. He's on another very, very quick lap to just try and move that bar and what the standard require for pole position. There he is, coming through turn 6. He's 200ths up on his own best time. Let's come down, following for the rest of the lap, coming down into turn 7.
It's interesting because it's shown purple on our screens, but it's shown as a personal best on the other screens. So quite interesting. He's lost a little bit in Sector 2, about 10th and a half, which is interesting. So as he comes into the final section of the racetrack, takes a lot of curb there before going into the Parabolica, carrying the speed. It's all about patience through here. If you go too fast too soon, you're going to, 1, destroy the tyres, and 2, you'll just run wide into that gravel trap. It looks a lot faster than it is around there, and we go across the line. I think this is going to be a 33.5, 33.3. So he is 7,000ths off his time. Sorry, 700ths off of his personal best time. So Jack's definitely starting to push.
I've just got a comment from Sean on the YouTube. Will is extremely quick. Underestimate him at your peril. I don't think we're probably underestimating, but I have to say, to be right up in the conversation front row with drivers of a calibre of Callum Cripps and Jack Ashton is something very, very special indeed. Buchan is on a good lap. I think he's about 3 tenths off. He's 3 tenths off of Sector 2. Here he comes up to the line. Might get him back up into 3rd with a good last sector. He is strong in the last sector. No, it's actually by 1,000th, a purple Sector 3, but 1:33.651, and he's found another 1,300ths to displace the Avanti car from P3. So into the last 10 minutes, Purple Helmet, Brabham, Avanti, Barracuda, all, less than half a second between that top 4 now. Barracuda has just improved again now. They're up into 5th place, 1:34.4 for Nathan Burton, putting them ahead of Napa Racing UK. Now have John Dean Smith in the car in 6th. Just over 9 minutes to go.
So it's another personal best Sector 1 for Barracuda, but he just run a little bit wide after Sector 1. So we'll see if that affects him going into Sector 2. He loses a little bit of time, 7 tenths I think that is in Sector 2 that he's down on his own time. So we'll see how he does through the final section of the circuit. And he's coming into the Parabolica now, looking very squirrely there with the rear of that Corvette. Very loose there. It didn't look like it wanted to turn in at all. That looked like a barely any traction at all as he abandons the lap. I don't blame him there. Looks like he had no rear tyres at all there.
It's the middle sector that seems to be making or breaking most people's laps here. Sort of turn 7 downhill and then trying to get through turn 8. Proving very tricky. We're going to go to the Avanti car now because they're just 0.14 off at sector 2. Very aggressive Will coming through into turn 11, the final corner. Needs to find just over 2/10 to knock Brabham back off the front row, using all the curb and then some. Coming up to the line now. I've got a feeling improving time, but it might not be enough to get him into second. And that is exactly what's occurred. 1:33.467. So he found a few hundredths, but not enough. He's 0.3 off the pace and a tenth and a half off Brabham Esports.
So Onid Camsport putting in a purple final sector on that last lap attempt. They got to P5 with 1:34.058. It was a personal best sector 1. Not the greatest middle sector, but a very strong final sector. Those Corvettes, they're fast around Parabolica.
Yeah, they are. And I think it's good driving as well by Ben Brown here because he's been chipping away all session. They were quite a long way down the leaderboard early on and have just managed to keep finding a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there, and has gradually worked his way down to 1:34.058. Both Quatermass cars have improved. 1:35.021 for the number 63 car of Ben Benny of, I think actually they both had changes, haven't they? 63 has. And the 35 car, 1:35.374, they are 9th and 10th at the moment. The 63 car needs to find about another 10th of a second to get 8th off only to go for the gap.
So I think we're going to cut to the Team Purple Helmets car. They are just on their outlap, but I feel like they are ramping up to something special. I feel like Jack has been testing the waters on the last few laps. We've seen a lot of very interesting sectors from him. I think this is his first real go at improving that pole time.
This will probably, with 6.5 minutes to go, be his last run. I wouldn't have thought he would have enough. He might just have enough time to squeak 2 in if he wanted to, if he just wanted to try and do 1 lap runs. Do that turn 2. You start climbing, he's coming into turn 3, another right-hander. This is where, this is what, the 4th consecutive right-hander, and this is where the front left tyres on all the cars that are in this race, they really start to feel it. Get a bit of relief to come through turn 4 now, onto the back straight behind the pits. We wait for Ashton's first sector time, and he's nearly 2/10 up. 35.5 in the first sector. That is mighty as he comes down towards turn 6. That would be enough if he can match his current performance to get him into the 1:32s, which is uncharted territory so far today. Round the long turn 6, over the crest of the hill, dropping away now, down towards turn 7. The sector 2 has been the make or break of pretty much everybody's laps in this session so far, so it's going to be what happens now over these next couple of corners to determine his chance. He's a little bit off. He's 600 down. He's not had as great a middle sector as he would have liked through turn 9. I imagine he'll really attack turn 10. He really attacked turn 10 there, stretching the limits of the track limits rules, and now he goes into the Parabolica. Just goes on and on and on. You just want to unwind the steering wheel, get back on the power, which he does now. It's definitely going to be well in the 33s, but is it going to be enough with an improvement in the last sector? Up he comes to the line. He does it. 1:32.934, pulls it out the bag in the last sector. And probably even more concerning for everyone else going into the last 5 minutes of the session, Grant, is the fact that it wasn't a great middle sector from Jack, which means there is probably still a bit more time in there.
Definitely. I feel like there might be one more last effort from Jack to come. So Avanti are just ramping up. They are on their outlap now. They've just come out the pit lane. So one of their final attempts at trying to get pole position or to at least knock Brabham Esports off of P2. This is really unpredictable, this qualifying. I personally thought that Martin Buchan in Boo Barracuda would have been the contender for second and even pole position, really.
Yes, and interestingly, Martin Buchan's still in the pits at the moment with just over 4 minutes to go. He's just coming back out now to start his final run. So here's the Avanti car crossing the line to start one of their final qualifying attempts. Having to turn 1. You'll know, pace over a single lap and then keeping that consistent pace over 6 hours of racing. Two very different things indeed, but starting towards the front does give you a bit more breathing space and minimises the risk of involving any drama early on, which can ruin your race straight away.
just further around the field, Napa Racing UK with a personal best sector in Sector 1, slightly down on their own personal best in Sector 2, so we could see an improvement there. Onid go for the gap, also a personal best in Sector 1 there.
Will Richardson is a second off in his first sector, so if he's going to set a quicker lap time, this isn't going to be it. On the leaderboard, see if there's any other times coming in these final stages. Just under 3.5 minutes of the session to go.
So we'll cut away from Avanti for now. We'll go to Brabham as they're starting their hot lap through, coming out to the exit of Sector 1.
Napa and Barracuda have come into the pit, and I imagine with the amount of time it takes to do a pit stop, that might be then done. Jack Ashton is in the pit, so I don't know if those cars are going to make it out again. We'll keep an eye for any pit lane movement. I think actually Ashton's just coming down the pit lane now. I'm looking on the tracker. Yep, Ashton's back out, so he's going to get literally one more lap in. That's all he's going to have time for before the checkered flag comes out. And I can tell we've just got information. Thank you, Annabelle. Napa having a very quick driver change, so Adam Christopher's getting back in the car for one more lap, but they might be up against it a little bit here in terms of getting back out onto the track. Where's the tracker? They're coming down the pit lane now, so 2.5 minutes to go. They will get one more lap in as well. Avanti have pitted, so no drivers really upsetting the leaderboard at the moment, any particularly quick times. You can see Callum Cripps here again has lost a bit of time in the middle sector. Given how good Ashton's last sector was, I can't imagine he's going to get onto pole position with this one. He has improved though. 33.2, but still just over 3/10 off.
I feel like that might mark them as safe from Avanti for now, but Will Richardson could definitely prove me wrong. I feel like I'm just irking Sean at the moment a little bit. So let's see then.
Just to interrupt, Grant, just say Avanti have just come back out the pits with 150 to go, so they will get one more lap in.
Yes, they will. As we cut to the Boo Barracuda car, Martin Buchan, a personal best in Sector 1. Not the fastest middle sector, but it does match what Team Purple Helmets have just done on their middle sector there. So that's interesting. We'll see what he does in the final sector. We know he's very fast there.
Around the last corner he comes. Diminutive Scotsman, the championship leader. But he will have time for one more lap with 120 on the clock. So he's got one more chance to throw everything at this if he's got enough life in the tyre. Another great last sector, though. He's pulled that out of the bag, 1:33.332, and it does move him up into third place for the time being.
Yeah, knocking Avanti briefly off the the third place position. We've got a very close battle for second, third, and fourth now. Literally 2/10 between those cars. It's going to be extremely close. Avanti are starting to prepare for their assault on to try and get that position back. Cut through into them as they're in the final sector, just coming through the parabolic and now just ramping up for that final attempt.
Purple first sector for Jack Ashton as well, but I just want to say Martin Buchan was 3/10 quicker than Jack Ashton in Sector 3. That is mighty. No wonder he pulled that third place out the bag. We're ramping up now with 30 seconds to go. Here is Jack Ashton, 0.004 of a second up at Sector 1. We'll keep an eye on Brabham and Boo Barracuda and Avanti now in these final laps of the session in case we see particularly any personal best or purple sectors in Sector 1. Ashton, he's only lost a 10th at Sector 2 again, so we've seen you can pull it out the bag in Sector 3 on this track, so don't rule this lap out just yet. As he comes through turn 10, bit of a slide as he tries to get the adhesion into the last corner. The checkered flag is out now, so these definitely will now be the last laps of the session. Callum Cripps is well off, so he's not going to improve. And Ashton, I think he's having a bit of fun now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he knew he wasn't going to improve on that one. He probably doesn't know that Brabham didn't have a great first sector. We'll have a look at Avanti, who have just done a personal best first sector. Barracuda also with a personal best first and middle sector as well. So we could see the stand-ins change quite rapidly. Let's cut to the Barracuda car because it's about to cross the line. Will it improve into fourth place? It's a purple final sector and a 33.402, which does put Barracuda into fourth place, which means Avanti now dropped to fifth. We now cut to Avanti, who have done 2 personal best sectors, but can they compete with that Barracuda car, which is so strong in the final sector?
half a second between the top 5 now in this session. I think we're in for a very competitive race indeed as Will Richardson brings it through the final corner up to the line. He just needs a few hundredths to get back onto the second row. This is basically the last lap of the session. Can he do it right at the death as he comes up to the line? Second,
He
wow!
goes P2. What a lap. A 33.224 from out of nowhere.
25 thousandths of a second quicker than Callum Critch for Brabham. And he just comes straight to a halt on the track. He's like, wow, where did that come from? Absolutely superb lap. So to run through the results then from that qualifying session, your front row, 9018 purple helmets, 132.924. 934, I should say. And Avanti Racing, 133.224. Row 2, Brabham, 133.249. And Boo Barracuda, 133.332. Row 3, U Barracuda, 133.4, row 2, and Only Transport, 134.058. Row 4, Napa Racing UK, 134.284, and Only Go Through the Gap, 134.407. Row 5, the Quatermass cars, the 63 car, 134.412, ahead of the 35 car, 135.374, and then GDP Racing rounding out the grid at 136.905. So a cracking qualifying session. Less than half a second separating the top 5, and as much as Jack Ashton has the ultimate pace on this track, which is what we expected, there are plenty of other cars with the likes of Cripps and Kelly and Richardson and Buchan and even Nathan Burton snapping at his heels. So Jack Ashton will know he has got a race on his hands.
Yeah, I think this could be a very, very close race today. We've got a little bit of a break till we go into the race itself, but I think we should try and at least grab a few words from our pole position driver. I'll see if can we see if Annabelle can do that for us. Let's.
I'm sure we can do that for you.
So we're just going to cut to some B-roll just while we're sorting that out for you.
So, we're back here at Estoril. I'm delighted to be joined by our pole sitter, Team Purple Helmets, Jack Ashton. Congratulations, Jack. Only driver in the 132s. Was that about the time expected, or do you think you left a bit out there?
I suppose when it came to my fastest optimum, probably there's a bit more left. Considering managed to do the full fuel lap with a 33.1 straight off the bat, I think that was really competitive time considering the fuel load. Obviously, the fuel load went lower, and I've only just took 2 temps out of it. I think really there could be a couple more temps there as well.
Yeah, I mean, from what we saw at the split times, it looked like Sector 2 was the one that was proving the hardest for the improvements. Are there 1 or 2 particular corners there that are proving the trickiest to nail?
I don't even know, to be honest with you. I don't even know what Sector 2 is, but
the one in the middle.
Well, I guess that, but which sectors are corners? But yeah, it's. I wouldn't say I'm really bad there, but maybe other people finding something else that I'm not. But I'd assume my first sector, I was trying to get a lot more out of, and I managed to really nail a nice first sector on that lap. And then the other mid and the last sector, well, probably wasn't that good, but it was still a nice lap.
Okay. Well, what are you thinking in terms of sort of strategy and race pace? Are you thinking few stops, try and tease out a long stint a bit like you did at Daytona, or is it going to be try and push the pace on and try and build a gap?
Yeah, it's different strategy to Daytona. Obviously not going to give it away too much, but
No.
we'll be probably going a different route to a Daytona, going for that push at the front, especially now at the pole sitting. We've got the pace. We know the Merc has got the 1 lap pace, so we're kind of building on that and trying to build that gap at the beginning. Maybe we start getting caught near the end with the strategy that we've chosen, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, and finally, less than half a second between the top 5. It looks like a very exciting and very competitive racing prospect.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been this way recently with the teams that we got here now. Everyone's quite a level playing field. There's no stand above the rest, really. So I think it's going to be a really interesting race. Vanti done a really good job in qualifying, so hats off to them. Brabham, obviously, big contenders. U Barracuda last time winners, and U Barracuda always up there. And Camsport, surprisingly sixth, to be honest with you, because they're always in the mix. And Napa as well. They're all big teams. So, yeah, seeing that is just pretty crazy.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Jack. Hopefully we'll see you after your stint. We'll catch up with you again later in the race. All the very best.
Thank you.
And we will be back with you in just a little while when we start our build-up towards the 6 hours of Estoril.
Yep, we are getting Richardson and Chris.
Oh, now. But wait, there's more. Sorry, I was just about to sign off there. I am being told that we are going to get our second and third place driver, because Will Richardson and Callum Cripps are both coming to join us as well. Will Richardson first on the front row, right at the end of the session, putting in that 1:32.2. Thank you for joining us, Will. That was an absolutely mighty lap at the end.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with it. Sorry. There's definitely some more time in it. There was on my quick lap. I was up a little bit here. I could see where I lost, so there was more time. But I'd been doing my practice quali runs on low fuel, not realising we would not be doing it that way here. So I'm happy with it, but I do think there was a bit more on the quali lap. But the race is a different thing, so
Yeah.
I'm not going to be too unhappy with that.
Is there any parts of the track where you feel you're particularly strong, or where you feel you're gaining relative to the others?
I've heard other people complain about the last corner being something that really kills their tyres. I think I've found a way in order to go quite quickly around it without killing them so much, which seems to work. So I think at least in the race, I think we shouldn't destroy our tyres as much as potentially the others.
Okay, you're obviously the only Aston in the field.
Mm-hmm.
What was the thought process behind picking that one to race today?
It was an odd one because obviously there's a lot of cars we can choose from, and in order to narrow down the process of picking something, we arbitrarily killed a load off for whatever reason we could think. We narrowed it down to 5 cars. I think it was the BM, the Ferrari, the Aston, the Corvette, and there was another one. But we just drove all of those. Oh, Porsche, that was it. Drove all of those, and I had strong feelings towards the Aston out of those 5. So we stuck with that. But hopefully the other guys are also happy with driving. In my team are also happy driving the Aston.
That's good. So what were your expectations or target coming into this weekend, and have those expectations changed now that you're starting on the front row?
No, I think top 5 is where we'd want to be. We finished 5th in the last race. I think that's a sensible place for us to achieve. I think anything more than that we'll take, but fifth is the goal.
Okay, and how are you feeling sort of race pace strategy wise, and is it going to be a 98% flat out more stops, or you think you're just trying to set your own pace and play strategy game? We
were looking at potentially shortening some of the stints to try and make the last stint even, but there was so little in it, and we wanted to make sure we always want to make sure there's a bit of margin forever. So I think it's just going to be go stop, nothing fancy.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us, Will. I'm sure we'll have a chat with you during the race. Congratulations again on getting on the front row. All the best at the start.
All right, thanks very much.
And hopefully at some point we will round up a Simply Race Touring Car Champion, and we'll have a chat with Callum Cripps as well. So stay with us, and hopefully we'll have a Callum Cripps. I will just say, only to just come on the YouTube feed, hello Edson, who's just posted on the YouTube just saying represent the Aston. So a nice smile from Will there. Hope to see you soon, Edson, just because I know I'm not very well, so not joining the team today. Callum Cripps is just coming in. Third on the grid. Welcome to the steam room. If it's this hot at the start of the race, what's it going to be like at the end? So, third place, 3/10 off. Is that about what you expected, given how quick we know Jack can be?
Almost. I had another maybe 10th in me, but that was about it. So Jack's lap was pretty mega, to be fair to him. You saw in practice he was pretty quick as well, so... I'm expecting him to be... I think he's just going to leave us at the start. I think he's on a different tyre, because we're going for the hard tyre. I think he's going mediums and lower fuel. I think he's going to just try and break away. But I've got a Vanti to deal with as well, so that'll be fun. Will's very quick, so just picked me at the end as well, which is very good. So yeah, should be a good race hopefully.
Couple of offs at the start of the session were just difficult just getting up to speed.
Yeah, that's just me. I always fire it off somewhere and then I come back and pop a lap in. But yeah, I normally just find the limit and then I'm like, I know the limit now, and then bring it back.
Oh, the Marc Marquez school of thought.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So just fire it off somewhere and then...
No, that's the limit, don't do it
As long
again.
as it don't have too much damage, then yeah, it's all good. But yeah, it's classic of me really in touring cars as well. I just fire it off in practice and then I'm like, oh, I'm fine for the races now. So I'll get all my bad luck out of the way early, hopefully.
Given obviously you're used to and very comfortable with the shorter races of the touring cars, how much do you have to adapt your approach and your driving style to do a race this long?
You do. It's a very different car, to be honest. You can still push these quite hard, but the brakes are very, very different, obviously, because there's more ABS kick in, and the track is a lot bumpier than the laser scan tracks we used for the touring cars. So yeah, there's that to take in, but actually, because when you stamp on the brake into turn one, it feels like the front axle was just going just not coping with it. But when you actually look at the tyre temp, it's actually fine. It's just the ABS doing something strange. So yeah, I don't think it'd be too bad. Obviously, you just kind of get into a rhythm and try and stick in it, and just basically it's just trying not to have any damage or unscheduled pit stops really, and should be in the top 5 hopefully quite comfortably. But yeah, we'd like a win obviously, but I think something's going to happen but something has got to happen to Team Purple Helmets to make sure they don't win it today, basically, because they are fast. So I'm not sure about the second driver, to be fair. I know obviously Jack's very quick, but yeah, I'll see what their second driver's like, and I'm expecting him to be quite fast, but you never know. So
That's great. Callum, thank you very, very much for joining us. I'm sure we'll have a chat with you later on. All the best for the start.
that's all right, no worries.
And is that it for now, Grant? I'm just going to see if I get a nod from him.
We'll do a quick sign off and then we'll cut.
Yeah, so we're going to keep talking. So thank you, Callum. So just to very quickly remind you once again of the grid lineup, it's going to be Team Purple Helmets and Avanti Racing on the front row, Brabham and Boo Barracuda on row 2, U Barracuda and Only Transport on row 3, Napa Racing UK and Only Go for the Gap on row 4, the 2 Quatermass cars on row 5, 63 ahead of 35, and then GDP Racing on row 6 in 11th place.
So I just wanted to touch on a few things just for the start of the race. So I've heard a few very interesting strategy calls for the start of the race. Some split tyres, short fueling and stuff like that. So we could see some very interesting things going into the start of the race. So don't be surprised if you see teams pitting early. Obviously, it can be quite confusing for us at times because we don't know if they've had a drama or not. But there is a couple of teams that I know are looking to do that, but I won't say because in case people are listening. But that should make the race very fascinating. So we might see some very interesting pace differences at the start of the race as well, obviously with a lot lower fuel, and you'll have a bit less tyre wear with that as well.
Yeah, I mean, so you know when you watch an IndyCar race and the strategies are so divergent that if you go the loo or go and make a cup of tea and you take your eye off it for 5 minutes, you come back and everything changes, and you're like, what on earth has happened here? I think this race is going to be like that. So if you are joining this afternoon for the race, you're very welcome. Don't take your eyes off it because there's going to be a lot happening in the 6 hours. The race is 40 minutes away, and I think we're both very much looking forward to it.
I'm very excited about this one. Estoril has been a fantastic circuit for the Endurance Series. This is the 3rd time we've used it. It was our first ever 24-hour race, was this circuit. And it was this layout of the circuit that we did. That was run by a team called Simply Ace, who no longer race in the Simply Race Endurance Series. And then the second iteration was run by Team Phoenix. Again, another team who no longer races in the Endurance Series. But that was on the other layout with the funky chicane hairpin things. Yeah.
Are you saying that whoever wins this race will never see them again?
I hope not. But there is definitely a trend. So, I mean, we do have a team that are doing their first ever race, and they haven't dedicated themselves to Bahrain yet. Well, they've not confirmed Bahrain yet. So maybe GDP are going to win the race. I mean, I know they didn't qualify that well, but if the pattern continues...
Yeah, so the kiss of death on the Simply Race Endurance Series once again.
Yeah, I do like to curse people. It's accidental, though. Right, so we are going to go away for a bit, but please do stay tuned. We're going to give you plenty of time to go get something to eat, something to drink. As you can see, you've got 38 minutes. Now, I know this is going to be super thrilling just watching a lovely countdown screen, so feel free to put some of your own music on or something like that. Just build yourself up, build the hype up for the race, and then we'll be back with you about 5-10 minutes before the start of the race. So signing off. See you soon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dan McCalla here as we get the warm-up lap underway for round 2 of the Simply Race Endurance Series of 2023. The 6 hours of Estoril. Cracking race coming up indeed. I'm going to very quickly run you through the grid. Grant Lyman is alongside me. You'll hear his voice very shortly. 11 cars on the grid after a very exciting qualifying session. Less than half a second between the top 5. Team Purple Helmets on the front on pole position with Jack Ashton, the pre-race favourite, starting in that car. Avanti racing alongside them. A very quick lap from Will Richardson. Row 2, Brabham Esports starting with Callum Cripps, the Simply Race Touring Car Champion, and then Boo Barracuda with Martin Buchan, who won at Daytona. Row 3, U Barracuda, Nathan Burton's running the whole race on his own, and then Onid Camsport with Ben Brown starting. Then it's Napa Racing UK, Adam Christopher taking the start. Onid go for the gap with Aidan Carter. The 2 Quatermass cars on row 5, the 63 car, Adam Locke taking the start, and 35 Max Spooner. As the newcomers rounding out the 11 car grid, number 24 GDP Racing starting driver is Daryl Pottinger.
So yes, as we see them taking it nice and steady on the formation lap, just getting ready to start the race really. Team Purple Helmets have pulled out quite a large gap to the rest of the field, I've noticed. That's quite interesting. I think the race director will be hopefully telling them to close up. It would be interesting to see if Jack Ashton is in first gear or not, because that's definitely a rule. If he's gone into second gear, he might have like a mile-an-hour advantage or something.
Just a quick word on tyre strategy. We are expecting some quite divergent strategies in this race. We do know that Jack Ashton has chosen to start the race on the medium tyres, as has Go for the Gap in 8th place with Aidan Carter, also starting on the mediums. Boo Barracuda with Martin Buchan and Camsport with Ben Brown are starting with hard fronts and medium rears. Sorry, U Barracuda, the car in 5th place, which is Nathan Burton. He's also starting on the mediums. Everybody else is starting hard all round. So we're expecting some interesting differentiation in the tyre strategy, maybe even with the fuel strategy as well. We will see how that emerges as this race unfolds. So they're coming round now, the last corner.
So as you can see, the countdown, 20 seconds until the lights go green. I feel like, I'm hoping we've got this time perfectly, but I feel like we're going to go a little bit early here. Yeah, I think Jack's gone a little bit too quick, to be honest. So we're across the line. So the race is underway. So we've got Brabham Esports defending for Avanti.
The 6 hours and 4 seconds of Estoril is underway, and a bit of an anti-climb at the start, and I think Will Richardson got caught napping because Cameron Cripps has come straight past him into second place. So it's Ashton really attacking turn 2 right at the start of the race. Then Cripps, then Richardson. 4th place, I think, is still the Boo Barracuda car of Martin Buchan, and then only Camsport in 5th. So Ben Brown has passed Martin Burton for 5th spot. Yes, he has. The white and brown car is the only Camsport car. He is up in that Corvette to 5th, ahead of the similar car of Nathan Burton in 6th. Then Adam Christopher for Napa in 7th. So we are underway, and what we're expecting over these first few laps, as everyone gets settled into their rhythm, is that we'll have probably Jack Ashton pulling away and making the most of those medium tyres to try and build a gap with everyone around him apart from, or the chasing pack apart from Martin Buchan, completely shod on the mediums, well, everyone else running the hards. So we're looking at Nathan Burton there in 6th place, getting increasing attentions of that distinctive blue and yellow Napa Racing UK car being started by Adam Christopher. Let's go through the left of turn 10, then up to turn 11, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. They come round now to complete the first of many, many laps I'm sure we will have in this race over the next just under 6 hours. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us for this live broadcast this afternoon. So Jack Ashton, has he started to build a lead at the end of the first lap? Yes, he has. He's already 1.9 seconds to the good. Cripps 2nd for Brabham, Richardson 3rd for Avanti, Buchan 4th for Boo Barracuda, Brown 5th for Onid Camsport, Burton 6th for U Barracuda, Christopher 7th for Napa. There's Aidan Carter 8th for Go for the Gap. The 2 Quatermass cars remain 63 ahead of 35, so Adam Locke ahead of Max Spooner, and they're bringing up the rear. GDP Racing with Daryl Pottinger. Good news is that we've got through the first lap, no incidents, no spins, but the last one wants someone to ruin their race this early on. Everybody gets away unscathed, and as we were expecting, Jack Ashton, the medium tyres, a slightly different strategy to go around him, trying to build a gap as quickly as he possibly can.
Yeah, and as we can see here as well, the Barracuda car also on the medium tyres, really putting a lot of pressure on the Only Camsport car. Thinking about a move and actually pulling off the move up the inside. There's definitely a touch of contact there as he makes the move stick. I personally think that's clean as you like, but that was opportunistic as it comes. And now looking at the Napa car behind, they're looking to take full advantage of that.
I think it was a mistake by Ben Brown coming into turn 6 there, maybe just missed his braking point. Brown's I was talking to him just before the race started, not a lot of confidence in the car, doesn't really feel he's got good brake pace, and he struggled again through turn 8 there, and even Adam Christopher's all over the back of him now as well. Just a bit of breaking news, Grant, Dan Hyde is in the building.
Dan Hyde is in the building. Hello, Dan Hyde.
Set off the Hyde klaxon. He wasn't able to join us for practice and qualifying, but he is here for racing. He's driving for Only Go for the Gap alongside Aidan Carter, and he's arrived to find his car in 8th place.
So we've got a yellow in sector 3, so I'm going to have a look through and see what that is.
35 Quatermass
Yes,
car.
it is the 35 Quatermass car. They're just rejoining the circuit now. It looked like we were shaping up a move for P3, so we cut to that, but I will get a replay for you.
Looks, I think it's a spin just coming out of turn 10 there for Max Spooner, which has dropped into the back of the field. So we got through that one unscathed, maybe not that two. Jack Ashton, 33.7. I mean, in race trim, to put in a 37, even on the mediums, is great going. And already, Ashton is almost 2.5 seconds, making it over 3 seconds now up the road. With the medium tyres, we will expect he will need to make his first pit stop a good chunk earlier than the cars behind him. Yellow in sector 1, apparently.
So we've got a yellow in sector 1, yeah, it seems to have gone away quite quickly, so I'd imagine that's someone just running a little bit wide. We're just going to go and cut to the Quatermass incident in just a few moments. Oh, and the Max Spooner car has binned it again.
That's another off. That's coming out of turn 2, so he's had 2 offs in the space of about 4 corners, and obviously we have seen it before. If you have one off, because of how it cooks the tyres, it really makes it much more likely that you're going to have another one. So a very, very difficult start, unfortunately, for the 35 Quatermass car. Max Spooner sharing that car, by the way, with Aaron Daly, who, as we speak, is sitting on the podium here at Simply Race doing his A-level geography revision because he's got his exam on Wednesday. He will not be particularly happy that his teammate/manager has had 2 offs so early on, and I'm sure he will find that extremely distracting.
So,
Sorry,
purple helmets, no problem at all. Team Purple Helmets making hay while the sun shines, setting purple sectors pretty much every lap at the moment, as their name would suggest. The Boo Barracuda car is really closing on the Avanti Aston Martin as well. So I feel like there's definitely a move being set up here. These Corvettes seem very quick at the start of the stint.
No, there's a lot of fresh tyres. We've just had a change for 8th place as well, by the way. The 63 car of Adam Lott, the other Quatermass car, has passed Aidan Carter for Only Go for the Gap. So one Quatermass car is struggling, the other one is making good progress. 63 car, which Adam Lott is sharing with the Touring Car and Alpine Cup star Ben Bennyworth, is up into 8th place.
So we're still just watching the Barracuda car, the Boo Barracuda car that is, and the Avanti car just pushing each other. I'm wondering if, I believe it is Martin driving that car at the moment. I'm wondering if he's just biding his time, waiting for a decent opportunity. Probably doesn't want to strike as decisively as Nathan did on Camsport. That was a very risky move from Nathan this early on in the race to say that. But he's got a really good exit here. If he uses the slipstream here, he's going to have a great chance going into turn number 1. So he needs to follow the car absolutely perfectly, which he's doing. The Avanti car's going defensive quite early. The slipstream not massively strong though there. I thought it was going to really bring him quite a bit closer.
Yeah, very much so. There's a long straight there still, about getting on for 3/4 of a mile, and you'd think he'd get a much bigger draft than he has. But interesting looking at the lap times that high 34s at the moment for Cripps and for Richardson and for Buchan. Jack Ashton's just gone back to a 34.6 last time round. He did a 33.6 the lap before that, which just shows the difference he's got. His lead is now 3.8 seconds. And he is building that gap, which, as we know, was as we spoke to him just after qualifying, is what he's very much looking to do in the early stages of the race. I'm just looking at the split time now if he comes to sector 1 after putting in a quick lap time. I think Ashton's kind of settled to his rhythms. He's seen what everyone else is doing, and he knows that, particularly on the medium tyres, if he can match their pace with that gap, run low to mid 34s, then he's going to be able to be in a good position and extend the life of those mediums, which is really going to make his strategy work.
So we're just watching from the onboard in the picture from the back of the Avanti car, just to see the ever-present Martin Buchan becoming more and more ominous in those rear mirrors. It's definitely a much larger Corvette coming through there. So let's watch him through again, through the Parabolica. And he's going to stay in the slipstream here. He's got a really good exit. This time the slipstream really making a big difference. He's definitely going to think about making a move this time. Avanti are going to cover the inside. Will Boo go for the inside at the last minute? No, I think he's just going to follow him through into the corner. Yep, just following him through this time around, but he's definitely getting closer each lap.
Great battle in the very early stage of this race. We've got a message from Ed Mangera, who's part of the Avanti team, but not able to join us today, just saying, "Can Boo Barracuda please slow down? I've got a feeling that knowing what Martin Buchan's like, that your request is not going to be fulfilled."
Yeah, I think that's an impossible
Yeah.
ask there. Especially for Martin, very stubborn.
Martin. The good thing we know about Martin is he is a clean driver. He's not the kind of who's going to absolutely send it. He's sensible enough to know that we're 9 minutes into a 6-hour race, play the long game, and they'll only really take advantage of an opportunity if it comes across and he can put the pressure on Will Richardson. We're riding on board with Will Richardson's Aston now, looking back at Martin Buchan. I was just wondering if the lap times it might be bringing Nathan Burton back into play.
Well,
the distance there.
Nathan's first sector is half a second quicker than the Boo Barracuda car that lap and 3/10 quicker than the Avanti. He basically matches them in sector 2 though, but there's definitely some time being gained by Nathan with this battle going on. Turn 1 was definitely, I think it was a bit tentative from Martin. He definitely lost a lot of time in sector 1 on that last lap, making that attempt at the overtake. He's going to potentially go for it again here. We're going to see how large the car gets in the rear mirror. And then we'll cut to the live action here. And I think he's again just going to follow him through. I don't think Martin's really going to attempt to make an overtake unless he knows he can 100% pull it off.
No, I think you're right there, Grant. It's going to come down to consistency. These are both very good, accomplished drivers, and there's no point risking too much with 10 minutes in. So these guys have got dropped into the 35 now as a solid race pace, but as we thought he might, Jack Ashton is still pumping in mid-34s. The lead is up over 5 seconds now, so really kind of making those medium tyres work as we go on. This is now the 8th lap of the 7th lap, I should say, rather, of the race.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go. We're 11 minutes in and we're already on lap 7, so I'm actually surprised at how quickly we're getting these laps done, to be honest. I saw a few guesstimations that the race will be around 221, 222 laps. Put your guesses in the chat. Dan, I've got a feeling that you've got a guesstimation that's probably going to be pretty much spot on.
Have I?
I just assume.
Thank you for telling me. Let's see. What's 360 minutes? Just over a minute and a half. Be 240. Yeah, I think 220. So it's about right. Pending any safety cars or mishaps, which we don't want to see, but that might affect it a little bit. However, I'm fairly sure the drivers who are out there aren't keeping count, unless they're trying to catch up on their sleep. Let's have a look at the lap times as they come across the line this time. Ashton 34.6, Cripps 35.5. Richardson 35.1, Buchan 35.6, Burton 35.0. So he is kind of still there. He's 1.8 seconds behind Martin Buchan. There he is, just coming to his shot there.
So that makes Nathan the second fastest car on track. So the only driver faster than him at the moment is Jack Ashton in the Team Purple Helmets car. So those mediums really working well for him.
Yes, absolutely. Nathan Burton is running on the... He's full mediums, isn't he? Yeah, he is. He's all 4 mediums.
Yes, all 4 mediums for Burton. He was doing a lot of practice with split tyres, but it seems like he's decided that the mediums are the way to go.
So Jack Ashton's lead now past the 6-second mark, only 12 minutes in. If he can keep going at this pace, so he's finding, what, a second every 2 minutes. So again, 45 minutes in terms of how long we think the hard's going to last. We think a full tank of fuel is probably going to last maybe just over an hour here. So the pit stop will have to be before then, but whether the mediums will last that long, we will have to wait and see. But by that point, at this rate, he could have a gap of maybe 20, 30 seconds. Obviously, a pit stop takes a lot longer than that. There's the tyres, there's the fuel. It's quite a long pit lane here as well, and the approach to it's quite fast in terms of how much you have to slow down. So the pit delta is going to be quite big here. Maybe not Daytona big, because the Daytona pit lane's about 1.5 miles long and brings you out about halfway through sector 2 or somewhere. I'm slightly exaggerating. Now Ashton is doing the job he needs to do. 34.7 that time round, 35.3 for Cripps, so another 0.6. The gap's 6.6 seconds now.
So there's definitely a little bit of handbags in the chat with Sean and Edson. So that's quite interesting to see. Obviously supporting their own individual teams. Now, it's looking like the Avanti car is really starting to reel in the Brabham Esports car now. That gap has got a lot smaller.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been that before, because the lap time last time was about the same of 1:35.3, but that does look like a much smaller gap, doesn't it? And here you go, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, all in the same shot there. Cripps, Richardson, Buchan and Burton.
And with Nathan still 35.1, he's still the second fastest car on, 35.6. So Nathan lost about half a second there, to Martin Buchan on that last lap. Martin doing a 35.1, making him now the second fastest car on circuit. A 35.3 for Brabham and a 35.3 for Avanti. So Martin definitely looking to make some moves early in the race. Now the question being, can he drag Nathan with him? But Nathan is starting to drop back a little bit. So I'm wondering if he's starting to overuse those tyres already.
Yes, and that is going to be the big risk, and that's the balancing act. And I think that's probably why we haven't seen too much suggestion of a move from Martin Buchan so far. Wily enough to know to play the long game, and particularly with people like Jack Ashton running different strategies as well, it is going to be important with this one to take care of the tyres. And if you can lengthen that tyre life out, you can get it better in sync with your fuel strategy as well, then that's going to put you in a really good position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all going to play out as the race goes on. We're going to see lots and lots of changes. It's going to be quite confusing at times, I think, so we will try and keep you updated as much as we can. But we'll expect to see at least 2 early pit stops. Now, one of them won't be massively early, but one of them will be quite early compared to what we're looking at.
Yeah, naturally the mediums will have to pit a little bit early unless they can really stretch out the mileage. Big thanks to Annabelle, who's our reporter on the ground with the drivers, who's sending us news and sending us people to interview, which is really helpful for Grant and myself in the box. We can keep tabs of everything that's going on. We can give you the most accurate possible information. Ashton's lead now up to almost 8 seconds. He really is sort of putting the hammer down now. And we have our first driver interview of the race, and I wanted to interview him first because he only did 50 minutes of driving at Daytona and we didn't get a chance to speak to him. So a very good afternoon to John Dean Smith of Napa Racing UK. Hello, John.
Good afternoon, Dan. How are we doing?
I'm very good. Thank you very much for joining us.
Not a problem.
First of all, just a quick round of how you and Adam are getting on so far. 7th place, probably not maybe quite as high as you're expecting to be.
Not particularly as high as we were expecting to be, but looking at strategies and so on and so forth, I think we're mainly aiming for the long game. We're currently playing out quite well with our fuel and tyre usage, so in comparison to everyone else in front of us. So it's going to be stick to the plan and keep going from there, basically.
How do you see it developing from a strategy point of view? Because as we've seen, we've got quite a bit of diversion in terms of tyres.
Yeah, the tyres have been a bit of an issue pretty much the entire time we've been testing. We're going to stick with what we've got, which is completely polar opposite to what we tried in Daytona. I think quite a few of the guys in front of us, by the looks of things, how everything's playing out at the moment, are going to have to stop a couple more times than we are, so long as we can keep the life in the tyres.
That's good. And does it help you, as someone who's relatively new to Sres, it's obviously your second Sres race, having someone with the experience and the consistency of Adam in the car alongside you?
Yeah, I mean, Adam in the car's great. We've been discussing this morning during free practice because he was managing to keep his tyres in much better condition than I was during our testing last night. And he's been showing me a few things today that meant my tyre life is now actually where I want it to be in comparison to where it was last night. Quite a substantial difference, and it's not actually losing us any real lap time. and he just consistently pounds round and round and round, and you ask him to do something, he'll quite happily do it, and there's no real issue.
It was notable that after he had that early off at Daytona, he then got his head down for a good hour and a half there and just ground out, and he was right back with the leaders by the time he came to hand over.
Yeah, he was quite angry about that. He
was livid about that, wasn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't very happy about that at all, and I think that rage fueled him a little bit to put the times in, and the fact that we were on the strategy that we were on at Daytona meant that he was able to do that and just use the tyres as much as humanly possible, and it wasn't affecting how our race was running in comparison to having to try and catch back up with everyone.
Fair enough. Last question, John, I don't know if I keep you for too long. What would you regard as a good result? What would you be happy with at the end of the day?
We're basically aiming to try and jump Camsport in the championship to P3, so not losing out too many points to Barracuda, and preferably beating Camsport would be our preference. A top 5 would be excellent. I can't see us getting anywhere near the podium today with the 4 cars that are currently leading. Their pace is just mental. It's so fast. The only thing that may play into our advantage is that the pace is so quick that they could wear the tyres out, and we may get a sniff at something a little bit closer towards the end. But I'm not really expecting it, to be honest. So P5 would be amazing. But as long as we can finish in front of Camsport and not lose too much to Barracuda, we'll be happy with the day, because it will mean we come out the weekend P3 in the championship.
Excellent. Well, Adam is only 2.7 seconds behind the Camsport car, Ben Brown, at the moment. So fairly solid position to be in these early stages. John, thank you very, very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me in.
No, that's right. And I'm sure we'll get a chance to speak to you later on after you've actually been in the car for a change.
Yeah, that'll make a change, yeah.
Cheers. So thank you, John, from John Dean Smith, Napa Racing UK, driving alongside Adam Christopher. You've not missed a huge amount on track while we were speaking to John. It was a good time to get an interview in, really.
No, but we do have 2 battles on circuit now. So we have Quatermass and Onid go for the gap, who are quite close together. And also, looks like Martin is now really putting on the assault onto the Avanti car. So he's really close to him now. I feel like we could see a move going into turn 1 this lap.
Yes, absolutely. As they come towards turn 4.
Really following him as closely as he possibly can. Now, the dirty air with these cars isn't the most pleasant thing in the world. It's not like Formula 1, where you just wash out and understeer, but it's not the nicest thing in the world.
No, it's also not like Formula 1 where you just press a button and overtake people.
Yeah, that is also true. But as you can see, so through the long hairpin there, Martin actually lost a little bit of ground, and that's mostly because that initial bite that you get when you're following another GT3 car, you just lose. But look at that for the Avanti car, they run really wide. So Martin's right on the tail. He's going for a manoeuvre up into the uphill right-hander. That would have been very brave.
Yes, unfortunately, turn next not the right chance to do it. We know Martin's strong through sector 3 as well, so he comes through 9 and 10, right on the back bumper now of Will Ritz, who's gone wide again through turn 10, really feeling the pressure, and now Buchan's got his chance. They're going to come through the last corner. He's almost alongside, they're getting tucked right under the rear wing of that Aston Martin, and onto the long back straight. I don't think it's going to go too defensive. He doesn't want to try too many wheeling or any bad antics this early on the race, but this is Buchan's big opportunity. He's been waiting the first 20 minutes of the race for. Over the line down towards turn 1, he's lining him up, but he's later on the brakes. No, he's not. He didn't want to risk it too much.
No, but he's got a hell of a run here. This would be a tricky move, but it is doable. He's thinking about it, backs out of it, but the next corner is a lot tighter. If he sends it up the inside early, he should get a line, but no, he thinks better of it still. I think he's going to have to start thinking about making this move, though, because with those mistakes that the Avanti car are making, that's just going to bring Nathan a lot closer to them. And while they are teammates in a way, Nathan's racing for himself. He's not racing just for the team. He wants to be where Martin is, basically.
I mean, Nathan's literally racing for himself.
He is.
I was going to say, Grant, sorry to interrupt, that the
Sure.
it was noticeable that once he started getting really close, Richardson was just running a little bit wide coming out the corners, maybe just really feeling the pressure of having Buchan right behind him. But the gap just sort of restored itself, and it looks as if Richardson, even for the time being, has just about managed to weather the storm to go wide into this corner here, turn 7, a lap ago.
It is quite intimidating having an angry little Scotsman right behind you, I'm not going to lie, so I don't really blame Will too much. It is quite hard to keep that focus on just going quick, but it looks like he has survived for now. The gap's definitely opened up a little bit, but look, Nathan is definitely closing on the two of them. He really is closing on the two of them. Martin probably lost a fair amount of time on that last lap, a 36.4 for Martin on that last lap compared to a 35.7 to Nathan's last lap, so losing quite a lot of time to the cars in front as well. Brabham probably laughing at this in the mirrors, really happy to see that because that's given them a little bit of breathing room as well.
Yeah, in the last 2 laps there, Nathan Burton made up 1.1, 1.2 seconds there. It has brought him right back into that fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th positions.
Yeah, this is the closest battle on circuit at the moment. The Quatermass Onid gap has opened up quite a lot, so we will stay focused on this for the time being. But this is definitely shaping things to come. If it's going to be like this for the full 6 hours, Dan, then, well, won't be able to look away.
No, we're going to be absolutely breathless stuff for the remaining 5 hours and 37 minutes. We've got so much to look forward to here. And this all before we bring the pit to play. So we also want to say here at Simply Race, we don't discriminate. It's not just angry little Scottish people, it's people of all sizes and nationalities who are angry as well. So angry big Welsh people, angry medium-sized English people, yeah. They're all intimidating, aren't they, guys? It's life's rich tapestry.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, that was a little bit squirrely there for Martin coming through there. He's dropped off a lot of time to the Avanti car. That was a big moment.
I'd say Burton is now as close to Buchan as Buchan is to Richards. So this is a 3-way fight now. This really has evolved. They come through turn 11 once again.
We put the cameras onto Nathan's car as he's going through the Parabolica. Nathan is probably really enjoying what he's seeing in front of him. The two cars getting much, much bigger, which is always... Oh, we've got a yellow in Sector 1. I've got a feeling someone just went a little bit wide. That could only be the Team Purple Helmets car, really.
No, I think
unless it's
Quatermass car because they've just been laps.
Ah, fair enough. There we go.
They're the only 2 cars that are in Sector 1 when that happened.
It was
so I think it might have just been Max Spooner just making a lot of evasive action just to let Jack Ashton through.
It can be quite sensitive with the yellow flag detection as well. If you get 2 wheels off the racing line, it can automatically bring out a yellow sometimes. So if we see little quick flashes like that, it doesn't usually mean someone's crashed. So try not to worry too much. But Nathan losing touch a little bit. I mean, he's staying with them, but he's not making the same sort of leeway he was on the lap before. But I think Martin has just upped the pace once more.
Yeah, and because he's driving solo, he definitely doesn't want to get too agitated or overworked. He has got to play the long game just for the mental sort of fatigue and concentration point of view. He does have to be very much more circumspect on the driver because he's got nowhere to turn. He's in that car for the duration. Just a quick word on the front of the field. Jack Ashton's gap is now up to 11 seconds. He has got 35, but then Callum Crick's last lap was a 36.3. The lap times are gradually dropping further and further off as the race goes on. We're only 16th lap of this race, and the lap times are already now about 2 seconds slower than they were over the first couple of 5 laps of the race.
So Dan, did you know we are famous internationally now? We have a viewer from Thailand. We have a viewer from Thailand. Now, to be fair, she is English, so she's just there for a while. So hello Rebecca, just messaged me telling me she's tuned in all the way from Thailand. So that's some dedication, yeah. That must
be 8, 9 o'clock at night in Thailand.
It must be, yeah. I think they're a good 6 hours ahead of us, so 6, 7 hours ahead.
You're still with us at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning at the end of the race. Fair play to you.
Now, I know Rebecca quite well. She probably will.
Fantastic. That's what we'd like to see. Thank you very, very much for joining us.
Lovely. So we're just going to keep an eye on the battle here. So once again, Martin Buchan really starting to put the pressure on to the Avanti racing Aston Martin. Once again, that gap getting a little smaller to the Brabham Mercedes. A little wide there for Martin through the hairpin. And we're on the 17th lap already.
It's probably worth at this point, Rob, maybe just having a chat about the fact we have, unlike the hypercars, we've got a variation in different types of cars here. Because the hypercars are all the battles that we're racing at Daytona in March. What sort of variations in terms of performance have you noticed? I know you've driven pretty much all of these cars at one point or another. Are there certain characteristics a certain car will look out for in terms of strength and weaknesses on different parts of the track?
Oh, definitely. Like, each car is its own individual thing. Like, they all handle very independently from each other. So you've got things like the McLaren, which is very strong in the final corner with all of the aero that it's got, but very heavy on its tyres. You've got the Aston, which is very quite tame and predictable to drive. The Corvette, which is also quite tame, and then you've got the Mercedes, which will fight you at every single corner, but if you can maximise the potential from it, it is potentially just slightly faster than the rest of the cars. So they are all very, very equal on pace, but they're all very different. As we're seeing, the Brabham car is catching the Quatermass 35, which moves right out of the way. That's really going to play into this battle potentially. Lap cars can always cause some unpredictability when you've got a battle going on. It can sometimes be easier to be the first car, but knowing Martin, he will want to spring a nice surprise approaching that back marker.
I don't want to be too much of a downer on the battle, but as it is Max Spooner they're lapping, and he's normally pretty sensible at knowing what's going on, keeping out the way. It would be a surprise if he was to queer Will Richardson's pitch too much. Just as an aside, while we keep on looking at this battle in third place, we were, John Dean Smith was a short time ago talking about the NASCAR. They moved gradually, and Christopher in the NASCAR number 51, reeling in over Cam Sport. That's down to 2 seconds. Right behind them was 63 Quatermass car, and then only go to the gaps. 6, 7, 8, and 9. There's only about 5 seconds between all 4 of them. So just as we've got a close battle here, as Martin Buchan is much, much closer again, coming through the last corner. There's a back marker in the way. It's like Villeneuve and Schumacher down this straight back in 1996. Down they come. I think Richardson's got enough of a gap this time. I don't think they're quite going to catch Max Spooner before turn 1. I don't think Buchan's going to go full send, not at this point in the race, as they come into that tight turn 1.
Spooner right off the track.
I think that's how that yellow flag came out a few minutes ago. He moved right off the track.
But look at that.
It was a wide through turn 1, wide through turn 2. Buchan has a look into turn 3.
That would have been very brave.
Mistake, though. Wide again from Richardson. I don't know whether it's tyre wear or he's just struggling to hang on. Remember, Martin Buchan is on the hard front medium rear. Will Richardson is on hards all round. And then the Uber in the car, Nathan Burton is coming right back into it again. And suddenly, with half an hour gone, this battle's brewing up nicely again, Grant.
Yeah, all 3 cars now right on it. Any of them could get that 3rd position as it stands. Now, the Avanti car, we're seeing a lot more mistakes as the stint's going on, which is really interesting to see, considering that they are on the hard tyres. As you said, maybe they're going through a phase on the Aston where they're just not that nice to drive at the moment, because it is looking very squirrely, and considering that the Aston is quite tame, that's quite rare to see. So I feel like the tyres are dropping off more than they predicted, but really Martin really shaping up this move now. I think he really thinks, I need to get this done now, because otherwise Nathan's going to sense an opportune moment and send it on me.
Yeah, there's a balance between biding your time and when to go, and then sitting there half an hour until you've got the medium rears and not making the most of the tyre advantage.
Here we go.
So much closer this time as it comes across the line than he was last time. It will still be a bit of a dive as he does go for it into the braking zone now, and I don't have a look. I think once again trying to force the mistake Richardson to carry a little bit more corner speed than the Aston as they the King into turn 2. Takes loads of curves, does it, Buchan? And that's the corner speed advantage again. And now he has another look into turn 3, but can't quite get it done.
Now, I think, look at this though, he's fully alongside of the exit of the corner because Will ran very wide, but he backs out of it thinking better of it. I think that's kind of Martin's strategy at the moment, just put it up the inside, make Will unsettled, because that's really lined him up as we're going to go into the hairpin. He's lost a touch a little bit through the high-speed King, but he is definitely close enough to have a look. Nathan also closing up too. This could go any way from now. I'm getting a little bit nervous.
Nathan is right in the position you want to be in this situation, that if something happens, he is perfectly poised to take advantage and not get caught up in anything unfortunate, which is exactly where you want to be. Past the half-hour mark now.
And we saw, sorry to interrupt, we saw from that opportune overtake Nathan pulled on the Camsport car earlier, if he sees a gap, he's just going to go for it. So he's got nothing to lose. I mean, it is an endurance race, but he's got nothing to lose trying to make the move. apart from damaging the car as well. But I feel like Nathan's in that sort of racy mood today, where any move he sees, any position he can get, he's just going to grab it and run.
Absolutely. Partly because he doesn't have a teammate to offer to.
That's true. Now look at this, that's a hell of a run. Now we're not seeing great slipstream effect with the Corvette to the Aston, but this is looking quite close as we go into turn 1. But I really think we're going to see the move develop later in sector 1. We go following through the first corner. Now it's normally coming through this kink where Martin will make sure he's right up behind, and then he'll start to peek up the inside here. He's had a little bit of a squirrely moment on the exit there. He's thought better of it this time. Will a lot calmer this time. I think he's just gone full defensive mode now though.
The last couple of laps, and I think in general, Martin Buchan takes a very, turn 4, a very large amount of curves going through turn 2. And this time around, he didn't take it much. He's fallen back into the clutches of Burton a little bit. It's so close. It's like just a few car lengths here and there is stopping any of them, either of them, Buchan or Burton, making the moves that they want to make.
Now, will we see anyone dare attempt that overtake around the outside in the Parabolica corner that you referenced earlier?
I think it will take some very worn tyres on one of those parties for that to happen and enable that, or an error.
It would be very cool though,
because of how similar the performance is, and we'd love to see it. It would absolutely be great to see.
Still one of my favourite overtakes of all time. I think what you like of Jacques Villeneuve, that was a hell of a move that he pulled off. Anyway, back to actual racing. So we look at the Blue Barracuda car going through the exit of the Parabolica, following the Avanti Aston Martin again. It's getting a little repetitive, I know, but we know that Martin is definitely going to spring a surprise attack at some point. I'm also keeping an eye on the gap for the Onid Go for the Gap. They are starting to close again on the Quatermass 63 car. So that is just under a second at the moment, 7/10 of a second there. So we'll keep an eye on that too. If that looks like that's going to develop into an overtake, we will cut to that as well. Sorry we're not showing the race leader too much, but he is just driving off into the distance at the moment. It is the Mercedes effect, ironically in a Mercedes as well.
Rest assured that Jack Ashton is busy doing Jack Ashton things.
Yes, but look at this. Martin again shaping up. Sorry to interrupt, Dan, but it looked like he was going for another go at the move. Backed out of it again. I really think he needs to just stick to a move. All of these second-guessing moves are just bringing Nathan closer and closer.
I'm starting to wonder, 35 minutes in, being on the medium rears, maybe Buchan hasn't got the tyre for it. Maybe I couldn't wait, he's just struggling to get the traction and find that teleporter there, because I think we're getting toward the point in the race now where we would expect the mediums to start dropping off a little bit. We might see people who are pitting out of sequence to start considering it. I mean, in terms of assuming they started racing a full tank of fuel, there'll only be about halfway through the fuel tank. Now, we think the full tank lasts about an hour and 5, hour and 10 minutes. We're 35 minutes in. So, yeah, I think tyre wear and pit strategy is going to be more and more of a factor in this battle that we're seeing over the next sort of 6, 7, 8 laps.
I think you're definitely right about that traction there, because there was a very squirrely moment for the Blue Barracuda car. He's lost a fair bit of distance in that final sector, well, sector 2 and sector 3. He's probably about as far back as he was about 5-10 laps ago now. He was right on the bonnet, on the rear bumper of the car a few laps ago, but now dropping back just a little bit to about a half a second sort of advantage for the Avanti car. Again, they are casually closing the Brabham Mercedes again. That gap's gone up and down constantly, and despite the fact that these guys have been battling as well.
I'm going to interrupt because I think something's happened to the Napa car, because it's dropped 2 places at the time of 41. I don't know if he's had a small off. We didn't see yellow flag, but he has got behind the 60p Quatermass car and the Onid Go for the Gap car. So rather than beaving away looking at the replay, see if we can find out whether some grief has happened to Adam Christopher. We've got yellow flag in sector 1 as well. Grief, I don't think there.
So you are 100% on the money, Dan. The Napa car, and we're going to cut to it now. Just runs a little bit wide into the final corner. So here we go. Doesn't take much curb, loses the rear end, and sort of like bails out instead of causing a massive spin, which would have definitely probably gone into the barriers. So yep, well spotted there, Dan. We're looking very close at the Buchan Avanti battle again. Martin right on the tail again of the car this time. So really, really looking strong through here.
Yeah, Adam Christopher absolutely about his making that mistake now. But look how close Buchan is. There's about 1 or 2 car lengths. This is his chance to send it. And this time, Richardson, the first time we've seen Richardson go to actually try and defend the position down the straight. He's going to force Buchan wide going into turn 1. Richardson doesn't want to overshoot. Buchan's going to take the later apex. He might have the gap now for turn 2. He might have just been able to prize it open. He's almost getting side by side. Richardson doesn't yield though, and Buchan has to back out. But Richardson has gone wide again. They're going to come up to the uphill hairpin in turn 3. And again, Richardson does just enough to weather that storm and keep Martin Buchan behind him.
Yeah.
That is the best chance that Buchan has had so far.
So far, definitely, but look at how much that's brought Nathan into play. There was a really weak exit there out of turn 3 for the Avanti car, which really drew Nathan right into this as well. So keeping an eye on this. Again, now Nathan is closer to Martin than Martin is to the Avanti car. I really think he's just going to have to really just go for a gap at some point. Is he letting Nathan through? No, that looked like he was almost inviting him in there.
After you, Lord.
But yeah, that was a very interesting moment. I think he just dipped a bit wide, so maybe just overdriving a little bit. Again, very squirrely at the rear. I really think that you are bang on about the traction issues through this phase of the stint for Martin. Has he overdriven the tyres? Nathan obviously looking after his quite well, because I've not really seen any squirrely moments from him as of yet. Now that I've said it, it'll probably happen straight away. But he has, as I say it, he's dropped off massively from these two.
Yeah, if that's one of the first time we've really seen Nathan really make a mistake. If he has been sort of tyre and or fuel saving, then I think so far Nathan's doing absolutely superbly. As third, fourth, fifth, turn 1 again. So we'll just have a bit of a breather because there's pit stops coming up. Let's just give you a quick rundown of where we are in terms of positions. We're about 39 minutes gone. Jack Ashton is now built to be 17.5 seconds over the Brabham Esports car of Callum Cripps. As you know, you're looking at the battle for third, fourth and fifth. Will Richardson for Avanti, Martin Buchan for Boo Barracuda and Nathan Burton for Oo Barracuda. Here's the battle. We've got all 6th place, or 7th place coming down the straight. Only go for the gap, trying to go up the inside of the 63 Quatermass car. They've had a good battle already in this race. I think he might have got the move done there. That's Aidan Carter getting past Adam Locke and retakes 7th place. That was good timing. Just a little bit further ahead of these guys is the only CamSport car of Ben Brown. He's 21 seconds behind the third, fourth, fifth battle, but he's about 5 seconds ahead of these guys. So only go for the Appen Quatermass 7th and 8th. The recovering Adam Christopher and the Napa car just behind in 9th. And then we have the GDP race car of Darryl Pottinger and the Quatermass motorsport car of Max Spooner, number 35, that had a spin, both 1 lap down. So that is the situation in this race with just coming up to 40 minutes gone.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on both of these battles, because I feel like the Napa car is going to probably make an assault on that Quatermass machine as well, lapping a fair bit faster. 36.4 for the Napa car compared to 37.7 and 37.5.
I'm going to have to interrupt you because Martin Buchan's got a really, really good run down the straight here. This might be the best chance he can make a dive into turn 1. Ooh, that's a late defensive move by Will Richardson. That is about as late as he can do it without kind of moving in the braking phase. And he does enough to hold on to the position again for the time being. But Buchan is increasingly trying to turn up the wick and finally get hold of that third place. He's been working at it now for the best part of 3/4 of an hour. He will at least be content to know that Callum Cripps hasn't gone too far up the road. You can just sort of see him go through the front of the shot there. The gap to second and third is still only about 2.5 seconds. So it's not, although Jack Ashton scamped away up the road, Buchan will at least know that he hasn't lost too much time to second place here.
Yeah, and that's the lapped Quatermass car. No, that's not the lapped Quatermass car.
No, that was the position. That was
runs wide completely. Yeah, it looked like he just dived out of the way for him. That was very weird.
Yeah, I don't know if they were here and over there, but yeah, that was the position. So Adam Christopher regaining one of the places that he lost, and he's back up to 8th place. 1.2 seconds though behind the gap Carter.
Yeah, and the second that Aidan got in front of the Quatermass car, he instantly went a second quicker than he did the lap before. So definitely unlocking some pace, which might make CamSport a little worried. The last lap they did a 1:38 as their best time, as their previous time. A 36.7 this time round, so a much nicer lap for the CamSport car this time. But if they keep on putting 38s in, that gap's going to shrink quite quickly.
Yes, very much so. So still plenty of battles bubbling along, and it's just almost a bit of a holding pattern now of when we're going to see cars on mediums pit. Also, we were wondering, has anybody decided to start the race without a full tank of fuel? Are we going to see the people short fuel start diving a bit earlier? I suspect within the next maybe the next 10 minutes, we will see the first pit stops of the afternoon, which gives us a good idea of pit delta and how the race is going to shake out. Not a big problem for Jack Ashton, who's extended over 19 seconds, really making those medium tyres work.
So the Quatermass car had a little off there in sector 3. They lost a good 3 seconds there. They didn't go onto the gravel, it's just a little bit wide, lost a lot of time. The Napa car really looking quite a lot faster than the Go for the Gap car at the moment as well. Definitely battles starting to bubble up into this race as we get through closer to the first hour of completion.
It has been a very, very good piece of driving, has to be said by Williamson. I've got a lot of very good opportunities. I think there's probably 4 or 5 opportunities there, Rob, who said if this was a touring car race, he'd have absolutely gone for them.
Oh, definitely, and it looks like he's shaping up again to go for it down the start-finish line. He's very, very close, very squirrely there through the parabolica though.
Yeah, they're just coming up to like the racing as well, which adds a further layer of complication. They might just about be catching it as they come towards turn 1. Over the line now, Richmond looking down the fence again, is bucking close enough to make a dive. Will.
No, just following through. I think that with the back marker in front, yeah, they just want to wait until they're completely clear of that car. And hopefully the GDP will move out of the way for Burton as well very soon. Nathan just making the move himself there. But yeah, Martin, I think just being sensible there. I think not knowing, GDP being a new team, they probably didn't know exactly how they were going to react to them coming up to them so quickly. You don't want that unpredictableness, so probably a wise decision there.
Very understandable. Big look line, bucking again into turn 3. Turn 3's not quite slow enough to be able to really send it. I mean, because here's a track made up of long, constant radius corners. Turn 1's really the exception to that, but that was also a 90-degree corner when Estoril was originally opened. It was that corner and then the 2000 mainly for MotoGP use, back when MotoGP still was. So that's the only one where you've got that slow, stop, V-corner kind of braking. Otherwise, a lot like Barcelona, long radius corners, lots of corner speed, which kind of reduces your braking distances. It does make it harder to try and send it on the inside. 45 minutes gone, and Jack is up to 21 seconds.
Yeah, he's really just pulled away from the field. I'm actually surprised he's still out there, if I'm honest with you. I thought he might have boxed by now. Yeah, himself and Martin, the only 2 drivers that seem to be consistently in the 35s, although saying that Martin did a 36.5 that time round, which is the first time in quite a long time that he's been slower than the Avanti car.
But to be able to do 35 zeros on mediums that are 29 laps old, that is a very, very good piece of driving by Jack Ashton. Be interested to see how much longer they last.
So one nice thing to see, the GDP racing car following the front runners has set a personal best middle sector, so I think that was quite handy running for them.
Yeah, and it's something we alluded to in qualifying, Rob, that being relatively new, they're going to be learning all the time. They're going to race themselves into things, and they're going to feel a lot better, more confident with the car and the track towards the end of the race than they would at the beginning. So Darrell Pottinger, who a bit later will be handing over to his teammate Ben Scott.
Now, Darrell is used to high-pressure situations, considering he is a sidecar passenger. So he's one of those crazy people you see on the back of the sidecars that do the Isle of Man TT, the Southwest 100, all of those insane races, which terrify the hell out of me. The sidecar races scare me more than the actual TT, if I'm quite honest with you, because having a man or woman moving around on the back of a motorbike, constantly balancing and shifting, it's quite a terrifying prospect. So I think Darrell's going to be quite used to high-pressure situations.
Sim racing suddenly feels being taken on comparison, unfortunately.
Yes, we've got a yellow in sector 1 that's been out for a little while.
I think Max Spoon has dropped it again on the exit of turn 3 because he's not moving on the track. He's just started moving again on the tracker. I think Jack Ashton's just come round to lap him again as going to turn 4, but that was the only car at that end of the track on our tracker that was staying. unfortunately, I think it's been another error for the Quatermass Motorsport player manager, as I like to call him. We will definitely be speaking to Max later on. He's always got a lot to say for himself. I do know he's a bit short on testing time and practice time for this one. He stands in for Michael Tyler, who was joining Aaron Daly at Daytona. And here we go, and here we go. Almost managed to save it, but I think he was just a little bit offline and a little bit too much corner speed. There for Max Spooner, bringing up the in 11th place.
Shouldn't have cut away from that replay. It was a very almost unsafe rejoin. It wasn't really Max's fault, but he was right in front of the Team Purple Helmets Mercedes. I'm sure Jack was not too thrilled about seeing that right in front of him. A almost stationary McLaren.
Do you remember when I said about 10 minutes ago that Max Spooner was a safe pair of hands around him being lapped?
Yes.
Do you remember when I said that there's probably going to be several commentators' curses this afternoon?
Yes.
Well, there we are.
Yeah.
A broken clock is right twice a day.
So the closest battle is still the Boo Barracuda and Avanti Racing, 0.3 of a second at the moment. A nice run again from Martin. I feel like he's quite a bit closer this time. He's peaking out quite early though. I'd have stayed in that slipstream a bit longer. I'm really starting to think if Martin is really thinking about making this move happen now, considering Nathan's dropped off quite a lot. But Martin's still in the 35s, 35.7, which is faster than the Team Purple Helmets car that time round. Jack Ashton now into the 36s, which is quite interesting. Maybe those tyres starting to drop off. He did have that moment with Spooner as well, but I don't think that cost him any time. The Brabham car into the 35.8s now as well, so they're starting to find a lot of pace as this race goes on. So Martin very quick, the fastest driver on track that last lap round.
I do wonder if Buchan's approach would have been different if Callum Cripps was disappearing to the distance, but that gap has stayed solid at between 2 and 3 seconds since the first few laps of this race. So looking at the cars around here on similar strategies, taking the fact that Jack Ashton is maybe doing something a little bit different, means he's in a good place. The tyres have got the strategy he is, and he's a good marker. It's like if the opportunity comes up to pass him, then he'll take it, but if it doesn't, then not too worried. I'm sure we will talk to Martin Buchan a bit later. He's always good man to talk to. He's always got an entertaining interview. So we'll definitely bring you the views of the Barracuda driver later on. The rest was the 50-minute mark of this 6 hours of Estoril. Later come towards the line, again in about the same place he always is, just 3-4 car lengths behind. It's unlikely that's going to give him good enough to go into turn 1.
So I just want to say as well, the Onid Go for the Gap car has really closed the gap on the Camsport car. That gap is now just 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, Ben Brown's lap time's got well down into the 37s now. Not too surprising. He did seem really downcast sort of after qualifying and saying just not happy with his performance and the form of the car that of course he's sharing with Chris Wilson. Here is that battle between 6th and 7th places. The 900 car, the white and brown of Only Camsport, and the red, white and blue of Koenig Go for the Gap, who looked like they were really going for the gap then into turn 1, but a little bit too far back.
Yeah, just a touch, just a smidge. But that would have been very optimistic from the Only Go for the Gap guys. But I feel like they're going to want to take any position they can. And the fact that they're now up there with Camsport, that's huge for them. They are a relatively fast team, the Onid guys, but Camsport usually fighting for the top 4, top 5. So and look at this up the inside, alongside, pushes him out and doesn't get it done. I thought he was really going to get it done there.
I think Ben Brown looks like he's struggling with tyres desperately at this stage.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a dive bomb into the hairpin here.
Camsport started with the medium rears as well, so I'm wondering if those mediums have gone and he's just struggling to get the traction in. The Go for the Gap team, actually it's worth it. Go for the Gap are mediums all round. So I don't know, maybe they've made their tyres last a little bit better. This should bring Adam Christopher back into play in the Napa car. He's in 8th place, you can just see the blue and yellow car in the background. So a good battle developing for 6th, 7th and 8th place.
Yeah, the Napa car's dropped off a little bit from the Onid car. I thought they would stay quite a bit closer, if I'm honest with you. Really shaping them up going into the Parabolica. Let's see if the Corvette on Corvette slipstream is stronger than the Corvette on Aston slipstream.
Yeah, That's the thing we have with the different cars and everything. This could be a very different outcome from a slipstream perspective than we've seen that Buchan's had on the Aston and Will Richardson. Over the line they come once again, down towards turn 1, biggest braking point on the track. Not close enough this time. So I have to say, with the number of cars on mediums, I thought we would have seen a pit stop or two by now. We're 52 minutes in. I thought we'd see maybe a little bit more divergence in strategy than this. There's got to be quite a few people now who are going to be running very low on fuel, even if not on tyre wear.
I mean, is this an indication though that the medium tyres, they almost seem like they're holding on better than the hards? I feel like the hards are like really struggling at this phase. Like, you compare the Only Go for the Gap and the Only Cam Sport, you would think that Ben's really struggling with tyres. You can see that straight away. These are two identical cars, identical setup. They can't change the setup between these cars.
The only difference is the front tyres.
Yeah. And it's making a huge difference, I think. I think the mediums might be the way to go, which I think a lot of teams, when they did their early testing, they saw how high the tyre wear was, and they thought, oh, I better just run the hards. I think that some teams have been a little bit short-sighted here.
Yeah.
So we're just going to cut back to the Avanti and Boo Barracuda battle because they are going through some lap traffic, just seeing if that leads to anything. Keep an eye on the Go for the Gap battle as well, which I guarantee they will instantly go for an overtake now that we've cut away. And I'm still very surprised to see Jack Ashton on circuit. I thought he would have pit by now, because we know he was running less fuel.
Well, Sean on the said that both Ben and Nathan are on split tyre strategy. The information we've been given is that Nathan's on mediums all round.
Yeah, Nathan is on mediums all round.
Yeah.
So Nathan was testing a split strategy, but he then tested a full medium in the practice session last night and found that really worked for him. So
Jack Ashton's in.
Jack has pitted, okay.
He's managed to make the hards last.
And he's
off for 54 minutes. He's kept it in the 35, so the vast majority of that stint.
Now, interestingly, it says he swapped to the hards. Now, I don't know if I believe that just yet. We might give that a minute or so to update. But it'll be interesting to see where he actually rejoins in the pack.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if that could be fuel related. The reason I say that is the pace he was setting was still absolutely fine. And we know from Daytona at least that if Jack Ashton's setting good times and he's comfortable in the car with the tyres he's got, he will carry on. So I obviously don't know exactly, I wonder whether or not that car was short fuel to start the race, which would make sense to help him build a bigger advantage, which is what he wanted to do in this first phase.
Yeah, I think he did the maths to find out when to do a short stint would happen, and probably decided that doing it at the start of the race is just best. There's a driver change apparently for one of the teams. Dan, I think you can see that a little bit better than me.
The purple helmets. Mark Carver is getting in the car. Jack Ashton not doing one of his super long stints. We also have confirmation that Team Purple Helmets have gone to the hards. So Ashton on the medium, switching to Mark Carver on the hards, and his pace was the different tyre. They're back out on track now. There they are, relative to Ashton, is going to be fascinating. I think it's going to have quite a big bearing on the outcome of this race.
Yeah, rejoining in P9 as well, so lost a lot of track position by coming in quite early. I'm wondering if that's going to affect them, but yeah, maybe that's a preference thing. Maybe Jack's happy on the mediums and maybe Mark is happy on the hards. Very interesting to see the split strategy.
So just to clarify with that one, so the Team Purple Helmets were about 21 seconds ahead when they came into the pit in terms of the race, relative to Callum about 50 seconds behind. So that pit stop was about a minute and 11 seconds. The ticker's saying that Purple Helmets are still in the pits and it's still running, but that isn't correct. I know that car is back out on track. And I think Max Spooner has come in. Max Spooner is in.
Yep, Spooner into the pit lane as well. I wonder if he'll have to repair any damage on that car too. Now, that Brabham car, that gap's come down a lot. That Brabham car is definitely a lot closer to the Avanti and the Boo Barracuda car. Just looking at that now. Oh, sorry, we'll just flick back to that. Yeah, that. And maybe it's just me, maybe I'm just getting hopeful, but it looked a bit closer to me.
Yes, looked like a driver change for the 35 car as well. I think I can just see Aaron Daly has replaced Max Spooner. Unfortunately, a couple of times that car bring up the rear 2 laps down before the pit stop. Well, right, the Avanti car is only 1.2 seconds behind Brabham now, 1.2, 1.3. That is a smaller gap we've seen since the first lap or two of the race, really. So.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds. That comes out quite a lot. It was 2.8 a couple of laps
yeah,
ago.
and Nathan, as we've seen, has dropped off quite markedly now. He's more than 4 seconds behind Martin Buchan now. Lap time last time round was about the same, all kind of levels, or 1:36.0 and 1:36.1.
Yeah, literally 36.1 there, and another 36.0, and then a 35.8 for the Boo Barracuda car. Martin somehow still making 35s out of those hard tyres, which is very impressive.
And of course medium rears as well. Medium
rears, yes, but still, that's insanely impressive at this phase of the race. I know Nathan is on all mediums, but he's just done a 1:37.0. If you compare that to the cars behind Nathan, so you got the Cam Sport car 36.4 and the only go for the Cap car 36.5. Nathan may be starting to struggle on those mediums now. But we are coming to the end of the regular stint, although saying that, Jack had 78 litres and he made it last a very long time, unless they changed the plan last minute. But the information we were given was that it was around 78 litres.
Got through is that we do believe that Team Purple and Jack actually did short fuel the car. From the information of what we were told, that was about right for the length of time he was out there and how much fuel consumption would have been used. So it'll be interesting to see now whether they've short fueled again or whether they're going to run a full tank and try and run a full stint. These cars like Callum Cripps and Will Richardson are out there at the front of the field that we know are running the harder tyres. It's going to be probably fuel that's limiting them, and we think they'll probably have to pit in about 10 minutes' time, depending on how much fuel saving that they've been able to do.
So on fresh tyres, Mark straight into the 1:34.7s in the Purple Helmets car. The Brabham car into the pits as well. I just saw peeling off there as it slows down for the pit lane speed limit line. As we look really closely at the Avanti and the Boo Barracuda car once again. Close, but no overtake. This is now the battle for first place on the road, yes. But the Team Purple Helmets car might start catching quite a few cars in front of it if they are staying out for full stints on the fuel tank. The Oo and Boo.
Yeah, just saying Oo Barracuda, Nathan Burton's in.
Nathan has pitted. Okay, he had short fueled as well. So that's very interesting.
This is the point now as we get to just coming up to the 1 hour mark now, that we're seeing different strategies start to shake out. Looking very, very close to the back. He's been staring at the back of that Aston Martin now for an hour. Hasn't been able to make the move and get through. So very important now, while we keep an eye on this battle, tick over the first hour mark to see where Purple Helmets are and where Brabham and Barracuda are going to rejoin.
Chrissy and Kelly jumping into the Brabham car.
Yep, thanks, Grant. Brabham driver changed well. And we'll have to see what the gap was relative. So before Purple Helmets pitted, they had an advantage over the Brabham car of 21 seconds. They are now rejoining. Oo Barracuda, Nathan Burton also coming back out. We're going to have a look at the splits, and we'll see what the gap is relative. Whether it's down or up, that might give us a bit of hint on fuel load as well.
They're just waiting for all of that to update.
Brabham car's come through and it's only 12 seconds behind. So net on the pit stop, it looks like Brabham has made up about 9 seconds.
That's very interesting. That's a lot of time saved.
Yes, please do ignore what it says on the timing tower and top left-hand corner of your screen, which says the Purple Helmets have been in the pits for the last 7 minutes. We can assure you that car is out there, it's circulating, it's running absolutely fine. In fact, in the first 5 lap out of the pits, Mark Carver managed to do a 34.8, which is very promising on the hard tyres as well. But Brabham have managed to make up a good amount of time through that pit stop. Straight away also, Christian Kelly is on the pace, and I think Brabham, over this second hour with Mark Carver in the car, may start to chase down Purple Helmets. So while Jack Ashton is definitely the fastest driver on paper, the team race, we've got a race on our hands. The 63 Quatermass car is in.
So we're getting from Annabelle, there was an incident with Brabham as they left the pits. I will try and find that and bring up a replay.
Yeah, we'll have to have a look at that. Maybe they could have gained even more time than they did.
But looking as well, we've got a very close moment. Battle now between the Only Cam Sport and Anodic go for the gap cars. Very weird to have two totally different teams with the same sponsor. As we go into the hairpin, it's quite confusing for us anyway. Going into the hairpin, it looked like the Go for the Gap car was really going to look to making a move. Very squirrely at the rear end of the Cam Sport Corvette there. I was thinking we're going to get an overtake there, but once again, oh, that was really slow going through there. The Go for the Gap car definitely being held up massively now through the final sector of the circuit. I think Go for the Gap are just going to have to go for the gap.
Yeah, just a quick word, 63 Quatermass car in the pits, driver change there as well. Adam Locke coming out the car and Ben Bennyworth is in. So round come the Only Cam Sport and Go for the Gap car. Third and fourth on the road. Neither of them coming into the pit this time. Grant is beaving away, see if we can find out what happened to the Brabham car.
I don't think it cost them too much time on track though.
No, it can't have, and I'm just looking at the lap times now between Carver and Kelly. They're 6th and 7th on the road, but this is really where the race for the lead in the race is at the moment, rather than on the road. Carver's just done a 34.7, and Kelly's done a 35.2, and that's what happened. Kelly's basically overshot the pit exit going down the inside of turn 1, and he just run off the road onto the grass. He's hit the barrier, and then come back on. Don't know whether it's done any damage at all, but that's a bit of an error, and may have been placed further down the line. So the gap between Purple Helmet at the moment and Brabham Esports is 16 seconds. And I just want to wait and see the first sector time that Kelly's about to put in any minute now. He's just coming through turn 4. And then he can put the first sector time in, because I've got a feeling that gap might actually be growing. It is. It's taken another 2/10 out Carver has on Kelly there. So Purple Helmet looking in a good position at least.
Oh, look at this. Sorry to interrupt, but they were right in the middle of an overtake there with the Boo Barracuda car on the Avanti Racing, and I think they backed out of it at the very last second. I just noticed the gap was basically nothing as they crossed the line, so felt we should cut to that. This is the battle for the lead as it stands, obviously not including pit stops. These two both still need to pit, so really they are battling for third place at the moment, really heating up as we get closer to that pit cycle.
Yeah, it can't be more than maybe 2 or 3 laps down until they come in. We're on the 42nd lap of the race. 43, 44 is probably about the limit. I do wonder though, it'd be interesting to know whether Christian Kelly has got any damage to that car. That is a real shame. Straight into the car. Didn't race with us at Daytona. First appearance in a race, and unfortunately his first action is to put the car in the wall. Yeah,
it's a lot of pressure to jump straight into a manufactured drive as well. He's not done a Sres race for quite a long time now, but Christian is a very, very fast and very capable driver. So I personally think it was a fantastic signing, but not the greatest thing to happen to him. Unfortunate, but it does happen even to the best drivers.
And he's still running half a second slower than Team Purple Helmet are with Mark Carver. 34.8 for Carver and 35.3 for Kelly last time round. Our tyre information is saying that the Brabham is on mediums. Whether that's all mediums or just medium rear, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, but those mediums are going to have a bit of damage on them as well from that off. They're definitely going to be a little bit more square than they should normally be as well. So I don't think that Christian will get the optimum grip really from those tyres. So might not be the best pace indicator at the moment. So the fact that he's not massively faster pace, I mean, it is a good 0.8 of a second from the looks of it on average. It's a lot of times to be losing to the race leader.
Yeah, but it's also because the tyres hit the barrier on the left-hand side of the car, which are the ones that have to do more of the work around a clockwise track like this with lots of constant radius corners.
Now, I'm starting to wonder if Nathan pitted in early. I kind of think he's going to maybe potentially jump both the Boo and Avanti car, because his sector times and his lap times quite a bit faster at the moment. He's definitely gained a lot of time in the last few laps. So when these two come into the pits, Nathan might have jumped both of them.
He's a minute 12 behind them, which, knowing pit stop times, that may well work out in Nathan's favour.
Yeah,
in which case, obviously, with the short fueling and pitting earlier, that's definitely looks like it might work out for him.
Yeah, it's almost like he knew he was going to be stuck behind two cars.
Yeah, so last time round, Richardson doing a 36.4, Buchan 36.7, Nathan Burton at Barracuda 35.4, so a second a lap quick at the moment, so working out very, very well for him.
So the Napa Racing UK car got overtaken by the Team Purple Helmets car on the previous lap as well. So Mark Culver now up to P5, and then closing only 3 seconds behind Only Go for the Gap, which is insane to even think about. 2.5 now behind Only Go for the Gap. Mark's really going for it. Now, Mark is very new to R-Factor 2, so this is insanely impressive from him.
Yeah, very, very good. This is not an easy track or set of cars to learn. It's not an easy championship to come into either, which is why I'm sat in here and I'm not driving in it. So it's very, especially when you've got the pressure of having to partner Jack Ashton, and he's kind of arguably the most important person in the race, you see, because we know Jack's capable, we know he can really run at a searing pace, but he needs a good teammate to back it up. And so far, early days, and I don't want to curse him, but Mark Harper is delivering. He's doing a really good job. 5th on the road, but he is effectively a race leader. It's just like confirmation that Brabham is mediums all round.
Mediums all round. Interesting strategy change. We're seeing a lot of on-the-fly tyre choice changes. Anything interesting going on in the chat, Dan? Don't think we've looked at that for a little while.
Okay. Right now, we keep the chat coming. If you guys are spotting things we haven't, please feel free to flag them up. Otherwise, it really is just 2 idiots talking in a big 6 hours. We are looking at...
That's to lap. That was very difficult for Jack. They made that really quite... I feel like that was a bit naughty from the Quatermass car there.
Yeah,
that was
the 63 car. I think that was Ben.
Yeah, that was the 63 car, definitely. But that was very much in the way for quite a while. Now,
yes.
I don't like to be that guy that says you need to just dive out the way, but you need to make it easy for the other car. You're not racing them for position. Now, if you battle like really aggressively, then that could end up worse off for you anyway. So I don't see the point in that. Stewards could be looking at that.
Yeah, it's a balancing act, isn't it? And this is a weird track because it's a lot narrower in some places than others. I mean, that part there, sort of turns 4, 5, and 6 around the back of the pit, is the narrowest part of the track, more or less. Apart from maybe sort of the turn 8 around that avoids the corkscrew. So it is a difficult one to judge, but thankfully, no too much harm. So Avanti and Boo Barracuda, Richardson and Buchan still nose to tail as they have been for well over an hour now. Come up to an hour and 10 minutes gone. Only Camsport go to the gap nose to tail. Team Purple Helmets, as you can see here, coming up just behind them, having already made their pit stop. In a very commanding position. Then it's Napa Racing UK with Adam Christopher. Then the Brabham comes. Just want to see how that gap's changed. Kelly a little bit quicker last time around, but it's still the main Purple Helmet and Brabham about 15 or 16 seconds at the moment. I think that's pretty much static since the pit stop. Now things are starting to settle down. So it's only the top 4 Napa. I think those are the cars we're still waiting. I don't think GDP will be today, but and Boo Barracuda, Buchan is in.
Buchan is in, so we'll keep an eye to see where he returns on track in comparison to Nathan in the Barracuda car. Nathan into the 135 now, so still very quick pace from Nathan. Now, let's watch this. So we know how quick Mark has been getting into the car. What's he going to be like under an overtaking situation? Is he going to go for the first gap he sees? Is he going to be patient? We don't know. We've never seen him race before, so this could be very interesting. I think it's going to be quite decisive work.
Yeah, bit of a trial by fire. If we keep an eye on that front, I'm going to keep an eye on pit situation with Boo Barracuda. There's Nathan Burton, he's just coming from turn 8. Bucken's still stationary in the pit, so if you keep an eye on this battle, I'll just see how that shakes out pit-wise.
Yep, so looking up the inside, Mark up into turn 3, thinking better of it as we go into turn 4, the really tight right-hander. He's a little bit squirrely on the entry, so he's not really going to get a great run. Gets a nice... Oh, he's lost the rear end! Team Purple Helmets into the barrier. That's our race leader in the barrier, trying to make a move on the cars in front of him, on the only go for the gap car. And how much damage has that done? It didn't look like a massive bit of contact, but carrying a little bit damage is never fun. So that is our 2 basically race leaders with damage now.
It is. Nathan Burton's got the undercut. He's got past Bucken just. Bucken's about half a second to a second behind him, just looking at the tracker. But Nathan Burton, who's short fuel slightly, pitted earlier, but it has gone ahead of Martin Bucken. Now, where Will Richardson comes out and where that car comes out, that car is now in. Will Richardson for Avanti is in the pits from the race lead on the road. And that's going to be very, very tight to where they come out relative to Bucken and Burton, who's now ahead of Bucken. GDP Racing, we're in there for their first pit stop as well.
So let's see if Mark dives for the pits. Let's see how much that's affected his pace. His middle sector was still very strong, considering he took a whack in the barrier. He lost 5 seconds in sector 1 from that little mistake. That could prove really costly later on in this race, because we do have to remember that they did the short stint first. There are short stints to come. We've got yellow in sector 1, but it cleared very quickly. I think that's just a slight off. So now Mark now again behind Ben Bennyworth, who didn't do him many favours last time.
Only Camsport and only Go for the Gap are both in as well. So where is Avanti? Where are U and Boo Barracuda? Richardson's on the move, he's coming down the pit lane, and I can see that Burton and a couple of them behind Bucken are coming down the straight now. I think Richardson's going to clear Bucken, but it's going to be close. Here they are. Here's Will Richardson coming out the pit. Is Nathan Burton going to get a double undercut here? The answer is no. Richardson's held on. There is Burton. So it's actually, Martin Bucken's actually the big loser out of the 3, as those pit stops have shaken themselves out.
Martin lost a lot of time there. He's another 2.5 seconds behind Nathan. So that's very interesting there.
Now, just a word, because I do know they were thinking about fuel mileage, that Napa are still going. They've got an hour and a quarter. They haven't stopped yet. So I think they're doing something in the strategy. I think they're maybe working towards something around fuel mileage. There's an extra dimension there with the strategy to consider. And just to give you an update, after Mark Carver's off the Team Purple helmets, Brabham are now less than 9 seconds behind.
Yeah, less than 9 seconds behind, and only 1 car in between the 2 of them, because the Onig Camsport and Onig Go for the Gap cars have both pitted this lap and rejoined line astern as well. I'm sure the Go for the Gap car will be absolutely thrilled that they're stuck behind the Camsport car once more. But yeah, so it's all over the place at the moment. Who would have thought the Team Purple Helmets car would have made a mistake?
Yep, and just an update probably for Sean's benefit more than anyone else, I don't think we've had any driver changes for those last few pit stops. Nathan Burton obviously is still in the car because you're not here. Martin Bucken, Ben Brown, Aidan Carter, Darryl Pottinger, as far as we're aware, are all still in the car for the second stint.
And Napa now in the pits.
So they've got to an hour and a quarter, just about. They've done, 47 laps.
So
that one set of one tank of fuel on that one set of hard tyres. So yeah, they can definitely get through those 4 stops. That gives them a bit more flexibility. With the 5th one, maybe to use a set of mediums.
Yeah, if they're saving a good chunk of time per stop, their final stint is going to be quite short for them. So short fuel, new tyres, they could maybe risk the softs or mediums. Who knows? Which
is the same kind of strategy they wanted to do at Daytona, and they got messed around with the safety cars and they couldn't do it. So, interesting idea there. So, with Napa in the pits, we're getting to the point where we're shaking out through the first set of pit stops, and the leaderboard is more representative of what we've seen. So, Team Purple Helmets lead Brabham by 8.7 seconds. Avanti Racing in 3rd, 15 seconds further back. Boo Barracuda with Nathan Burton is now up to 4th, ahead of Boo Barracuda, and I have now had confirmation that Martin Bucken has handed over. Stuart French is now in that car. Just that confirmation. Only Camsport have switched to Chris Wilson as well. They're in 6th place, ahead of Only Go to the Gap, which is still being driven by Aidan Carter. Napa Racing UK have rejoined in 8th, another John Dean Smith is now in that car in place of Adam Christopher. Then it's the Quatermass 63 car, Ben Pennyworth, a lap down, the GDC Racing car, Double Pottinger, and at the back of the field, the Quatermass 65 car now being driven by Aaron Daly.
Yep, so the Australian driver Stuart French in the Boo Barracuda car. I've just noticed that the Avanti Racing puts in a personal best of 1:34.717, way faster than the Oo and Boo Barracuda cars. Way faster, a second faster that lap than Nathan in the Oo Barracuda car, and 1.1 seconds quicker than the Boo Barracuda car. Instantly, as soon as that pressure was gone, the Avanti car's unleashed, and maybe Will can just focus on what's in front of him now. Maybe having those two cars right behind him was holding himself up a little bit. I think he was holding back on pace, not on purpose, but just from the thought of, I need to keep these guys behind me. Looking at the pace now, there's a massive difference. A 36.3 for him in Sector 1 compared to a 37.2 for Nathan in the U Barracuda car, and a 36.6 in the Boo Barracuda car. Speaking of the Boo Barracuda car, we have Martin Buchan joining us.
That's a seamless link.
And
that
here,
is absolutely seamless.
And here he comes now.
So, thank you very much for joining us, Martin Buchan. And I'd like to start by taking your, as you've had time to study, your detailed analysis of the rear diffuser on an Aston Martin GT3 car.
It's so quick in a straight line, it's unreal. I'm right in the draft of it, and I just see the time delta go up, 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 and up, and I'm
so
like.
So you found incrementally was actually, because it looked pretty much static from what we were looking at, but you thought he was slightly pulling away down the straight. Because I mean, what we were saying was, if it was a touring car race, you'd have sent it, but there was never a risk doing that at this stage of the race this long.
Well, that was the thing. There's no point trying to force it, especially an hour into a 6-hour race. But at the same time, I kind of thought there might have been a bit of give and take kind of thing, especially when I thought I was visibly quicker, and I thought if I passed Will, then I would have probably caught onto back of Brabham Esports in no time.
Yeah, because Callum wasn't pulling away from me. The gap was kind of steady throughout. So was that kind of adjusting your thinking in terms of it's not worth pushing it because relative to him, I'm not losing out too much here?
No, that was at that point it was. But when they stopped, then I was looking at the delta between us and them, and I was thinking, well, we've kind of lost a second here. We've lost another second because we're fighting and stuff, and it's kind of that thing of like, I could have maybe just gone, you know what, I don't want to fight, but at the same time, I thought Will was kind of white lining it, and when he blocked me in the apex of turn 1, I was kind of like, this is not going to help anyone, and it doesn't help him because it slows him down for the whole lap, slows me down because I've got to then pretty much brake to not hit him, and that's the end of the game, is not wanting to hit him as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've seen that Nathan got the undercut on you after the pit stop, but he's on a slightly different strategy.
Yeah.
Have you had to adjust or adapt like you did at Daytona? Has it changed your thinking as you've seen how the race has developed?
Not at the minute, because Nathan's on. Well, I guess I'll give the game away a little bit. He's on a different fuel load and different tyre strategy.
Yeah,
so
we had a feeling that might be the case from when he pitted.
Yeah. So we're kind of, hopefully the consensus will be, if Stuart catches up to the back of him, Nathan will just go past and not really fight him.
Well, Stuart was 0.6 quicker last time round, so that might manifest itself maybe earlier than we might think.
Hopefully, but like I say, it's just at this point in the race, it's just not damaging the car and just see where we are in like an hour's time or something, maybe an hour to go.
And given that we have seen both of the D2 cars in the wall already in this race, there's a lot to be said for it.
I saw
you didn't know that, did you?
I saw the Brabham car in the wall in the pit lane. I thought
no, Mark Carver had a spin and just hit on the bonnet to coming out turn 3 a few minutes ago. I think it was while you were making your pit stop, so that might be why you didn't see it.
No, I saw the Brabham car in the pit lane. Coming out of the pit lane, I thought that was very, very amateurish, but.
Well, long way to go. And don't be counting your chickens. You've got to get back in the car,
No, I've got to not crash, haven't I?
Exactly.
I've done it now, haven't I?
Yeah, you've done the Buchan curse is in effect. Martin, thank you very much for joining us. Hopefully we'll catch up with you a bit later on. All the best for you and Stuart, who's still lapping very well in the 35s.
And I'll let you guys get back to your sauna. It is roasting in here.
Yeah, and we've got a fan in here now, and it is
doing no wonders.
Yeah,
it's just blowing hot
great.
air.
Just 4 hours and 39 minutes to go.
And I thought the hot air was coming from Grant all the time, but there you go.
I'll take that as a compliment, you didn't say me. Thank you, Martin. So let's as the pit stops have cycled through, we kind of know who's in which car now. We've got that information. So purple helmet leading, 8.8 seconds. That is Mark Carver leading Christian Kelly. Avanti Racing third, That is still Will Richardson in the car. Boo Barracuda, obviously Nathan Burton. Stuart French, as we're just hearing, driving for Boo Barracuda. Only Cam Sport is now Chris Wilson. Only Go for the Gap is still Aidan Carter. Napa Racing UK is John Dean Smith, who's taken over that one. 63 Quatermass Ben Bennyworth. GDP Racing, they pitted. It's still Darryl Pottinger. And the 35 Quatermass car now being driven by Aaron Daly.
Yeah, it's all settled down a little bit, apart from the Onid Go for the Gap and the Onid Camsport battle, which seems like it will never end. So this could go on throughout the whole race because they're on basically identical strategies. Some very interesting lines there from the Go for the Gap car, trying to set up the Camsport car.
And of course, this time Aidan Carter's aiming at a different driver because Camsport chained over and Chris Wilson's down the car following the pit stop.
Yeah, and Chris Wilson made his real-life racing debut not too long ago at Silverstone Racing in the KA Championship. So he's got some real-world racing experience now. So let's see how that comes into effect on having a car that is looking up the inside and going up the inside into turn one. Chris gives him the room. Thought better of shining the door there, but he has got a hell of a cut from the into turn 3. He's going to keep out the inside. He's going to lose the rear end though. Comes off the throttle. Somehow manages to save that. I thought he was going in the barrier then.
What a save that was by Chris Wilson. Absolutely superb. I thought they were going to come through turn 2 if there wasn't enough room. It was hard racing. It was fair racing. It was a good send up into turn 1, actually. It has to be said by Aidan Carter. And the number 2 Go for the Gap car, deservedly working its way up into P6. So 6th place now for Go for the Gap. Bit of a gap up to the next car ahead, which is Stuart French's Boo Barracuda. It's 47 seconds. So unless there's any major dramas, 6th might have to be the limit of their ambitions for today.
Now we'll see how quickly, if at all, the Onid car, the Go for the Gap car, pulls away from the Cam Sport car. Although saying that 6/10 of a difference in sector 1, although Cam Sport faster in the middle sector, so these two could end up battling the whole race. They've had very, very similar pace throughout.
Worth pointing out though, only Go for the Gap are on mediums.
Yeah,
they are mediums all round, as is Brabham. According to the timing tower, we believe it's correct that both Oo and Boo Barracuda are now running hard front, medium rears. We think Nathan has switched to the hard fronts in the pit stop, but stuck with the medium rears. If we can get confirmation of that, Sean, because I know you're asking, we will bring it to you. We're getting dribs and drabs of information as we can, but if we get any more just clarity on that, we will give it to you. We can definitely confirm that Brabham and Onid Go for the Gap are definitely mediums all round.
So the gap at the front, despite being quite large between the top two, it's definitely ebbing and flowing quite a lot. We're seeing lots of differences in lap times. Last time round, the lap before, it was a 36 for Team Purple Helmets and a 35 for the Brabham car. This time around, it's a 35 for the Team Purple Helmets and a 36 for the Brabham car. So it's literally ebbing and flowing, which means that gap is staying around 9 seconds. It goes a little bit closer sometimes, but it's interesting to see. They both have damage, and I've been watching the Brabham car a little bit. It does look a little more squirrely than it normally does. There's a bit of damage. If you look on the front left bonnet of the car, you can see there is some damage there. There you go from that shot there. So that is probably, and as you can see for the exit of the corner, so squirrely. I really think it's affected the car quite a bit. And I reckon that Mark in the purple helmet in Mercedes is probably going through a similar feeling.
Yeah, and there is a story that can be told if you look at the recent lap times of the top 3. Mark Carver did a 35.4, Christian Kelly did a 36.6, Will Richardson did a 35.0 and is the fastest man on the track, and is now only just over 10 seconds behind Christian Kelly. So Will Richardson, who's been driven superbly so far today, is coming back into it. Confirmation, Boo Barracuda, with Stuart French in the car, they are hard front, medium rear.
So just keeping an eye on the top 2 battle. That gap increasing, decreasing. The Avanti car is also lapping faster than both of them at the moment, which is it's a great race for the Avanti guys. It's very exciting for them. They've never had a podium in Sres before. I don't want to jinx anything. I don't want to get too excited or anything like that. But it's very nice to see a team Avanti Racing up there in the top 3. It's always nice to get that mixture of teams being right up there on performance. And once again, that time around, Avanti faster than the Brabham Esports car, but this time the Team Purple Helmets car was the fastest car on the circuit with a 1:35.1. So Mark making the damage work either way. So I think Mark's just quick in every situation from the looks of it. And just looking at the Brabham car, just seeing if there's any close battles on the circuit. The Boo Barracuda car is definitely starting to gain on the Oo Barracuda car. That gap's gone down to about 1.2 seconds now. That was over 3 seconds not too long ago. So Stuart Ross French going very quickly to start to rein in Nathan Burton, saying that the last lap that Stuart did was 3/10 slower than Nathan's last. So curse that instantly, as we do. But just looking at through all the different times, no personal best really going on at the moment. Everyone just looking after and managing their tyres through this phase of the race. It's definitely opened up a little bit more. It's calmed down quite a bit from how it was earlier. You know, only to go for the gap pull in 2 seconds in front of only Cam Sport already. 36.5s for the go for the gap car, 37.5s for the Cam Sport car. Really not a good day for Cam Sport, is it? Where is the Napa car? Still behind those, though. That's very interesting because they are battling for third in the constructors, I believe.
Yes, they're battling with Cam Sport for third. I'm going to see if we can get Adam Christopher in for a chat.
Oh, Team Purple Helmets car's had it off in turn 1, and the Brabham car right on the rear end of him now. Look at this. We're neck and neck. I saw a yellow, but I assumed it was just a small off. Up the inside looking for the Brabham car. This is incredible. We've got a yellow in sector 2 as well, but I think we're going to stick with a battle for the lead here just for now. So the Brabham car following the Team Purple Helmets car going into the hairpin. Is he going to make the most of this? Because those tyres are going to be dirty, they're going to be marbly, and they're going to be rounded off as well. This could be a perfect opportunity for Christian Kelly.
Just very quickly to just cut in about that yellow flag. I think it was John Dean Smith who dropped him in turn 6. He's rejoined, but he's lost about 5 seconds or so. But well, going back to you, Grant, with the battle for the lead.
Yeah, this is really heating up now. We didn't think we were going to see this sort of battle for the lead at this point of the race. The Team Purple Helmets car making another mistake. 2 in 1 stint. A little bit worrying there. Mark maybe just overdriving that car a little bit. He is new to R Factor 2, to be fair. But now he's got Christian Kelly all over him. And Christian Kelly, he wants to win a Sres race. Of course he does. He wants to win on his first time out in a manufactured team. He wants to lead a race in his first appearance in a manufactured team, and he could well do that. On to the start, finish straight they go. He's got a good run. I don't know if he's going to be able to make anything from it from that gap, but this is a lot closer now than it was. We're like right back to the start of the race with this.
This is not a 2-way race for the win. This is a 5-way race for the win, because you've got Boo Barracuda with Stuart French in 5th place, less than 20 seconds off the lead after an hour and a half of racing. So this, for me, is absolutely wide open in any of these cars. The variation between driving, the mistakes creeping in with divergence in pit strategy. I think any of the top 5 could still win this race. It's how now that Mark Carver responds to the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he lost exactly 9 seconds from that incident, which was his race margin. So now to make it up for Team Purple Helmets, he's just going to have to keep it on the grey stuff and keep the Brabham car behind. Could be easier said than done if he tapped the wall again. Now, we haven't looked at the replay just yet because obviously it got quite heated quite quickly. So we did just want to stick with the live pictures. I will look through and see if we had any contact with the barrier though.
Yes, very much so. Thank you, Grant. And it just goes to show when you get these long endurance races, things can happen at any time. Just when you think things got nice and settled, and you think you know you're on the race, got into a rhythm, mistakes can creep in, incidents happen, and then all hell breaks loose. So Carver leading Kelly, just give himself a bit more breathing space now. As they come through turns 10 and 11, we've reached the 90-minute point in the race. Let's just give you a bit of a rundown then. So Purple Helmets and Mark Carver leading Christian Kelly from Brabham Esports by about 1 second. Advanced race with Will Richardson in 3rd, about 10 or 11 seconds behind. Oo Barracuda, Nathan Burton now 4th ahead of Boo Barracuda with Stuart French. Then quite a long way back down in the second half of the field, only go to the gap and sit play David Carlson driving now 2.5 seconds clear of only Cansport with Chris Wilson. Napa Racing UK with John Dean Smith is 8th. I think he made a mistake and lost some time at turn 6 a couple of laps ago. We'll chase that one up and see what happened to him. And then we have the Quatermass 63 car of Ben Bennyworth, GDP Racing car of Darryl Pottinger, and then rounding up the field, Aaron Daly in the 35. Wait to pass, we are 1/4 of the way through this race. Keep with our leaders.
Yeah, we'll stick with them for just a little bit. I'm still just going through the footage, so apologies for that. But it is the closest battle on circuit at the moment, the battle for the lead. How often can endurance races say that?
Yeah, especially this long into the race as well. It just goes to show how competitive this championship is. But yeah, 20 seconds in the top 5 after an hour and a half. We do have some fantastic drivers in this championship. I mean, I guess because of the searing pace he can set over one lap, then I guess Jack actually gets all the lot of audits in the headlines, but there's so many other good drivers as well. We think that Aaron Daly might come to grief somewhere in the 35 car, bringing up the rear.
So I'm just going to cut to the Team Purple Helmet's mistake. They take a lot of curve here, and then that makes them run very wide onto the exit, which means that when he put his foot on the throttle, he just lost the rear completely. And yes, he does hit the wall. He definitely hit the barrier there. Yeah, so it was some damage done, potentially.
It looked to me, because you can see, we've seen how Martin Buchan takes a lot of curve there. It's just maybe just approach line was ever so slightly wrong. We have another, the leaders coming through. So that, obviously going through that time, so we look at the live pictures there, a lot smoother. And it just goes to show it doesn't take that much of an error in line going into that corner to have some very, very severe consequences. I'm certainly not going to criticise Mark Hall for that. I think that's a very easy mistake that anybody could really make at any point in this race, but it has put him under a lot more pressure with Christopher Kelly breathing down his neck just a second behind.
A lot more. The times are so different every lap. It's very interesting to see. Obviously they're both on different tyre strategies, but we're seeing ebbs and flows of lap time. A 35.8 last lap time for Team Purple Helmets, and 35.5 for the Brabham Esports car. But already this lap, the Brabham Esports car 3 tenths down in sector 1. So we're seeing lots of up and downs with the pace between these two. If they keep doing this 9 tenths of a second gap that we've got, this is going to last for a long time.
Absolutely. Around the leaders go into turn 10 once again.
Now, a lot of teams did say that they felt the winners of this race would be the ones that make the least mistakes. It would be quite ironic that the teams that have made some of the most mistakes at the moment are still leading 1 and 2.
It's a very good point.
But it could decide it. I mean, that incident with the Team Purple Helmets car could lead to an overtake. I mean, it looks like it's opened up a little bit again this lap. Very close lap times again, though. 35.8 for the Team Purple Helmets and a 35.9 for the Brabham Esports. 35.7 for the Avanti Racing. That car's been a lot quicker the last few laps as well, so don't count Avanti out of this at all. They're looking extremely strong today.
Yeah, I think the pace of Max Vichling when he gets in that car relative to Will Richardson. Richardson's done the lion's share of the running so far today. I think that will have a big impact. If he's on Will's pace, then that car really could be a force for the rest of the afternoon. But I have to say, Grant, we've got a long way to go. 4 hours and 26 minutes. I get the feeling there are plenty more twists in the tail to come. Well, I think we've had more than our fair share in the first 95 minutes that we've had, but...
Yes, how many throat lozenge sweet packets will I go through before the end of the race? Take your bets now.
Well, you're through about... We've only had 1 or 2 so far, so measuring at pro rata, I think you're all right to get through the rest of the race on 1 packet. Either that or I'm going to start flying solo for you.
Well, I don't sound like Tim Harvey just yet.
No.
Yet.
No, plenty of time for that without that too.
I've got backup though. I do have some backup.
It's like a pharmacy in here. There's all sorts of tinctures and cough medicine and... Now, Grant says he's been ill. You don't sound ill.
I feel very ill.
Really?
Yeah.
It doesn't help that in our commentary room, even though we've got a fan, it is very, very warm in here. It's getting warmer all the time.
Even with the fan. Can you imagine if I wouldn't have brought the fan in? Just melted away, I think.
One question from Sean. Are Purple short fueling all the races? Suppose out the strategy to be far enough to stop getting the undercut. It's a good question. The answer is we don't know, but at this stage, we're given it's been 40 minutes since Purple Helmets made that pit stop and Mark Harvey got in the car. I don't think it's going to be long until we find out one way or the other.
So the Avanti Racing car, again, so much faster than the Brabham Esports and the Team Purple Helmets car. 35.6 for them, last lap time. 3 tenths quicker than the Brabham Esports in front of them. So very impressive showing today. I know I keep saying it, but they've been my team of the race so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I want to give a shout out to Stuart French as well, because he's managed, after Nathan Burton got the undercut, we know how good a driver Nathan is, but Stuart, he's pretty much matched him 10th to 10th all the way through. He's only 1.5 seconds behind. We lead both on hard front, medium rears. But yeah, Stuart, partnering Martin Buchan, obviously won at Daytona, even though I think he only drove one stint. But I think since, again, I don't want to put jinx on it, but I think he's done very, very well since he got in that car.
Yeah, definitely. Some very standout performances in this race already. Again, just looking at those sectors, look at that in Sector 1 for Avanti Racing compared to the Brabham Esports there. That's over like 1 second, over a second quicker in Sector 1 alone for the Avanti car. That gap down now to 8.8 as the Brabham Esports car is starting to drop off the back of the Team Purple Helmets car. That gap now at 1.4 seconds. Christian Kelly, maybe that rustiness just starting to kick in a little bit. It has been a long time since he's done any form of sim race.
Yeah, won a 36.9. That was a slow lap. He lost more than a second to Will Richardson. That gap's down to less than 9 seconds. I can see Sean's just put on the chat, I want these two to fight so Avanti catch up. Well, obviously, we have to be neutral. We can't pick side. But from an entertainment point of view, I think we can both say, Grant, so do we.
Yeah, I completely agree. But to be fair, we're seeing the pace ebb and flow quite a lot. So we could see that. It wouldn't surprise me if we do. Some laps, the Team Purple Helmets car are doing low 36s, and then other laps, the Brabham Esports car is doing low 36s. That gap up to 1.6 seconds at the moment. Last lap times was 36.2 for Team Purple Helmets and a 136.9 for the Brabham Esports, a 135.8 for the Avanti car. So that car is closing all the time, the Avanti Aston Martin. They've dropped Ooh and Boo Barracuda massively. That gap up to 8.2 seconds for the Ooh Barracuda car. Stewart dropped 2 seconds now behind Nathan. He's lost a second and a half somewhere.
It is, as is so often the case with Sres races, any form of endurance racing, it may not always be an absolutely exciting race, but it is a fascinating race.
Yeah, there's a lot
so
to play
much going on through the field. I have to say that I've just asked to see if we can get Ben Brown, because there have been lots of battles going on in the midfield, but because there's been so much interest in the front, we've not been able to watch. I'm hoping shortly we'll be able to speak to Ben Brown, who hopefully has cheered up a little bit because he was doing his e-order earlier. But Cam Sport go for the gap Napa. There's a good battle there, 6th, 7th and 8th going on. That's been ebbing and flowing all the way through the race. We've not been able to maybe see quite as much as we'd like because there's so much at the front, so hopefully we'll get to see Ben shortly. It remains Purple Helmet, Brabham, Avanti, Ooh Barracuda, still just over 20 seconds between all of them. One mistake, one little bit of different bit of pit strategy make all the difference.
And now this lap just gone, we're back into the 35 for all the top three now. Well, the top four, the whole top four in the 35s. Fastest driver on track was Nathan Burton with a 1:35.244, then followed by the Brabham Esports car with 35.421, so closing that gap back down to 1.4 seconds from 1.6 seconds the lap before. 35.5 for Team Purple Helmets and a 35.9 for the Avanti car. They're all just matching each other like for like now on pace. This is getting absolutely thrilling at the front. Long way to go though. We're not even halfway through the race yet. So.
And a 35.2 on that lap by Nathan Burton. That's an absolutely cracking lap. When you how long has it been to make the pit stop? A good half hour or so.
You got to remember he pitted earlier than these cars around him.
Yes, you're right. So actually for about 40 minutes or so, I think. Yes, you're right. He did short fuel slightly.
So maybe as that fuel load is going down, that might be helping him quite a lot to be able to keep up this sort of pace. Maybe he's now finding that the hard tyres, I think he's hard front, medium rear.
We believe hard front, medium rear for both of the barricades.
I think that's working really well for him in this phase of the race, as the fuel load comes down as well, and as the track temperatures cool through the race as well. Started around 22 degrees, it drops to about 17 degrees as we get close to the end of the race. It gets windier through the race as well though. Wind speed started at around 13 miles an hour, but it goes up to around a good 25, 26 miles an hour as the race goes on. That can cause havoc with the car balance throughout the race.
Yes, it can do, and maybe that will contribute to a few more mistakes. It certainly will make things harder to control, especially when tyres get worn as well towards the end of stint. But you're absolutely wrong when you say Grant with the ebb and flow, because every time we look at the timing screen, we'll see someone's gone half a second quicker than the other, and then a couple laps later, it's completely the other way round. So when you then look at it at a longer trend, it is, I mean, look at it now, it's other than the errors that we've seen. I mean, they're pretty much, they're all, if I'm just looking at, there's about 1/10 between all 5 of them on that last lap, 35.6, 35.7. But yeah, I mean, Avanti were about 10, 11 seconds behind Brabham after the pit stops, and it's now 9.3. There's very, very little in it, and it just goes to show the performance level that all these drivers are at. It is not because any of them are driving within themselves or whatever, they're all driving right on the pace, and they're all putting in very, very good performances. Gap with the race lead has eked out slightly, but it's still only 1.4 seconds.
So we'll stick with the Avanti car just for a little bit, because I just want to see how they're handling this portion of the race. Now, I did think at one point that there was a little bit of damage on one of their panels, but I think it's just their livery, which is tricking me a little bit.
Which car was that, sorry?
The Avanti car.
I can't remember any.
No, I think it's the livery.
A bump on the back of the Avanti car from Buchan just before the pit stop. Only just a little tap as they came through turn 1, nothing malicious.
Yeah, I think it's the livery. Just tricked me a little bit. It looked like there was a little ding somewhere. I'm not bad-mouthing the livery. It was just from the smaller screens that I use to search through, it can be a little bit misleading at times.
Yeah, high-res cars go quicker.
They do.
So 4 hours, 17 to go. We look at the Avanti car. Will Richardson is double stinted. Stuck with the hard tyres throughout.
So closest battle on track is still the battle for the lead. 1.1 seconds now. So that gap coming down again. And then it's going to increase again now that I've said that. It's just constantly, like I keep saying, ebbing and flowing. Although, looks like a good lap again for the Brabham Esports car. A 10th quicker in both sectors, in Sector 1 and Sector 2, than the Team Purple Helmets car. So, going to gain a little bit as we go across the start-finish line to start another lap. Now, we don't have DRS for these cars because we don't really need them. So, getting within a second doesn't mean too much, but and a very good final sector there for the Team Purple Helmet, which actually extends that advantage. So I build all of that up, and Team Purple Helmet
broke straight back down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear what Martin Buchan said about the straight line speed in the Aston as well, and that being the reason, maybe not so much the toe, but relative speeds of the cars, it was just eking out ever so slightly.
Yeah, it's got a slight advantage with its top speed, nothing major. If you've got a really good slipstream, it definitely, you could definitely get past it. But yeah, there is definitely, like, each car's top speed is slightly different. They all have their own individual properties, obviously, but lap time wise, as we can see, extremely close.
Incredibly competitive action that we get to see. Not too much change about 6th, 7th and 8th, by the way. Only go for the gap, remain in 6th place there. Chris Wilson, nearly 10 seconds now ahead of Owen Camps. Oh, sorry, wrong way around, I apologise. Aidan Carter, but only go for the gap. Is nearly 10 seconds of the Owen Camps car off Chris Wilson for 6th and 7th, and it's another 10 further back to John Dean Smith in 8th for Knuckle Racing UK.
So one thing that our viewers might find slightly interesting, so for the 24-hour race this year, because it's a non-championship event, it means the teams can choose a different GT3 car for that race. So I wonder how much they're looking at how the race has gone so far, and if they're then going to use that to maybe make an inspired choice to change car for the 24-hour race.
And of course we've got another race before that at Interlagos.
Yes, but they can't swap cars for that one.
I say.
Yeah, so if a team chooses to change manufacturer mid-season, they lose all their points. Oh, we've got Adam Christopher.
Of the battle for the
there he is.
We have Adam Christopher.
Just as the lead battle's hotting up, so I hope your commentary skills are up to par.
So, well, Grant, you keep an eye on that and give me a wave if something happens. So, Adam Christopher here.
Hello all.
You dropped it again.
Again. Yeah, thanks for that.
I can only imagine how furious you must have been, knowing I know how self-critical you are.
The only good thing was we only lost about 4 seconds, not like 10 like last time. So yeah, that was a bit frustrating from that first game.
obviously, can we catch up? We didn't see it on camera. What happened to John? Did he have a spin?
I just spoke to him now, so I've just sort of gone over to him to know if we've got a little bit of damage or anything on the front of the car. I think he's lost it and just touched the barrier. Why we've now lost 10 seconds to the group ahead of us. I thought he was tyre saving. He went, we've lost 10 seconds and I've been hit. Right, okay.
I think, by the way, the 35 Quatermass car there in Daly's had a spin at turn 2 as well. Yeah, very definitely good. And he's at the far end of the room as well. He's as far away from you as you could possibly get. So I mean, obviously 8th place probably isn't really where you want to be, but as we've seen with the times of the guys at the front and the they're setting, it's a very high-class race today.
It's a very high-class race. I mean, it's a struggle to try and work out. I'm terrible at working out strategies. It's really not my strong point. We're just trying to conserve as best we can. So, you know, we're just getting out of the way of the leaders coming through. We don't want to lose too much time. And it's just, that whole first stint was just lift and coast, fuel saving, looking after tyres. John's now doing the same thing in the car. Yeah. And we're just going to see where it pans out at the end.
And that was reflected by the fact that you were the last to pit. You managed to get to an hour and a quarter, which 47 laps it was.
Yeah.
So, kind of playing the long game now with the fuel mileage kind of strategy for the rest of the race, I imagine.
I said to him in the first stint, it's not really going to come good until the last stint. We won't know until it works. And we can sort of make up a couple of positions. If we can save the fuel now, do sort of a flat-out last stint. That's kind of the aim. We're not going to know if it works until the end of the race.
Are you still happy with the hard tyres, having seen you've not been tempted to try and switch to mediums?
We found out in that first stint that one of the guys ahead of us, you might know better than me, had mediums on the rear, and we were considering that to the point where we even changed.
Martin Buchan had medium rears.
That might have been it. To the point where we even changed on the actual screen what we were going to do. We were going to change to mediums, and then suddenly, about 10 laps later, they started coming back to us, and we changed our mind again. So we're just staying on hard.
So there is quite a bit of evolution in the tyre through the stint in how it performs, and
I think I was too easy on it. You know, when I came into pit, I was really trying to look after the left front. With us in the McLaren, that's the tyre we're struggling with. I think for the guys in the Corvette, it's the rears that they're chewing through.
Are you happy with the McLaren as your choice of car? Do you think it was the right choice?
I don't know yet.
Shall I ask you again in 4 hours and 11 minutes?
Ask me at the end of the championship.
Yes, I will.
But yeah, we're playing a long game. It's all about just saving. Unfortunately, I think the only people that we've got that we can try and get are the two guys ahead of us. But we've got a big gap there. We're just hoping that we can just extend the stints as best we can.
Yeah, John's had a slow lap last. He lost about 2-3 seconds.
That was letting the leaders through, I think.
Ah, yes, good point. Yeah, we'll get past by the leaders. Well, thank you very much for joining, Adam. You're welcome for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
And yeah, as Sean says, too late to change now. Hindsight is a wonderful thing. Yeah, it's Grant said moving off to 24. So we're an hour and 49 minutes into the race. So it's been about 55 minutes now since Purple Helmets made their first stop. So if they short fuel to the same level again, that is a big if, obviously, then they'd be pitching in around now. But if they've gone for a full tank, then it's probably going to be another maybe 15 minutes till we see them come in, and then it'll be Uber Barracuda and Nathan Burt in 4th place a few minutes later, assuming full tanks, of course. So I have to say, Grant, I don't know what you feel, but I thought, given some of the different tyre strategies, I thought we'd see a bit more adaptation, but from what we've heard from Adam and from Martin, it doesn't necessarily seem that's the case as much. I think most people are still sticking with the hards nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously everyone's got their own theory of what's quicker and everyone's got their own feel. I think with this race, it's going to be a lot more of what actually works for you as a driver, not necessarily as a team, but as a driver. We've seen the Team Purple Helmets car go from mediums to hard, so I genuinely think it is driver-specific feedback. Now, Adam not being able to come down to the venue and practice as much as, say, John discovered very early on that he would run the hard tyres, like very early into like his driving. When you compare that to other teams that have had both drivers here, to be able to get that double bit of information, I don't know. I feel like you need to take some risks. You know, I feel like you have to try it. I think just shelving it completely isn't always the best way. I think you need to look at what the other teams are doing and apply it to what you do as well. You know, if you just keep doing what you're doing and you just let everyone drive away from you, it's not really going to work well for you.
Yeah, there is a school of thought you can't just come up with a plan. This is what we're doing. This is what we're going to pit, and stick to it. Because as we've seen, we've seen incidents for both the top two cars already. You don't know what's going to happen in the race. You have to be able to adapt. You don't know what curveballs and variables are going to get flung your way. So it's a tricky one. It's a balancing act, isn't it? Because you have to have a plan, but you need to have plan B, C, D, E, and F as well.
Yeah, 100%. And in the final hour of the race, we could see a code 60 again. And, you know, we hope not. We really hope not. And that can absolutely change everything. Like, completely turn everything on its head. So sometimes you can look too much at strategy, plan your whole race result on it, and then have something like that happen completely out of your hands, and then you're nowhere in comparison to where you should have been. So, yeah, anything could literally happen in this race. So, yeah, just keep an eye. I genuinely think the key is just watching what the competitors are doing, seeing the pace, just keeping an eye on that pace, because we're seeing very close lap times for the mediums at the end of the stints compared to the hards. Sometimes it seems like the mediums are hanging on a little bit more.
It is a surprisingly small differential in performance between the two compounds, isn't it? I think pretty much every crew probably expected more than we've seen.
Well, Jack, when he came for his first session to practice on Monday, he jumped in the car and straight away he was like, don't like the hards. So, you know, he felt that they would probably work, but then he did a stint on the mediums.
Yes.
And found that they worked. So I genuinely think a lot of people are quite dismissive of the mediums from previous races, like maybe thinking, oh, it's not a good tyre because when we tried it in the past it wasn't great, but they need to realise the whole tyre model has completely changed this season. These GT3 tyres, very, very different to what we've seen in the past. Like, the tyre wear is insanely different. I've never seen it this varied between the tyres in the whole time we've run the series. So I think opening up to all those different like compounds, like for Interlagos, it could be totally different again.
Ah, that's what we like. The best of Scotland and the best of Japan. Martin Sebastian's just arrived with my sushi. Fantastic. Thank you, Martin. That's perfect. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, just watching the Team Purple Helmets car, like, lose quite a bit of time there behind the Cam Sport car, just trying to get past the lapped car. So Dan is going to tuck into some quizzy.
You might not hear much from me for the next 5 or 10 minutes, but you'll hear a card if something happens.
Yeah, so be ready for that. In fact, the second he takes a bite, I predict something's going to happen. Just because that's how it goes.
Yep.
Whoa, very squirrely for that Cam Sport car in front of the second place Brabham Esports car. There was like a lot of tentative movements on the wheel there from Christian Kelly following it. Probably not that confident, but how ironic is this? Christian Kelly is about to lap his old team. I bet he didn't see that coming. I mean, he only realised he had a drive this week. Like, it was going to be Callum Cripps doing the full 6 hours. Christian Kelly found out on Monday or Tuesday that he would be driving the car, getting the call up, and now he is lapping his old team.
They were the future ones. I don't get to say that very often. That's a little bit harsh, but I know Cam Sport not getting the results and the performance today that they would have liked, but they will live to fight. And Cam Sport are a good team. They will definitely have success in the future. Ben, Chris are far too good drivers to not be in the mix in the future, but it's just not calm on a track that they're particularly getting on with.
Yeah, it's a very interesting combination of things. It's very rare to see that Cam Sport car that low down the order.
And actually, just as we're talking about Cam Sport, Sean's just picked out on the YouTube there, in the YouTube comments, that we did see those cars battling for position early on in the stint. Cam Sport are now 21 seconds behind Go for the Gap.
That's huge.
I know Go for the Gap are on the mediums, which obviously work in their favour, but they have lost a hell of a lot of time.
Yeah, that is a lot. I mean, in Sector 1 alone, the Cam Sport car was 6/10 slower than the only Go for the Gap car, and that was on this lap, so that doesn't, that's ignoring any being lapped or anything like that. That's just pure pace there. So, yeah, the only car just quicker at the moment. The Go for the Gap car, that is, sorry.
Interesting that the gap between first and second just started to grow, and I wonder if McKelly's struggling on the mediums a little bit. I don't know whether that damage is starting to manifest itself, but the gap's gone out to 2.6 seconds now, and since Carver had his off, that's the biggest it's been by quite a long way.
He's lost a lot of time in the last few laps from the lap traffic, to be honest. I mean, he lost a good 8 to 9 tenths of a second behind the Napa car, and then he was quite held up by the Cam Sport car as well. Apologies for anyone that may have heard a random squeak again. We're not actually sure what that is.
That wasn't me eating, I promise.
No, it wasn't. I can vouch for you. But yeah, so it could be the tyres dropping off. It could be a number of things. I mean, let's look at their last lap times. 35.2 for the Team Purple helmets, 35.7 for the Brabham Esports. So half a second difference. Not huge, but you know, they are some of the only cars in the 35s now, though. Another car in the 35s is Stuart French in the Boo Barracuda car, 35.6 last time round. So very strong pace from him again. Nathan just putting in, it seems like the same 136.5 lap every single lap at the moment, which is doing him very well because he's kept the gap to 2.7 seconds to Stewart, which is very good to see for him. I wonder how he's feeling at this point in the race, though.
Hopefully pretty good, because we've still got a very, very long way to go as we come towards the end of the second hour. And I still think this is a 5-way fight for the win, I really do. Quite early, so it won't be long till they're in either.
Yeah, I've got a feeling there's a driver change as well, because you may have seen from the onboard some slightly erratic motions at the wheel, which normally means that the driver has let go of the steering wheel, which could indicate a challenge that we will get confirmation of that from Annabelle when we can. Network that we've got in the venue as well, see if I can see that with me. Yeah, I think that definitely looks like Chris can tell you that.
Yeah, Annabelle's just confirmed that, thank you.
Yeah, lovely, as the Brabham car with Callum Cripps rejoins the circuit, and they are down in 5th place now.
We will, I think once the pit stops to shake through, I think we'll have a chat with Christian Kelly, because I think he's got some stories to tell us about that. It was a very eventful stint.
Yes, definitely. So I'm sure Annabelle will get that in the works for us very soon. If you'd like, I can do the interview. If you want to keep eating your food, it's up to you.
Let's see what time he comes in.
Sure. Okay, so let's keep watching what's going on. So obviously Team Purple helmets now probably quite happy to see that Brabham Esports car going into the pits, especially with the matching pace. That's very interesting for the end of this race.
Yeah, I think whether there's going to be a driver change here, Team Purple helmets, I think that'll be very interesting. I think we're just coming up to the end of the second now, so it's probably a good time before the pit stop starts cycling through again to have a quick rundown. So Team Purple helmet with Mark Carver in the car remain in the lead on the road, 13 seconds ahead of Will Richards of Anti-Racing, Aston Martin. Boo Barracuda with Nathan Burton on his own, is 3rd on the road, and Boo Barracuda just behind his 4th. Brabham Esports, Callum Cripps is now back in the car. They've dropped to 5th. They were 2.5 seconds behind Team Purple helmet before the pit stop. Only go for the gap is in 6th place, just about still on the lead lap, with Aidan Carter driving. Only Cam Sport with Chris Wilson 7th. Napa Racing UK with 8th. 9th to the 63 car, Quatermass car Ben Bennyworth, and the 24 GT race car Carol 10th, and the 34 Quatermass car Aaron Daly being up the rear. 2 hours gone, 4 to go, and a second round of pit stops just around the corner.
Yep, definitely. So one thing I'm just noticing again, the Avanti pace is still in the 35.6s, up there with the race leaders. They've lost a fair bit of time in this stint though. I thought they'd stay a little bit closer. But I guess that just shows you how consistent the 2 leading teams have been through that stint itself. But the Avanti car's still there if those 2 start to run into trouble. Definitely a contender for the victory, and very impressive pace still, running very good sector times as I speak. So very cool. Edson probably watching from home. I hope it's making you feel better, Edson. I hope this is making whatever's wrong with you feel a little bit more pleasant for you, with your car running in 2nd place. And we do hope you feel better very soon. Your presence is definitely missed here. It feels quite weird doing a Sres race without you, if I'm honest, because I can't remember the last time that you didn't do a Sres round. Unless my memory's rubbish, then feel free to correct me in the chat. but a 35.4 for Avanti Racing that last lap, which is easily the fastest car on track at the moment, and consistently so as well.
Yeah, sorry, Sean, I am eating, and that's why I've been quite quiet compared to Grant the last few minutes. I keep trying to move the microphone, you don't keep chewing on the microphone. Also, my name is Dan, my name is not John. John is driving.
Easy mistake to make. I know quite a few people have made that mistake. Brad Esports with a personal best in Sector 3. I mean, I've called you John several times. It's not my fault. Yeah, Brad Esports with a personal best time in Sector 3. So they're really looking to amp up that pace as they do a 1:35.107 as their first hot lap out the pits. Probably want to be looking at the high 34s for a new set of tyres. Can we confirm what tyres they're on? It looks like they have gone onto the mediums again.
Yeah, but it's coming with medium on our screen there, then it's going to be mediums all round, I believe.
Yeah, so interestingly, half a second gained in that final sector alone by Brabham Esports. We could see another undercut developing here. All depends obviously on that Team Purple Helmet's pace and the consistency that the Brabham Esports can put that pace. Barracuda into the pits now, so Boo Barracuda go into third place. We'll see where Barracuda come out in relation to everybody else. That's Avanti now, still P2. So I think the Team Purple Helmets, they can't be too far away from having to stop from here, I believe. So we'll see.
That's about an hour and 10 minutes.
So it could be 5 minutes away from a stop. Yellow in Sector 3, which
I
is
think
now
it's
clear.
GDP racing. I think it's turn 8.
Okay, they seem to have recovered that.
Say, that's about an hour and 10 minutes since Nathan pitted. So that was a full tank.
Yep.
So to run the pace he did, that's a great effort.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
Really, really good.
I tell you what, I do want to talk a little bit about GDP Racing because remember, this is their first time they've raced at Simply Race in a championship that we've run. They've never done a race event. They've never done a sim racing event. They are not last. They are second from last, yes, but their pace has been relatively impressive. As I say that, I see that their last lap time was a 1:51, so hopefully they didn't pick up any damage in that excursion. But they have been lapping relatively well, 38s and 37s, so a little bit off the pace from what we'd normally see from the sort of midfield and top runners, but still a very good showing, and always good to see fresh faces and new teams into the championship.
And that's the first mistake that Daryl's made that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
he's been in the car since the start, so he's been in the car for just over 2 hours.
Unless they've forgotten to update their sheet.
That is possible. Well, yeah, but then again, they've only made one stop, so it's entirely possible that
that's true, yeah.
Double stinted, so.
Just trying to look on the CCTV and see if I can see who isn't in the GDP car. And there doesn't appear to be anyone sat behind their pod at the moment, so unfortunately that will remain a mystery.
Yeah, that is now about an hour and 10 now since Purple Helmets made their stop, so I imagine that Mark Harvey is going to be coming in very, very soon. Possibly
yeah.
This lap and next lap I would have thought.
I agree, but the Purple Helmets pace has really ramped up in the last few laps as well as that fuel comes down. They're now lapping faster than the Brabham Esports car on fresh tyres. That's very impressive.
Yeah, fresh mediums as well.
Yeah. So 35.2 last lap for Team Purple Helmets compared to a 35.3 for the Brabham Esports car.
Oh, not coming in this time. They've just come past the pits once again.
But I do think because of the initial ground gain that it is going to be quite close when Purple Helmets comes out the pit.
The gap we've got at the moment, as we've got the intervals on the screen there, the gap overall between Purple Helmets and Brabham at the moment is 1:09. Is that enough to get in and out again and take on a full tank? I'm not sure it is.
I don't know, it's hard. It's
so
very close.
We have a change of the lead here. Purple Helmets really have hung on for the first 2.5 hours.
Well, 35.6 that time for the Team Purple Helmets car. So we need to see what the Brabham Esports car does in comparison. It's in Sector 3 at the moment. So
do turn 7, so it's going to be a little while if it comes.
Yeah, he's going up the uphill right-hander. So he's near the end of the lap now, but I feel like he might go a little bit quicker than the Team Purple Helmets car on the previous lap. Their pace is very, very similar once again, which is insanely impressive from the Team Purple Helmets car. Yes, they are running barely any fuel, but they're on stint old tyres now. So that compared to fresh rubber for the Brabham Esports car, it's very impressive. Barracuda with a personal best in the middle sector, so that's Nathan on his outlap from the pit, so already making the most out of that new rubber for himself as well. Hopefully he doesn't burn it up too quickly. So a 34.8 for Brabham Esports that time round. So that's gained quite a bit of time. This is going to be really tight. If Callum can keep up that pace, he could jump into the lead.
Yeah, it's down to 108.3 now. So this could be a nice undercut here for Brabham Esports. Callum back in the car.
And a 34.816 for the Barracuda car. Sorry to jump in there. That's their personal best time of the race. Very nice lap time from Nathan Burton there.
Yeah, best time of the race so far. Nathan Burton really delivering the goods today. I think he might be looking at fending off Barracuda were a few seconds behind, and this might sort of prevent an overcut when Stuart French comes back in. Whether or not he'll hand back over to Martin Buck, I'm not sure. But there are going to be some pit stops imminent.
Definitely, we'll keep an eye out for those. It's going to be interesting to see where Nathan comes out in relation to the Barracuda car. I think he may extend that gap again, because 34s compared to the 35s is going to pull him quite far ahead at this point.
Yes, and because that top five is so bunched up together, 1 or 2 seconds either way is going to make a big difference, even this far into the race. That is going to make a big difference.
Yeah, 35.4 that time round for the Team Purple Helmets, so they really are trying to get everything they possibly can from the tyres that they've got now. A 35.2 for the Brabham Esports, so not as big of a gain that time. Callum will definitely have to maybe just manage that pace a little bit. If he knows that maybe he's jumped into the lead potentially, he might just balance that pace a bit more, because if he obviously goes gun-ho now and destroys his tyres for the end of the stint, then the Team Purple Helmets car could find themselves coming back at them.
I'm impressed they're still going. They've actually done really well to roll the stint out as long as they have. I think it's really, really good.
Yeah.
Just Martin Bucket just suggesting Stuart's trying to save money by not wearing the tyres out.
Fair. Yeah, that's good.
But now, normally there's a chance here to make a very stereotypical joke about Scottish people being careful. No, we don't want that with back markers. Well, I don't think GDP race, I don't think he knew he was there. Thankfully, he didn't come to grief. Well, because they're very chance to make a stereotypical joke about Scottish people saving money. Then Martin did just buy me sushi, so I'm not actually going to complain.
We went off goes GDP. At least they did that after.
Well, they've gone off for turn 4.
Yes, that's what I mean. They've gone off.
Yeah, just to compensate and self-flagellate themselves. And
so, yeah, but that did hold up Team Purple Helmets quite a lot in Sector 1 of 37.4. We're normally looking at 36s in Sector 1. So potentially a loss of a second there. If we compare that to Avanti, who's done a 36.6, and the Team Purple Helmets car's been a good 2-3 tenths quicker in Sector 1 the last few laps compared to them, I reckon they've just lost a second there. That could now be the nail in the coffin in terms of the race lead.
That could be that.
It's a 34.2 for Brabham that last lap.
Yeah, that really could make all the difference there. That more less than 1 second, just where the back markers fall. You wouldn't have thought it would be too much of a problem in a race where they only got 11 cars. There's plenty of space around, but
we are riding on board the Brabham car. You can see they're not having it all their way either. They are behind one of the Quatermass cars too. So
it's the 63 car. It's Ben Bennyworth that he's behind,
and he proved quite difficult to lap before. I don't know if you remember, he was quite tricky.
He's not easy to pass at the best of times.
No, he's not. Is he? No, he's a very accomplished touring car driver at the venue. Making his debut this season. Obviously he did Daytona as well, but this is the first season that he's done the endurance series. I could be completely wrong on that. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong. I think he may have done, but I don't remember him doing so apologies, Ben, if you have raced in Sres before. But yeah, so you did Daytona, and this being your second event. Very different kettle of fish, as we've got a yellow in Sector 1, which is still out now. It's gone away again.
I think it might be Avanti, you know. Or was it Boo? Hang on,
we've got another yellow in Sector 1.
I think it's Avanti. I think Will Richardson might have dropped.
Will Richardson has stopped on circuit, so I think we're going to see our first code 37 of the day.
Right in some of the pit window as well. This throws another random card into the air.
Yeah. Oh, he's underway again. So that seems like a pedal disconnect. So they're going to have to. Oh, with fuel strategies, that's going to be awkward. That's going to be very awkward for some of the teams because the pit lane will close unless you need fuel. The pit lane closes. So will we get that code 37? I'm just trying to look at the live speed. We're still...
The car's running again and it looks like it's
at
racing speed.
Yeah, but they need to give him that time back. That's...
Yeah, so I'll just we'll wait for the sector times and see. So normally it'd be a 36, 37 second sector, and it's come through at 78, so it's about just over 40 seconds that has been lost there.
Yeah, that's...
Whatever's happened to Will Richardson.
Yeah, I'll look back on the replay. I'll cut back to live pictures of Team Purple Helmet's car to see if and when they pit. But I'm going to just have a quick look through and see what actually happened.
So we're in a bit of a holding pattern with Avanti there while we investigate what's going on. I'm sure it's something that is very much keeping the attention of Gordon Much at the moment as today's race director.
Yeah, just keep an eye on that mile an hour screen on your heads-up display that you can see on your overlay, so that you can see if we see that go to 62 miles an hour, then that means that we've gone to a code 37. But the car's just come to a stop. I think that's a hardware failure.
Yeah, they're back on the sector 2 and 3 at the end of that lap are normal, right on the pace again.
Okay,
so whatever problem was there has been resolved.
Yeah, but they've lost
just over 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's not ideal, but
what this means is that for the time being, is Avanti have dropped back to third on the road behind Barracuda. Stuart French is now running second on the road. He's 29 seconds on Team Purple Helmets, who are in for their second stop. Couple of errors early on in the stint by Mark Carver. The rest of it was pretty solid. He's managed to hold on to the lead. Gap to Brabham was 1 minute and 5. He was losing out towards Callum Cripps, and Callum Cripps was on the mediums now, so I think it's likely that Cripps is going to assume the lead here.
Yeah, I think that's how it's going to play out. Apologies, I'm just trying to find out what is going on out there. Yeah, pedals disconnected, so I've just said that they've lost a lot of time. Okay, I'm going to take a dive out of here for a minute.
I think
just going to go talk to race control just for a minute.
Yeah, let's go to investigate and try and make sure we get a fair race, and we'll give you as we get news and we find out exactly what has happened, then we can let you know what's going on. So Team Purple in the pit, and here comes Callum Cripps, well through on Purple Helmet. It looks like it's going to be quite a sizable gap, to be honest, because he's already coming through turn 1 and through. So that is effectively net a change of the lead. Number 62, the Brabham Esports team of Callum Cripps in the car, which he's sharing with Christian Kelly, now has a very decent lead indeed. I would say we'll check it on the split times and everything, but they're saying it's looking like a good maybe 7 or 8 seconds. No confirmation yet about whether there's been a driver change. Our driver sheet, someone's in it and fiddling about. Quatermass have pitted, number 63, and Adam Locke is back in the car in place of Ben Benworth in 9th position. They've come into the pits as well. And Esports, Brabham Esports have a lead of a Team Purple Helmet, 8.3 seconds. So they managed to find number 11 in the pit. Obviously I can't change the pit at the moment. I can tell you that it's nose for Telton, go for the gap, and Barracuda. Aidan Carter has got Nathan Burton all over him. Nathan Burton looking significantly quicker since he made his second pit stop. And I understand we are going to get a virtual safety car very, very shortly. What I'm hearing, we will confirm that as we find out. Boo Barracuda, Stuart French now leading on the road. Fancy in second after their hardware-related mishap, which is already sorted out. And then Brabham Esports 8.7 seconds ahead of Team Purple Helmet. A little bit of confusion. We're in a bit of a holding pattern in terms of gaps. I'm getting a bit of information through. I think the difficult thing is one of the Quatermass cars taking evasive action there just to keep out of. I think I was Ben Bennyworth just making sure to get Callum Cripps' way. Grant is back with us, so I think we'll be able to explain what the situation is.
Yeah, so we are going to see a code 60. Not yet though. Yeah, because Avanti hadn't pitted and Team Purple Helmets have. Now, Avanti were 15 seconds behind Team Purple Helmets. So if we do it now, it just gets a bit messy. So to make it a lot easier for everyone, we're going to wait for Avanti to pit and then throw a code 62. We'll just make sure that everyone else has finished their pit cycles as well. Avanti have agreed to that. Makes things a lot easier, then there could be no confusion about time loss. My only fear with that though is if someone bins it.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation. It's awkward to try and solve. It doesn't help that it's happened partway through a pit stop cycle. But I think it's the most mutually agreeable solution we can find. So in the next, we're going up to 220 now, which is pretty much 2 tanks of fuel. So we are very soon going to see some pit stops from most of the rest of the cars. So Purple Helmets have stopped, Brabham have stopped, Quatermass 63 car, they are back out on track by the way, they have been in and out again. Adam Locksory is now back in the car instead of Ben Bennyworth. But everybody else will be needing to pit within the next, 10 minutes or so, no more than that. Then we'll get a chance to press the metaphorical reset button. I make sure I think from memory, and I don't want this to be binding, I think before Team Purple Helmets came in, I think Avanti were about 16 seconds behind. They had lost a few seconds in the last few laps before the issue. So, yeah, as we were with Daytona on the last hour there, in a little bit of a holding pattern at the moment, all the stops make themselves out. Barracuda Nathan Burton has got past the only go for the gap car of 80 cars, and that's the fourth place. Obviously, Nathan has already made a pit stop, so that's not necessarily a direct fight position.
Yeah, just to confirm, we're probably going to wait for the whole pit stop phase to be over before we see the code 60.
I think that's probably the most sensible thing to do in the
yes, let's just fingers crossed that nothing untoward happens.
Yeah, one thing I will say, just with the race we can talk about at the moment, looking at the 2 Barracuda cars, Nathan's continuing to put some really good lap times. He's only 50, with less than a minute now, given he's got maybe a pit stop behind Stuart French for Boo Barracudas. By the time those pit stops come through, Nathan should be significantly ahead of the other Barracuda car, I think.
Yeah,
assuming a full length pit stop. So,
and obviously we've got a new race leader. I mean, they're not leading the race at the moment, but yeah, as you probably touched on, Brabham jump in Team Purple Helmets.
Yeah.
So that's a long way to go, though.
Yeah, the gap has come down a bit between Brabham Esports and Team Purple Helmet the last couple of laps. Purple Helmets are 34.4. I think Mark Carver's still in the car, but to be honest, if Jack
no, he's not. Jack's in.
Oh, Jack is in
Jack's
the car.
in, I saw it.
If someone can kindly update the sheet, like they're supposed to, we know Jack's in the car, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, I'll message our pit reporter to tell them to do that.
Yeah, Ashton's 6 tenths quicker than Cripps last time round. Cripps doing a 35.6, Ashton a 35.0, so that gap is now down 7 seconds.
It's a bigger gap than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it was quite a big one through the stops and everything. I don't know whether that was due to any sort of strategy diversion, whether it was a little short fueling line up as the pit stops shake themselves out.
Yeah, it's hard to read it at the moment because like they were neck and neck, and it looked like Brabham were just going to jump them. So to jump them by quite a significant advantage, but they're taking another massive chunk out of them this lap as well.
Yeah, I think Cripps has really turned on the mediums. I mean, I don't think Carver was doing a bad job with the hard towards the end. The stint, the times were solid, but Cripps was really firing in some very, very quick lap times right from the get-go once he got back in the car.
And then it ebbs and flows again because now Jack has the better tyres.
Right, Boo Barracuda are in. And I can see the driver sheet's already been changed. Martin Buchan is getting back in the car. So tyre choice here will be particularly interesting. As well as where they come out relative to Barracuda. Barracuda have just come out of turn 6, coming up to turn 7. I think this is going to be quite comfortable in Nathan Burton's favour. So the situation is, as of the field shaking itself out, is that Avanti, despite the fact they're waiting maybe to be restored to their rightful position after the through the virtual safety car, are actually now leading on the road.
Yes, they are. So, and yeah, they lost a good 40 seconds as well. So it's going to be quite difficult to get them back to the exact place that they were in. I'm glad we're doing it properly though, waiting for all the pit stops too.
There goes Nathan Burton for Barracuda. He's got through. Now, interestingly, only to go for the gap. They've got a pit stop coming up fairly soon, but they've come through as well. And Martin Buchan now on the move, but yeah, he's a long, long way. It's going to be, I think, well over 10 seconds or so behind Nathan Burton now. And that's not, I don't think, any reflection on Stuart French doing anything wrong. It's just Nathan Burton's doing absolutely superbly with some of the times he's been putting in. And that's managed to cement his current sort of 4th place on the road.
He's been insanely consistent, I must say. Like, every lap, he's been barely losing any time. Very similar lap times each time he's gone round, which has really kept him in contention as well.
And we know that Nathan does a lot of testing. There's a lot of long runs in testing. It's something he does work very hard on, and he's getting the fruits of his labours.
Yeah, he underestimates himself a lot during this testing, and I think he only realises how good he is in these races, in the actual races themselves.
Actually quite good at this. Barracuda's advantage over Boo Barracuda is now nearly 14 seconds.
So just to confirm, the full course yellow will come into effect once Napa have pitted. So
yeah, they were the last ones to pit.
Yes.
So they're going to be the benchmark. I think now they got about an hour and a quarter out of their first stint. So that would mean another 5 minutes. We've still got quite a few cars to pit though.
Yes, we do.
Avanti, only go for the gap. Cam Sport, Napa, GDP as well, I think.
Yeah, I mean they're going to use the car gaps, which I think Avanti's going to gain a bit of time, from that. They might actually gain, not equal what they lost. That's the only thing I'm thinking here.
In what way?
Well, because I'm not putting this to be mean to Avanti, but I don't know if they would still be 15 seconds behind the 2 race leaders at this point.
No, and of course the issue there is Nathan Burton's now only 20 seconds behind Purple Helmets, so Avanti could end up being pushed right into the clutches of Nathan.
Yeah.
Because we're originally to see Purple Helmets here because that was the team that was leading.
Yeah,
at
correct.
the time that it happened.
Personal best for Boo Barracuda.
They should be in that gap. I know you can't see it on the interval on your timing screen, but there's a gap of 20.6 seconds between Team Purple Helmet and Boo Barracuda at the moment. So to my mind, Avanti should be in that, as it is now 21-second gap, maybe about 4 or 5 seconds ahead of Nathan Burton.
I think he was a bit further than that ahead, though, wasn't he?
Well, I think he was, but I think that's probably changed since then because of how quickly Nathan's been going since the stop.
That's true. That's very true.
This is an impossible thing to quantify exactly, particularly when the race is still live.
Yeah, and as I'm normally the person that has to do this, it is difficult to get right. It's very difficult to get right. We will do what we can, but if it's in the middle of a pit cycle, unfortunately, it's never going to be 100% accurate. Mistakes have been made in the past. People have gained. People have lost time. There's no judgment on that. It does just happen as the owner go for the gap car pits. Boo Barracuda puts their personal best in on Martin's first hot lap out of the pits, 34.557. That's a very fast time there for Mr. Buchan.
GDP Racing are into the pits as well. So can look for drivers only.
So I think Avanti will be in this lap too, and then that would just leave Napa, I believe.
I think so.
Have we seen the Quatermass cars in? Although they're a little bit off kilter, aren't they?
The 63 has been in.
Yeah, the 63's been in.
I don't think Aaron's been in.
No.
In the 35 car.
But still a long way to go. So we're kind of just waiting for this little lull with the code 60. Obviously, a little bit frustrating, I know, for those of you watching. But considering it's a hardware failure here at the venue.
Avanti are in.
Avanti are boxing this lap, so we won't see the code 60 though yet. We still have to wait for Napa. But yeah, so just continuing what I was saying, because obviously when it's a hardware failure, the team's done nothing wrong. It's hardware that is owned by the venue, so if that goes wrong, it's only right that you get that time back, and I think that's correct. I think that should always be the way. Obviously, if you bin it yourself, then you lose that time. But if you have the hardware fail on you, it's not exactly fair that you lose out from that. So that is the reason why we do that. If any of you are new to watching the Endurance Series for the first time or anything like that, it's the only way we can keep it fair. And some teams aren't happy with how it's delivered, but we can't be perfect with it, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, and just to convert Avanti, Will Richardson's out the car, Max Vitchling is in. So I think once we get this VSC and this whole situation out of the way, we'll definitely have a talk with Will Richardson because he's had a very eventful race so far. Don't know if only to go for the gap have changed their driver. It still says Aidan Carter on the sheet, but we haven't seen Dan Hyde drive at all yet today because he wasn't here earlier on. If not, that does mean that Aidan Carter is triple stinting.
Well, I think I can see Hyde in the pod looking at the CCTV.
Yeah.
That looks like Dan Hyde to me, but
yeah. So we'll hopefully in the next couple of minutes just get clarification from the guys out there whether that is still Aidan in the car, or whether Dan Hyde has taken over. But they have rejoined. And unsurprisingly, Ashton is hunting down Cripps. So that gap's down to 4 seconds now. Cripps 4 seconds ahead of Ashton.
Yeah, Avanti are going to gain a lot of time from this. Like a lot of time.
Depends whether I can see where I think they should be put.
Yeah, where do you think they should be put?
So before it happened, they were about 15, 16 seconds behind Team Purple Helmet. Ashton's now 23 seconds ahead of Nathan Burton.
Yeah.
So it should be in that gap, and it should be, I'd say, 5, 6, 7 seconds ahead of Nathan, which is about right, because the gap was, I think it was about 10 seconds between
I think
Avanti and the two Barracuda cars before it happened. Nathan's been quick. To me, that sounds as close to right as we can get.
Yeah. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I don't make the rules. I could have got them, but just judging from what I've seen on the timing scrims, obviously I'm not watching like a complete hawk.
No, but it must be said the Napa car is in the pit, so it's going to happen.
Only Cam Sport, Napa and 35 Quatermass are all in, and I think that, now Avanti back out, that will be everybody. So we're expecting we will get a VSC once those cars have come out in a minute or so's time.
It'll be interesting if the Barracuda team are debating this with race control, but we'll soon find out. Anything in the chat to suggest that? Because I know Sean will have his... Well, that was an interesting noise, Sean. If you heard that on stream, apologies. If you didn't, apologies for the confusion. So I'm just keeping an eye on the Napa car in the pit lane just to see when we're going to go to the code 60.
trying to track some of the. I'm just trying to find out if Go for the Gap or GDP have changed drivers, because those two drivers have been in since the start of the race.
Napa car now finishing its pit stop.
Adam's back in the car as well. Adam Christopher's back, replaced John Dean Smith.
So we will wait until they're on circuit, I believe. And then we'll go to the code 60. And Avanti will be allowed to break the speed limit to get themselves back into position. So just going to keep an eye on that. So it should be very soon. And that is code 60 now. I just heard the race director confirming that. So everyone now has their pit lane speed limiters on. Apologies for it saying code 80. Unfortunately, I can't change that.
I really wish we could just call it virtual safety car rather than code 11.
I feel like there's a way to change it, but I'll probably get a message from Mike after this saying this is how you change it. But yeah, I will try and work on that for the next race. Okay, so yeah, watching the Avanti car just making its way through. Hopefully the other cars are aware that there is a high-speed car on the circuit. Whoa, maybe not. That would have been embarrassing.
The size of the headache that would cause.
Yeah,
It's a bit like when a foul shot happens in snooker, but half the balls have been hit all over the table and they've got to reset all of them to put them back.
Yeah, this is a weird one for me, because this would normally be me sorting this out. So I'm a bit. Seeing it from this perspective is very different.
But still just as rubbish.
Yeah, I understand the difficulty of it. What can you do? You know, it's like. So I don't want to judge Gordy much, our race director. It looks like we've got some chats coming in about it as well. Quite a lot of chats coming in.
Yeah, Sean just said if they crash, we're not doing this again.
Yeah.
I don't blame you, Sean.
Yeah, I agree. So sorry, I can't really see the chat as well as Dan.
While we've got this, just updating a couple of driver changes. Max Spooner's back in the 35 Quatermass car, and Ben Brown is back in the 900 car for Cam Sport. I think Aidan Carter and Daryl Pottinger are both still going, haven't started the race. I have asked for a clarification on those two. But I've not had any confirmations yet. It's still saying Aidan Carter and Daryl Pottinger for the 2 and the 24. So where are Avanti on the...
So they've got their pit limiter back on. So they're behind the Cam Sport car. Really sorry if you can hear that. If I knew what it was, I would stop it. But I really don't know. I've never heard it before. Oh, looks like we're back at racing speed. So the code 60 has been revoked. So we've gone green once more. So we'll wait for the timing screens to all calm down, and then we'll update you on how everyone has played out. So yeah, feel free to give us your opinions on the code 60 debate. We're more than happy to look through them. Like I said, I'm probably going to take more of a defensive approach, just simply because I've been in Gordy's shoes a bajillion times, so it's really difficult.
No, I can see the comments more than Grant can. I think everyone knows what a thankless task it is, but I'm just looking at the sector times. I don't think, where are Avanti? I'm trying to look at the tracker and see where Avanti are actually on the track. We should keep an eye on the leaders, by the way, because there is only 2.6 seconds now between Crypt and Ashton. That battle is going to develop very, very soon. Avanti in sector 2. They just come through sector 2. And they're in 5th place. And they're 31 seconds behind Nathan Burton and 21 seconds behind Martin Buchan.
Yeah, so apologies that I've missed a lot of the messages about the... that noise is really frustrating. About the debate, I'm just keeping up on it now. Sean is suggesting that Avanti are now too far back, but I've got a feeling that there's been some arguments from the Boo Barracuda camp about this.
Yeah, I personally, sitting here, not aware of the conversations going on, I think they are way too far back.
Yeah, they are way too far back.
I think, and I'm not trying to say anything against Barracuda here, I think they should be in 3rd place.
Yeah, I'm very confused by this. This is a bit strange. Unless Gordy's now just... There we go. If I can find out what that is, I will stop it. I apologise if you can't hear that on the stream.
Yeah, please let us know if you can hear that squeaky noise or not.
Because I'll stop apologising for it if you can't. But yeah, I don't know. I've got a feeling that maybe if Annabelle's listening, if she could try and find out what's going on for us, or I don't know if she is listening.
Don't know. I'm still not sure about these driver changes either.
Yeah, this is a little bit confusing at the moment. We will try and find out what's going on, because I can't see Avanti being too happy about being rejoined at this position, because they definitely would not be in 5th place.
As John Dean Smith's just got out the car, I think I can have a guess where Annabelle is.
Right, okay, fair enough. Yeah, more than likely.
Probably having
Okay.
a meeting with Benson and Hedges.
So, right, okay. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. Sorry, everyone at home. We will try and find out. I can leave again and try and find out, but yeah. I've got a feeling that there's been some arguments from other teams, and maybe Avanti's arguments haven't been as strong. I don't know. Edson, I think you need to start messaging your teammates and get them to fight this, because, and this isn't favouritism, this is just me looking at this and being like, why are you now in 5th? So, I don't know, I'm just confused now.
If I were you, I would go and
Yeah.
go and check it out. It should be a relatively stable part of the race. I think if we can have a look, here we go, and follow the leaders.
Yeah,
Front two, because I think that's where the most important battle is going to emerge. Having said that, we will also keep you up to date, although we're not able to see it, that Cam Sports have got Napa right behind him in the fight for 7th and 8th place. So Ben Brown back in the car just ahead of Christopher. We have now finally had confirmation that Dan Hyde is in the car to go to the gap. His first drive of the day, replacing 8th car, so there we go. And then we've got Bell for P. Well, I think the focus for the next minute goes on for the 7th and 8th. We're going to keep an eye on the race leaders now to 1.5 seconds. So looking at the battle for 7th and 8th for now. Cam Sport, Ben Brown, Napa and Christopher. The car ahead of them, that's the Avanti car. The Avanti car is a lap ahead, so that's not fighting for position. And I can say, in the meantime, while we watch these battles develop, that Aaron Daly Equator Mass has come and joined us. Aaron, if you want to take a seat there, just grab that headset and pop that on. We'll have a quick chat. Sounds like it's been a difficult day for you and Max so far.
Yeah, a bit of inconsistency, a few mistakes. Just a bit unlucky, really.
Story of your life, man. Yeah, but it does. I mean, we've seen a few instances today, but we've had a really good battle at the front of the field, some really good quality driving, and it's just shown when you're on the limit, these cars are a lot harder to drive than it might look on the screen.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's millimetres between gaining half a second and being in the wall.
Have you had to, obviously coming from doing touring cars and Alpines, have you had to adjust your driving style at all, your mental approach to driving?
A little bit, because I did do this first. I did this last season before the Alpines.
That's my fault. That's a total noob question. I apologise.
Yeah, so it is a bit of a change in mindset, especially you've got the damage turned up a bit over the Alpines, and it's not, 15 to 20 laps. It's 6 hours. I don't need to get past you now. I can get past you in 20 minutes.
Yes, and I've seen, and because I've raced against you now, means I know you like to get past people now, or yesterday.
Well, ideally yesterday.
How's the revision going?
That's all right.
Yeah, for those of you who remember what was right at the start of the race, so Aaron is doing his geography A level on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah, and yeah, he's been revising in between stints. So I'm going to let you go. Thanks for joining us.
No worries.
Good luck with your exams. And well, you've got one more race for results today, which will be Bahrain.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much, Aaron, for joining us.
Cheers.
And Grant is back with us. Grant's got a bit of news for us and a bit of an update on the Avanti situation. If I had the headset back to him.
updated. No problem. Yeah, lots of confusion out there. So Avanti got confused
And the lead. Sorry to interrupt.
the lead.
Lead is a side by side.
But I think we're in code 60, aren't we?
We've just gone into a virtual safety car, so I'm Avanti out just at the point where Callum Cripps was coming up to take the lead. In fact, Jack Ashton has taken the lead just as it's come out.
Well, that's going to be
All the timing of when that could happen.
That's controversial.
Oh, dearie me.
Everything's kicking off. Right, anyway, sorry for all of the confusion beforehand. So their Avanti team got a little confused and they went 15 seconds to the car that they were behind. So which wasn't Team Purple Helmets at that time. So hence why they're so far back. So now we're giving it another go. They are going to end up 6 seconds ahead of the Barracuda car, which is about how we predicted it should be anyway. So luckily, everything is going to work out as fairly as it possibly can. So Avanti haven't gained a shed load, and the positions again have just changed between Brabham and Team Purple Helmets. I think they've been ordered to give that place back.
Yes, that is just spectacularly unfortunate timing, I think.
Yeah, I feel like they gained an advantage by not switching on the pit limiter or something. That'll be looked at by race control and the stewards. But let's just keep an eye on Avanti, just make sure that is happening correctly.
So I can see that
there's arguments out. I can hear Jack arguing his case. I think he's arguing that he had to make the overtake to avoid going into the back of Brabham. So I think Brabham maybe, when they slowed down, took Jack by complete surprise. That's what I can just hear from the pods outside. I can hear some arguments. Obviously, Annabelle will be able to update us on all of that. It's going to be very dicey when we go back green.
Yeah, thank you all for your support on the YouTube, guys. The consensus from the people watching is that is probably the right camera advantage. There's almost contact again there.
Yeah, I think we're still debating it, who should be in front. I think
this
looks
is
like we've gone green again. Yeah, we're green again. So this is now
right. Here we go. Race for the lead is on.
So this is for position for the lead of the race.
Yeah, this is. They've both made the pit stops. Jack is back out. He's on the hard, certainly at the very least hard front. I don't know if he's on hard or medium rear. I haven't got the tyre breakdown at the moment, but it is nose to tail, Cripps and Ashton.
So yeah, I'm glad to see that we've got it as fair as it can be with Avanti. That's fantastic that their race wasn't ruined, or that they were advantaged unnecessarily, because that would have gained them another good 3 seconds or so.
And then the 19 seconds.
Whoa! Very late on the brakes for Team Purple Helmets there, nearly running completely wide into the gravel. Really trying to push hard to get this lead back. This is going to be really tight. It's going to be so close. And the Team Purple Helmets car very angry now. Is it Jack Ashton back in the car?
It is.
It is, yeah. So Jack's going to be quite angry about what's transpired. So he's going to want to get this done very quickly.
As a very just side issue, Adam Christopher has managed to pass Ben Brown, so Napa ahead of Camsport, Napa up into 7th place.
So that is very important in terms of the points in that championship. They are battling for 3rd place in the championship overall. But let's focus our attention on, just for now, on this battle. It looks like the Team Purple Helmets car has dropped back a little bit. So maybe they're just going to back off and mount another attack. Jack was getting very feisty on that previous lap. But this is fascinating for the lead of the race. Nearly at the halfway mark. Look at how much better Jack is on the brakes. They're gaining so much time. I heard a lot of noise behind me there. That sounded a bit
Jack
angry.
On relatively new hard, certainly at least hard front. I'm not sure about the rear tyre. We know he's definitely on hard front. Against Callum Cripps on fairly used medium, because he pitted quite a bit earlier, didn't he?
Yes, he did, yeah. So
good, probably 10 to 15.
And up the inside for the Team Purple Helmets car, Sphinx Pedorovic. Sorry to cut across you, but it looked like he was just going to dive bomb there and then. But we will keep following this lead battle. This is insanely close. Jack definitely looking a lot faster at the moment. So Callum doing what he can, driving very well and very defensively. Like, both absolutely fantastic drivers. 2 of the best drivers that visit Simply Race. They're both insanely quick, insanely consistent. Hence why you can see how close they are on circuit in terms of this endurance race.
absolutely great to watch the two of them in action. Same car, but different tyre compounds, different strategies, of course. Nominally bad timing that we had the Coast 60 just as it came down to a battle between the two for the lead. Avanti Racing, 16, 17 seconds behind, but are being caught by both the Barracuda cars. Of course, it's now Max Wichling in that car instead of Will Richardson.
Well, the two lead cars lost a good 3 seconds on that lap to
Yes.
third and fourth. From all this battling, they're losing lots and lots of time.
They have just got the line though, they're back into the 35s.
Okay.
Avanti Wichling last time did a 1:36.7,
Yep.
and both Barracuda cars with the low 35, so the two Barracudas are catching up fast. 95, which is Nathan Burton's only 3.4 seconds behind Wichling, and Buchan's another 8.3 further back. So a good battle for third, fourth and fifth is still developing as well.
Yeah, Nathan really starting to put pressure onto that Avanti car as well. We'll cut to that if that gets really close, but at the moment we still have this battle for the lead really hotting up, and this obviously being the most important position of the whole race, so hopefully you don't mind that we stick with this. Normally we don't get to see the leaders because they're off in the distance, so how awesome is this that we're now like seeing a potential move on the outside for the Team Purple Helmets car. He's trying to do the dummy there going into the hairpin, and he's going to have a hell of an overcut. There's a touch there. Little bit cheeky, but I don't really think there was anywhere he could go. He was carrying so much more speed. He's run wide on the exit, and he spun it all by himself. Wow. Yellow in Sector 2, which is the Team Purple Helmets car. Callum Cripps is going to have a sigh of relief because nothing that he did wrong there at all. Maybe there'll be an argument of brake testing or something like that, but Callum definitely didn't touch the brakes mid-corner. I think Jack was just carrying a bit too much speed.
It looked like, well, I mean, there was a bit of contact as they came through the corner, and then maybe just trying to get back on the power and hold the advantage a little bit too early. It's very, very easily done.
So we're just going to see where Team Purple Helmets have ended up. So looks like they've not lost a huge amount. They've lost 8 seconds to the leader, so they're now 9 seconds ahead of the Avanti car. So it could have been a lot worse for them. Could have been a hell of a lot worse for them.
It's not going to help their tyres though, and that's a relatively fresh set. They'd be looking at probably the thick end of an hour before they'd want to pit again. So
it's going to be a very, very long hour,
really
and that's now a very,
effect.
very frustrated Jack Ashton in that car.
Big moment in the context of this race, 11 minutes short of the halfway mark.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal, and our championship leaders are in 5th place at the moment as well. This is going to completely change the order of the championship.
So, first of all, breathe. Situation now, so Cripps lead 8.4 seconds is his gap over Jack Ashton. In turn, he's now 9 seconds ahead of Max Wichling in the Avanti car. He's been caught by the two Barracudas. Nathan Burton in the Barracudas 2.6 seconds back. And he's fastest man on the track at the moment. And then Martin Buchan is another 7.8 behind in 5th spot. Buchan is 5th, and after nearly 3 hours of racing, he's only 28 seconds off the lead. And you see that Jack Ashton can lose 8 seconds with a spin like that. They're really still going into second half of this race with everything to play for, and I'm sure we're going to have some
yeah, so we're just
lightening interviews
yes
as well over the next 3 hours when we get a chance to talk to some of these drivers.
So just going a bit further down the field, so we've got the Onid Camsport car and the Napa Racing UK car battling for P7. This has been changed. It's changed already in this hour, hasn't it? This will be the second time it changes if the Camsport make their way back in front.
Yes, so Adam got past Camsport about 2-3 laps ago.
Yep, and then I think the next battle to watch will definitely be Barracuda catching the Avanti Racing car. The lap time difference is around 7-8 tenths a lap. That gap's going to really come down very quickly. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on this battle for 7th place as well, just to make sure we don't miss any action. We'll just keep an eye as Nathan takes another 10th out of the 3rd place gap. This is really hotting up now.
Battles everywhere you look. For 1st and 2nd, a 3-way battle for 3rd. This one for 7th as well. And suddenly, the race has just got exploded to life, hasn't it?
Estoril, you are spoiling us. It's a great track,
Spoiling
though.
is more than the ambassador reception in the Ferrero Rocher advert.
I'm glad you got the reference
yeah,
there.
nobody else probably did, but
No.
we got it.
This looks like a definite attempt at an overtake here. He's going to be in the slipstream. Now, the McLaren has a fair bit of drag down the straight with all of the aerodynamics that it's got, which could mean this could be a very easy move up the inside for the Camsport car. It's going to be who dares be later on the brakes, and the Camsport car easily gets the job done, it must be said. I think the Napa Racing UK car saw that was going to happen, gave them the space and just lived to fight another day.
And you know what? That's going to do Ben Brown's confidence the world of good, because he's been feeling so down about it.
Yeah, definitely good. And some good news for the Quatermass 63 car. That's a personal best for them in Sector 1 on that last lap, on the current lap as well. So, seeing good pace. Right, now that has sorted itself out, we'll keep an eye and see if the Napa Racing UK Mountain Challenge. I think it's time to watch Nathan hunt down the Avanti team in 3rd place. I can see this getting quite juicy very quickly.
The ponytail marauder is on the move. 1.8 seconds behind Avanti now, and that gap is coming down all those. Just gone up slightly in the last sector. It's 1.9 as they cross the start-finish line, but Nathan has been team lapping, matching sort of Cripps and Ashton's pace as well, really.
Yeah, really impressive pace from Nathan in this phase of the race. And a 1:35.6 for Quatermass 63 there. That's a very respectable time for them. That's a really good
That's
time.
a cracking time. Well done, Adam
Great
Locke.
job, Adam Locke.
They're in
Well
9th
done.
place. They are the next car after the Camsport Napa battle. They're a minute behind.
That's great for them.
But yeah, that's a really good. While there's been a lot of problems with the 35 car, the 63's had a pretty good, solid run.
And I want to say a shout out as well to GDP, who put in a 1:36.6 race pace in at some point. So that's a vast improvement from what we saw from them earlier.
I still don't know if they've changed the driver, because it said Darryl Pontus at the start of the race.
Yeah, I don't think they've updated the sheet.
No, I don't think so.
We've got Stuart coming in. So Stuart, if you want to take a seat just there for us.
Just to come join us when it gets interesting, Stuart French Blue Barracuda. Well, from where we were sitting, we thought your stint was great. How did it feel for you?
I definitely could have probably pushed a bit more, to be honest. I pitted with a lot of tyre left, which is I wasn't expecting that after watching Martin's stint. So I think the next stint push probably a little bit more, but I'm just glad to keep it back on the black stuff.
Yeah.
It's just the consistent, clean laps is what I was kind of aiming for. So I was pretty happy with it, to be honest. I wasn't expecting Advanti. I didn't know what happened to the Advanti, so I thought it was their own mistake that they came off, but it turns out it was a pod issue, so unfortunately I get that place back, so I've got to pass them again on track, but it's racing.
So running the hard front and medium rears, how are you finding that setup evolves over the course of the stint?
It's not too bad. I mean, I had the same wear of front and rear. Me and Martin have been practicing with that kind of that layout anyway. So it's worked out pretty well for us. It gets us a lot more exit corner speed, but that Aston is so rapid down the straight, even with the extra exit grip, just can't catch it in a straight line.
So how do you, is Martin still running hard front medium? So we're just looking on screen, and that's a change for 3rd place. Nathan Burton has passed Max Vitchling and is up into P3. He's been hunting him down since the start of this stint, since we got through the virtual safety car. And Nathan's done a great job so far. He's worked his way through. He is now in 3rd place. He's still only 21 seconds off the lead. So don't rule him out of anything higher just yet. Sorry, Stuart, you were saying.
That's all right. We've done a different strategy between the U Barracuda and the Blue Barracuda, so we didn't meet on track. Because we don't want to do any team
Because you'll inevitably collide.
Yeah. Well, hopefully not.
Yeah.
No, so just so we didn't have to have any team orders or anything like that, we're making a good decision. So hopefully we don't meet, but it looks like Martin's pace in the car is just absolutely phenomenal. So we may catch up to Nathan. Nathan's doing it solo for 6 hours today, so
It's incredible, isn't it?
oh yeah, I don't know how he's doing it, to be honest.
Are you happy to get a bit more track time because you were a bit limited with Martin hogging in the Daytona?
I wouldn't say hogging it. It was a bit of a tactical decision. He was a second and a half.
Tactical hogging.
Yeah, he was a second and a half faster than me, and if that's what it takes to get the win, then great.
It justifies me.
Yeah, exactly. So it was a bit of a tactical decision, strategic, and it worked out, obviously, getting the win. And Martin was really good on the tyres around Daytona as well. So we were able to double stint the softs on one of the stint, which got us back into the running. And his pace with the new tyres was brilliant as well. So
Great.
I was happy to not do a second stint.
Brilliant. One more question. We've got Will Richards coming to join us as well. I'll have a word with him. You're 5th. You're less than 30 seconds off the lead. Halfway through the race.
Yeah.
How high do you think you can get?
You know what? I think we've still got a hoping for podium for this one. I mean, the Mercedes, the Team Purple helmets and Brabham Esports and Mercedes are just rapid. So it's going to take quite a lot to catch up to them. But I think really interesting thing for this race is everyone's on quite different strategies. So don't know really what's going to play out in Black until we get to the last stint, really. So we may catch them back up again, but I mean, this course with the tyre wear, it's only one small mistake away from us catching back up. So you know, it's still early days, but we're still within a fighting distance as well.
That's great. Stuart, thank you very much for joining us. All the best for the second half of the race.
Thank you.
If you can pass your headset to Will Richardson. Thank you very much for joining us, Will.
It's all right.
What an afternoon you've had.
It's been eventful, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. So before the first stop, we're trying to do this in order, there's plenty to cover.
Sure.
What percentage of that stint did you spend looking backwards?
At least 90.
Yeah.
Yeah, Martin was definitely the quicker driver. So I was happy to hold him up and not compromise the speed too much, but there was definitely much where I had to defend, and it did cost us time. So yeah, he was definitely a quicker driver, but behind.
I mean, we spoke to him earlier on after he got out of the car, and he was saying that he felt that he had to have a little bit of a speed advantage. Is that something you felt driving?
Yeah, so, well, I noticed that out of every corner, the slow ones, well, actually all corners, you'd gain a little initially. So I think I was running mediums on the rear. But yeah, I was surprised that on the main straights they didn't have the top speed to pass us. The slipstream wasn't enough for them, so I was thankful for that. But yeah, it was very demoralising each time you come out of a corner and suddenly they're gaining a few hundredths here and there.
And then of course the hardware issue with the how did that work from? Are you still in the car when that happened?
Yeah. So
what happened from your perspective?
Well, we were coming up to the fast uphill right just before the last two corners, and coming out of it, the pedal very briefly with that. Told Max next to me what happened. Keep an eye on it, and then back down the straight and then into the first corner. Nothing. It went. So yeah, bit annoying. Oh, Max has gone off.
Yeah, so just as you're saying that, Max Dixie's got increasing pressure margin, Bucking just ran all the way onto the grass at turn 1. He's only lost another couple of seconds, and don't really be long until Bucking's onto the back of it.
Yeah.
We've also got, you can see on screen, a great three-way battle for 60. This is a battle on track. Only Go for the Gap, only Campbell, Napa Racing UK, Dan Hyde, Ben Brown, Adam Christopher, three drivers that know each other's racing style at the back of their hand. And I think Campbell, Brown looks like he might make a move here. He's got a really, really good draft. He's only a couple of lengths behind. Is he going to try and send it to turn 1? It looks like he might. Just forced down 1. Managed to get the better drive though. Managed to get much better drive. He's going to have the inside for turn 2, and it might be just enough to get the job done. They're going to try and go side by side through the corner. Ben Brown's got the job done. I think that's going to allow Adam Christopher through as well. Dan Hyde is not going to be a happy bunny at losing 2 places in 2 corners. He's trying to fight back with a bit of traction in turn 3. He can't do it. And they both come through. So Camspot up to 6th, Napa up to 7th, and Go to the Gap, sadly, dropping from 6 to 8. Well, where were we?
Good move, that.
Great move.
Risky, good. Yeah, so Max is running his own race. So he'll be in for this stint and the next, and then there'll be a fast one to the finish.
You're happy sort of at this stage still be in contention within 30 seconds of the lead, even if everything's happened, you're still with the lead group putting a good consistent run?
Yeah, I'm anticipating after this stint we'll be in 5th, and then we'll the next stint as well. So I guess we'll be fighting back for potentially 4th, maybe 3rd in the last stint.
Still plenty to play for, particularly with Nathan on his own and maybe getting the fatigue in the end.
Yeah.
Great. Will, thank you so much for joining us once again. And all the best for the second half race for your last stint. Thank you very, very much. Just as that happened, we've gone back to the battle for now 4th as Max Vichling, Will's teammate, coming under increasing pressure now from Martin Bucking for Boo Barracuda. So lots of battles on track 4th and 5th and for 6th, 7th and 8th. We've just ticked over the 3-hour mark. We are halfway through the race. So let's try and just give you a recap of where we are. It is Brabham Esports with Callum Cripps and Christine Kelly that are leading the race. They've completed 112 laps. And they lead by about just over 9.5 seconds. And Team Purple Helmet, which is Jack Ashton and Mark Carver. The two of them were nose to tail, almost side by side at one point. before the Code 60 came in after a bit of a hardware problem for Avanti. Look at Buchan on the back of Vitchling there. Ashton trying to get past it, a little bit of contact. Ashton spun coming out of the corner, lost 8 or 9 seconds, and that gap has remained pretty much static between Cripps and Ashton ever since. Then we've got third place, Nathan Burton driving on his own, just 13 seconds behind Ashton in third, and he's 5.5 seconds ahead of these two. Max Vitchling for Avanti Racing, Martin Buchan for Boo Barracuda, and this is the fight for 4th spot. Buchan's got a good run here, it looks like. Didn't want to try and pass the Ashton into turn 1. Vitchling's decided to go very defensive. Round the outside, can he get that stopped? He's never going to get that stopped, surely. Absolutely superb by Martin Buchan. I don't know if Vitchling just braked a little bit too early, but Buchan, he's going to be so happy to get past that Ashton. He could get past that Aston Martin. He couldn't do it when Will Richardson was in the car, but he's managed to get past Max Vitchling. So Boo Barracuda, 28 seconds off the lead. Martin Buchan, and just hearing from a couple of minutes ago, Stuart French up into 4th, ahead of Avanti Racing. A lap down, we've still got a great battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. Only Cam Sport with Ben Brown in the car, and Napa Racing UK, Adam Christopher. Here they are, still nose to tail. They've been having an absolute ding-dong for the last good 20 minutes or so. They've both managed to get past the Onid, go for the gap car with Dan High, which has now fallen 2.5 seconds behind them in 8th place. And then a bit further back, another minute behind to the number 63 Quatermass car in 9th. Adam Locke currently driving that. He's sharing it with Ben Bennyworth. GDP Racing, they're newcomers to the championship, are 10th with Darryl Pottinger and Ben Scott. And then the 35 car in 11th spot, Max Spooner, sharing with Aaron Daly. They've had a couple of offs each. They're still plugging away. They're 4 laps down, but still alive and kicking and running in 11th place. So there's been, particularly in the last hour, a lot to digest, a lot to talk about. I'm sure we'll bring you plenty of reaction from other drivers. We will definitely be speaking to both Callum Cripps and Jack Ashton after their next driver change. I'm sure they will have plenty to tell us. It was good to hear just there from Stuart French and from Will Richardson. And as I've been saying to you, Graham, still less than 30 seconds between the top 5.
Yeah, still less than 30 seconds between the top 5, and this very, very close battle for 6th place, as it looks like we're going to change position again between the CamSport car and the Napa Racing UK car. Extremely close pace between the two drivers. It just seems like different parts of the stint, different cars are much faster than others, because these two, they've just been swapping positions all over the place.
Yeah, and the thing is, we've heard from both Adam and John Dean Smith today that Napa's strategy is much more based around fuel saving, longevity, and pit strategy in that respect. And obviously now it's getting all a bit racy with Ben Brown and everything, which doesn't really lend itself very well when you're trying to save fuel.
No, but here we go. This is a run from the McLaren 720, the Napa Racing UK McLaren. He's backed out of it though, so maybe just second guessing a little bit, maybe wanting to go for a much more obvious move. But as I said before, quite an aero-draggy car, that McLaren, which means its top speed is sometimes going to be quite limited in comparison to the other cars, but it does tend to be a little bit quicker coming through that final corner. As you probably saw there, it got right to the back of the Corvette, but then as the straight went on, that drag played into effect. But look at this, through the downforce heavy corners, it's right again on the rear wing of that Corvette C7. So we're definitely going to see an attempt at an overtake very soon, if not into this next hairpin.
As they come up towards turn 6 now, and as we were saying earlier on, the constant radius corners, quite high corner speed, it makes it hard to go full send, particularly this early in a race. I think if we end up with battles like this in the last hour, things might change quite a bit.
Oh, look at this,
good run around the outside, and Ben Brown's having to go defensive. They come into turn 7, and Christopher definitely wants pass. As I said, this is one of the main targets that Napa had for today with CamSport, because they were 3rd and 4th at Daytona, so this is important in the context of their championship positions relative to each other. So let's not, even though it might only be for 6th place, let's not underplay the significance of the battle between these two cars.
No, definitely not, especially in the championship's perspective. It's huge. This is like, these guys are battling for the top 3 in the championship as it stands. And look at that exit that the McLaren got there. He almost overtook him through the corner on the outside, which we hope to see. But look at this. He's really pulling close. But again, the top speed of the Corvette just pulls it away gently as we go into turn 1.
I'd love to have a look at them coming through the last corner again, because it looked like Ben Brown was on the brakes. I'm sure I saw his brake lights come on.
Maybe he trailed the brake a little bit.
I think so, because it did seem that it was very, very slow all the way around the corner, and I'm sure I saw the brake lights on. So I think that's how. It's almost like Adam Christopher closed too quickly, because then he had nowhere to go as he came around the outside. So,
he had nothing to do with that, unfortunately. Like it was a great run, and he's still shaving up. Now, Adam Christopher, debuted in our touring car season last year and probably one of the cleanest drivers on that whole touring car grid. Again, showing that cleanliness. If he would have wanted to, he could have maybe attempted an overtake there, but I think that would have just gone horrifically wrong.
Yep, 4 wins, 3rd in the Championship in touring cars, won the Alpine Cup title as well. And he is one. He's had obviously one mistake today, but generally speaking, he's a very good, consistent driver, even over these longer runs. And again, really good corner. He loves that turn 6, doesn't he?
Yeah,
really
he gets
does.
a great exit, but
really tempted there.
I mean, the thing is, turn 7, you can overtake, but it is awkward. So it's one of the more frustrating places to get that advantage.
Yeah.
But through here, especially, the downforce on McLaren is going to really help him as you see him close up. And look at that, the Campsport car running onto the gravel. They're going to be side by side. No, he backs out of it. I thought he was going for the move there.
Just to underline how good this battle is, we're 3 hours and 7 minutes into this race, and this is the first time that both Grant and I have been on our feet at the same time in the entire race.
Probably not a good idea for me, but who cares? Right, so as we go down the start-finish straight, again, you can see that speed advantage of the Corvette just really helping him to maintain that gap once again. Now, I really thought when Ben had run wide there, that was it, done and dusted.
Yeah, it was very, very close. It's almost like, it feels like it's, I know it's going to be the same as all the other cars. It feels so wide, and it's the second time now in the last couple of laps where Ben's made a mistake or there's been an issue or whatever. Adam's closed up so quickly and has been left with nowhere to go.
I do want to say that on that last lap, Team Purple Helmets just took 7 tenths out of the leaders, a 35-1 for them. 1 minute 40. They're into the pits as well. So, but the lap before, they took a lot of time out of them. So I think Brabham's tyres coming to the end of their best as we continue to watch this battle on screen. We'll keep an eye on where Brabham rejoins into the race as well.
Yeah, let's put the virtual post-it note on the wall. The gap was about, what was it, still about sort of 7, 8, 9 seconds in Brabham's favour before the pit stop. Because I think it's going to be a good while. I think it could be... It might be half an hour till Purple Helmets pit again, depending on whether that spin did any damage to the tyre.
Yep, and Barracuda into the pits as well.
Yep, 3rd stop then for Nathan Burton from 3rd place. So this is the point of the race, though. We're really going to start to see the strategies completely split because the gaps between different pit stops and the cycles, they're getting bigger and bigger all the time.
Yeah, massively so. So that time through the uphill right-hander, Adam actually lost quite a bit of time there. I wonder if he was just a little bit nervous following that car so closely after seeing how unsettled that Corvette was on the previous lap. And again, through the corner, he's losing a bit of pace. I'm wondering if he's overdone those tyres.
I think he's probably had a very strongly worded message from John Dean Smith about you're supposed to be saving fuel, you insert end of sentence here. Brabham back out. That seemed like quite a quick stop to me.
Yeah, they've rejoined in P4, which is around where they rejoined last time, to be fair. So I think that's about right.
So they're about 8, 9 seconds behind. Let's see where they are relative to Team Purple. When they come through Sector 1, where are they now? Just coming through Turn 3. They'll come through Turn 4 and it's Sector 1. We can give you a more accurate gap and we can gauge the pit stop length, and that could give us an indicator of maybe how much they've fueled in. Maybe they decided now with clear air, this is the time to put the short stint in. Now they're a minute behind, so what, a minute 7, minute 8? No, that's about right.
Yeah, that's about
it
correct.
Felt a bit quicker than that. No driver changes for, there's not, the sheet hasn't updated, so I think Callum's still in the car. If that isn't the case and Christian Kelly has rejoined, we will definitely let you know. So Barracuda coming now. Nathan, is worth mentioning because obviously Nathan came in that he was being caught by Martin Buchan. He was only about, by the time he came in, that gap was down to I think less than 4 seconds. As the Flying Scotsman was one of his traditional flyers. What's the gap between them now? 104. So I think it might be quite, because they're on different strategies, it's going to be quite a while, I think, until Buchan pits. So it's going to take a while to see how the 2 Barracuda cars shake out, but there's not too much between them. I think if we're being honest, Grant, if there is a major change in where the positions of the Barracuda cars are, Sean will probably tell us.
Yeah, probably.
There you go, Sean. There's something for you to do.
Yes. I feel like this battle between these two is fizzling out a little bit now, so I'm going to try and turn my attention to Brabham and Team Purple Helmets. Just keep an eye on the sector times, because that's always fascinating to see. So, interestingly enough, this time around, the middle sector for Brabham on the outlap was slower than Team Purple Helmets. So, even with fresh tyres, Ashton just absolutely giving it everything.
That is the only time I'm ever going to legitimately let you use the words sector times and fascinating in the same sentence. I'll give you it for this one.
I love sector times. They're one of my favourite things. And look at this, as I said, the battle's fizzled out. I've urged it into coming back to life again.
Ta-da.
That was a trick. See, I planned that. Right, okay, so Adam Christopher, probably after being told off by John Dean Smith, still being quite tentative. He was quite edgy on the brakes there. Look at that mid-corner gain, though, on the massive wobble from the Cam Sport car. It really feels like that McLaren is the faster of the two cars at the moment, definitely carrying the speed through here. Look at the rear end of that Corvette. It is struggling to get any traction as we go through the uphill right-hander. Very early on the brakes for Ben.
It was the same with Ben's first stint.
He's off again. He's off on the gravel again. That's really closed it up. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just concerned that he was going to go straight into the barrier as we go into the final corner now. This is the really important one. If the McLaren can get a really good overlap, which he's not done. He's lost a lot of time through there this time.
I wanted to say it was the same in Ben Brown's first stint, that coming through, particularly that corner there, turn 6, was really struggling for grip and trying to get back on the power, just washing out wide and everything. We saw it a couple of times toward the end of his stint back then, so it could be tyre life related. Brabham, Cripps, what's he doing? He's 0.8 quicker on another fresh set of mediums, and he's closing that gap. 59 seconds at the moment is the gap between Ashton and Cripps. That would definitely be enough, assuming a full pit stop, to get the Brabham back out with a decent advantage. 35.8 for Ashton last time around, 35.0 for Cripps with a fresh set of mediums on.
Yeah, I thought it would be in the 34s with that Brabham, though, if I'm honest with you. That tends to be the sort of pace they are at when they first leave the pit lane. So it could still be very, very close between those two. Obviously, like, there's that little gap of the 8 seconds to 9 seconds to take into account that they had before. So it'll be interesting to see if that gap will close at all or will, in fact, grow quite a bit. So Adam Christopher just winding it down this lap, I think. There we go, it's worked again. He's right on him again. So we're going to go up into the uphill right-hander once again. Ben's been running wide here quite a few times now. He keeps it on the grey stuff this time around, but Adam definitely able to carry a lot more speed through there as he goes through the first left and right into the final Parabolica corner. Now, again, as I keep mentioning, he can carry more speed through here, but when they get onto the straight itself, that's when the Corvette is going to pull away a little bit. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this plays out. This could go either way at the moment.
There's a 34 that we expected from Cripps.
So
34.945.
Good morning, Mr. Cripps, or good afternoon, Mr. Cripps. You have woken up. There we go.
The doctor will see you now.
The doctor will see you now.
Yeah, and he's very much putting the gap into Ashton. But yeah, there's so many different. I mean, you've got the top 5 cars there. We keep going on about them, but there's no two identical strategies really there, are there?
No, which has made this race absolutely fascinating. Relatively difficult to read, but we're joined now by Mr. Culver, who's going to join us for a little bit. So, Dan, I'll let you take the lead.
Thank you very much, Grant. So, I will do. So, Mark Culver of Team Purple Helmets, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, nice to be here.
Yeah, no, thank you. And a very interesting stint from your perspective. Obviously, have a decent advantage, but it's a couple of just little errors, and it's costing you a little bit.
It's good. They're probably going to sound like sim racing excuses, but we did have a couple of game freezes, frame drops. I don't know what they were. The first spin was purely my fault, but the second one sort of froze halfway through the corner and just completely threw me off.
Yeah, if I could just interrupt you very quickly, to our confirmation, it is Christian Kelly who's now actually back in the car in place of Cameron Clips. So it is Christian Kelly who's driving that Brabham now on the fresh set of medium. Sorry, Mark, carry on.
One spin was completely my fault, and the other one, maybe a bit of hardware in there, but this is what it is. We've just got to try now, overtake Brabham on track now, made it a bit harder for ourselves.
How hard was it with the pressure sort of after the second one when you had Christian right behind you?
Yeah, I was more worried whether I was going to get any more stutters, and that was playing more on my mind rather than what was in my mirrors. He got close a few times, then I pulled the gap, and then I'd make a little mistake, he'd come back. We sort of cancelled each other out, to be honest. But I do think they're on a softer compound than we are. They're running the mediums, I think, whereas we're trying to now run the hards a bit longer each time.
Yeah, so the thing is, with such a difficult battle, and obviously what happened with the poorly timed virtual safety car, are you enjoying it as a race, even with the frustration of maybe being a little bit behind where you want to be?
Completely. Obviously, this is the first time I've been at Simply Race, and I've loved it so far. I've had a few text messages from people at home who have been watching, rooting for me, saying how good the racing's been and how good the coverage is. So props to yourselves.
Oh, thank you very much.
Such a good show for everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for joining us, Mark.
No problem.
Is it Jack to the end, or are you going to get another stint in yet?
No, I'll go in the car next, and then Jack to the end
The ankle leg.
after that.
Brilliant. Thanks for letting us know. Thank you very
No
much,
worries.
Mark Howell there of Team Purple Helmets. Just to confirm on the YouTube, because Sean did ask a question. Yes, Nathan did make a pit stop. So where are we? What are the lap times now that Ashton and, as we now know, it's Christian Kelly are doing? Ashton 35.6, Kelly 34.7 now, and he's getting quicker and quicker. He's done 3-4 high 134s in a row now. That gets down to 56.4. So as things stand, when we see the next pit stop with Jack Ashton back to Mark Calver, we should see Brabham with a fairly decent advantage.
Yeah, I think it's fair if we watch the Brabham car for a little bit. I know we've got this battle going on, but we will cut back to it if we need to. But with the absolute fast, like insanely fast times that the Brabham car's putting in, I think it's only right to just follow them around on circuit. Because I was watching it during that interview. Christian is giving it everything. That rear end has been very lively. The car's looking quite oversteery, but that is the sign of a driver that is absolutely trying to give it absolutely everything he possibly can. And Christian Kelly doing that.
Absolutely.
Yep. Christian Kelly is. Christian Kelly is a very accomplished racing driver here at Simply Race, and now a very accomplished real-life racing drivers in the Ford KAs as well. So a welcome return to him. Being right at the front for your return to sim racing. Trial by fire.
Yes, and for Mark Carver as well. It was good to speak to him.
Yes.
And yeah, I think he's done a very, very good job for his level of experience. He's done a cracking job. I mean, we've seen drivers with more experience than him make mistakes today. I don't think anyone's going to run a 6-hour race with these cars. They're not the easiest to drive. This is a more difficult track than perhaps it looks. The conditions are quite windy. That's always going to disrupt the aero balance. I think he's acquitted himself very well, and I hope certainly we see more of him with Jack, because I think he's a good addition to the championship.
Oh, 100%. I mean, as we said earlier, he is new to R Factor 2, so it's very impressive to see that he's got up to speed very quickly with it. He has been practicing at home, which is quite different to practicing here at the venue as well, because he'll obviously have his own hardware, and we run our own private setups here, which we do not share with the general public. So if you want to practice for these races, you have to come down. If you are enjoying what you are seeing at the moment, the tickets for the 8 hours of Bahrain will be live very soon. So if you do want to get a team together, come down, come and enter, get yourself on the grid. It's absolutely fantastic fun. As you can see, there's great racing, great action, and it will raise your blood pressure a little bit as we cut back to the Napa and Camsport battle, because I feel like their blood pressure is quite high at the moment.
Oh, these two must be loving this. Oh, he's gone for it this time. He has. Oh, there's just enough room. Ben just about
Oh, there was a touch.
A tiny bit of contact. Tiny bit of contact. Nothing intentional, I don't think, there. I think Adam's patience is starting to run out, because that was going towards the realms of a full send.
Yeah, that was very touring car-esque of Adam there, but he's not giving up just yet. He's still right on the tail of the Corvette in front of him. So as we look into the final sector, Sector 3, look at the speed he carried through there compared to the Corvette. This is going to be a hell of a run, but again, he's going to...
Oh, big slide.
Okay, I think that...
But again, the car's in the way. That's the third time that's happened. Adam can't take advantage because there's a Corvette in the way.
He's too close to him to take advantage. And again, onto the grass, this could be it. Now, again, we're probably going to see the top speed difference, but I think Adam's not going to be so hampered this time. Look at this. He's right on the back. He's going to pull out at the last possible moment and get hard on the brakes. No, he doesn't get it done into turn 1. Good try, though.
Great battling, and he is putting Ben Brown under sustained pressure. And we know how both of these drivers are from the touring car series.
We've got a yellow in
Yellow
sector 2.
flag sector 2. I think it's the 63 Quatermass car at turn 6, which is being driven by Adam Locke.
Probably just a quick trip to the gravel, I would say.
Yeah, quick trip gravel or a spin, but I think he's...
Oh, look at this, alongside, uphill, into the uphill left-hander around the outside for Adam Christopher. Is he going to pull this off? I don't think so, but that was opportunistic as it gets. And look at this behind. You've got the Barracuda car catching them to lap, both of them.
Yeah, that's Nathan Burton coming in, who's a lap ahead, so it's not the position, but it does add a further layer of complexity to the battle. I'm just checking the gaps and everything, so I'm just looking at the interval, got a bit confused then. Round turn 6 they come, down the hill towards 7, and it has been, and hopefully we'll see it here again as they come through the next couple of corners, Grant. They come through 7, and we've got this double apex right of turns 8 and 9, and that's where Adam is continually a lot quicker than Ben. Here they come into 8.
Yeah, this is where the McLaren
But one time it doesn't happen.
Yeah, but the McLaren does tend to hold its advantage. As you can see, it's gaining and gaining and gaining. Look at that now, right on the rear. That Corvette, like, I've never seen one of these C7s look so difficult to drive, in all honesty. This is quite shocking for me. But into the slipstream, he's got a hell of a run here. Look at this. But again, I think he's just going to run out of road before the time he gets close. And again, the top speed.
Plus
he's letting Nathan through. He's just letting Nathan
I was just about to say that's a difficult situation. And right. Short truce.
I think that was a good plan there from Adam. He didn't lose too much time doing it on the straight. Whereas
hopefully Ben will do the same thing.
Yeah,
I'm sure he will. Ben's not the kind of to deliberately try and do that kind of thing.
No, but this is going to be a lot more difficult for Ben, I think, than it was for
if
Adam.
Adam can try and stay right tucked under Nathan's rear wing and try and be opportunistic about it, but he's not quite close enough at the moment, I think.
Oh, Ben's run very wide there. Is he giving the place? No, but he's going to have to now. I think he's going to do it down this straight,
he's going to have to, surely.
Which could give Adam a hell of a run going into the hairpin.
He's got to try and do it in a way that
letting him go. That's going to be difficult. Look at this round the outside from Adam Christopher. He's going to try and hold it out. Ben's going to run wide. Adam backs out of it wisely, but look at the cut that he's got, the overcut that he's got from that as we go into turn number 7 now. Look at this up the inside, hard on the brakes. Is he going to make it stick up the inside here? No, he backs out of it. This is insanely good racing.
Absolutely superb, and Adam did his best, like we said, to try and make the most of the opportunity that being afforded him. Just couldn't quite do it. And given, Ben Brown, we've seen he's been struggling for grip in both of his stints so far. He's doing a sterling job at keeping the increasingly assertive Napa racing McLaren behind him.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about maybe the potential overtake around the outside at the final corner. We weren't thinking of one at that hairpin. So the fact that Adam nearly pulled it off, insanely impressive. Like, great driving from both of them. Like, that could have gone horrifically wrong for both of them there. But they both have very good racing respect for each other. Great racing etiquette on circuit.
Just a word about Nathan, actually, because he just got past. Even though he had to get past the back marks on that lap, he still did a 35.2 that lap. Nathan is he's near enough matching Christian Kelly's pace. That gap by the Team Purple Helmet and Brad Meesports is now down to 52 seconds. They've got a really decent advantage there. We'll see the strategy play out, but Brabham at the moment in this 4th hour of the race seems to be taking increasing control. Adam having another look at Ben Brown here. They come through
Is he
turn
going for the
5,
outside again?
towards turn 6.
Surely not. No, he's thinking the inside this time. No, he thinks better of it. So, yeah, it's been interesting. Nathan's pace as the race has gone on has just got stronger and stronger and stronger. Look at that, a mistake on the exit of the corner for the CamSport car. Adam, again, just can't do anything about it. It's just...
It's a tricky part to, and as I was saying about the Corvette being in the way, it's a very narrow piece of track.
Yep, and Ben runs wide again.
It's Alton Park narrow, so difficult to find the plates to make the move.
Yeah, oh, look at this. Oh, he had to... Oh, and Ben's been the wall. And he's still in front.
I think they both kind of made the same mistake at the same time. Oh, now Adam's up the inside.
Side by side.
Now he's up the inside of the last corner. And I think, is he going to get a head down the straight?
He's just going to have to let it go. I mean, he's going to have some damage, surely. But he's still trying to fight it out on the outside. Oh, look at this, coming back on the straight. Look at this, a bit bumpy. But will the top speed? No, that's it. I think that is job done now for Adam Christopher, for now at least. I mean, we keep saying that with these two, and then they keep ending up battling. But I think he's going to think about it into turn 1. No, thinks better of it. Although saying that, he's still got the car there on the inside.
Oh, Grant's voice is going. This is what it's taken. It's taken 3 hours and 25 minutes. The voice is going. This battle, I don't think it's just over yet, because Ben Brown wants that 6th place back. Absolutely superb racing here at Estoril. Nearly halfway through the 4th hour of this race.
Yeah, my throat is not going to be my friend.
Ben has learned how to make a car wide like Colin.
Is that Sean?
Yes, that is Sean.
Yeah, I thought...
evoking Colin Talbot. Hope you're able to watch us with us as well today, Colin.
Yeah, we hope you're watching, Colin.
Always good to have your company.
Very strange for you not to be here on a Sres race. But if you are here, feel free to leave a comment. But yes. So now that has potentially calmed down for a little bit. Team Purple Helmets still have not pit yet.
They haven't. That would, I don't think, be too far away now. Well, they're 3:25, so they did about, 55 minutes in the first, in about 2:20 seconds. I think Ben's gone off again there, coming through turn 8 and 9, so he's lost another 2-3 seconds. He's really, really struggling with turn 8 and turn 9.
Yeah, I think he damaged the car quite badly in that little off.
That wouldn't surprise me. How does it work in terms of pit stops and possible repairs? What can they hypothetically do?
So it's quite realistic in that sense. So things like front splitters and things like that. Floor damage obviously is quite difficult for them to repair. The team does have the option, if they do pit, to have a full car reset, but that takes as long as the reset takes. So basically, they have to do the damage repair time, and then the simulator is killed from the server, rejoined into the server, so that gives them a fresh car. Obviously, this loses them a lot of time, so I don't think anyone will really want to do that. In terms of the damage that CanSport have got, they might want to repair that at the next stop, and that should be okay. I would say that's probably splitter damage.
Okay, Sean's saying probably at least 15 minutes until Team Purple Helmet's next pit stop, which would be, what, 2:20, 2:15 to go, which is about 2 tanks of fuel?
Yeah, I mean, that feels like a very long stint for Team Purple Helmet's car.
It does, but then it also means I think it's a pit stop less, because Brabham's going to have to stop slightly more.
That's true.
So you could argue, and this is the point where we finally have the realisation how the strategies are working out, I thought it would take a while, that actually, if they've both got 2 more stops to make, this is a real gap. So Brabham are bringing the gap down, but they need to, because they're still 51, 52 seconds behind.
Yeah, if that's the case, then...
We do know that Mark Harver is doing another stint. He's already told us.
Jack Ashton into the 34.7 somehow this late in the stint. So Jack is giving it everything as well. Absolutely amazing pace, as Adam Christopher says, his personal best time of the race.
If you think where we are now, we've got 2.5 hours left, which we know is basically 2 tanks of fuel. So everyone is going to have to stop a minimum of 2 more times. So that's not an offset. I think we're looking at a real gap.
Yeah,
with Brabham in 4th place, 51.8 seconds behind. The gap, it was over a minute after the pit stop, so Christian Kelly's done an outstanding job. I think really getting back into the swing of things to bring that gap down, but they've got plenty of work to do. They've got 52 seconds to find and just over 150 minutes to find them.
Yeah, but I almost think that this phase of the race, Jack is closing that gap quite a lot.
Yeah, his times have improved the last few laps. Well, we've had a few drivers come to us today, Grant, that have said that they've got to the end of the stint and gone, oh, I've still got tyres left. I mean, Adam Christopher said it, if you remember, early on. And maybe this is the point, as we've said, it's going to be maybe 10, 15 minutes until they hit again. And Jack feels that he's got enough tyre left, that now's the chance he can really push on and get a wiggle on. And his pace in the last sort of 4 or 5 laps has improved significantly. He's back into doing low 135s.
Yeah, he's been faster or equal to the Brabham car, which is really impressive at this point of his stint. Insanely impressive, but as the race gets later into the day, the sun's getting lower, it's getting cooler out there, the wind is building as well, track is changing as well. There's a lot of evolution going on in this race.
63 Quatermass car in 9th place is into the pit stop. That kicks off the first of the 3rd round of pit stop. Not his 3rd stint, really, really quickly with everything that's happened. We'll wait to see if Adam Mott's staying in the car or whether he's going to hand back over to Ben Bennyworth. They're fairly secure in the position they're in. They've not really got a battle ahead or behind them, so they are on course for a solid 9th place.
So now Adam Christopher pulling a full 6.5 seconds over the CanSport car.
I'm also just wondering, as we're talking about Team Purple Helmets and Brabham and where they are relative to them and their strategy, where does Barracuda fit into this? 17 seconds behind Jack Ashton at the moment.
Oh, not only that, where does the Uber recruiter car step into it? Who was in front?
Nathan Burton is
Well, he
another-
pitted alongside Brabham.
He did. Now, how far is he? Well, he's only, what, 1 minute and 1 second behind Uber. He's 26 behind Brabham and probably on a vaguely similar strategy now. I'm just wondering, because they're running such a different strategy, whether Buchan and French might have a chance of trying something different here and working their way maybe even back into the conversation. Maybe back into the conversation for the win. This is fascinating how this is coming out now. This is more interesting. The more I think about it and watching this on the screen.
It's great. This has been, again, I thought Daytona was absolutely amazing. This has been amazing as well already, and considering the amount of battles we've seen in this race has really kept it interesting throughout. The different strategies, so many different things going on out there. We're trying to figure out where everyone is. Dan doing a fantastic job of figuring out that could be the real gap between Team Purple Helmets and Brabham Esports.
I think that's what the case is. The logic is sound, but we've been wrong about this kind of stuff before, so don't take it as read.
Yeah, I mean, these stints are so different. That's the thing. It's like
Cam Sport in the pit. I can't imagine Ben Brown's going to do another stint, giving out frustratingly finding it. So I think it's likely that Chris will.
And also, that stint was a lot shorter than their previous stint.
Yeah.
Only to go for the gap at the last stint, sitting on the same lap as them,
and as we said, there's around 2 tanks of petrol left in the race.
Yeah.
There's so much going on. I was going to say now about that was it. I'm not going to name which driver it was, but there is one driver in this race who, when they were testing, said to me, "Oh well, the tank of fuel's going to last about 1 hour and 10 minutes, so everyone's going to pit around then. It's going to be hard, and everyone's going to be the same, and it's going to be a very boring, very conservative strategy."
Yeah, I was told that several times, and I always thought opposite. Personally, I knew when we got to the race, there'd be different options. Like I said, that just doubles down what I was saying earlier about teams just locking in with that thought on the tyres. It's like when you do that, when you lock yourself in, that's it, you've had it.
Sean, I do not wish we had a full grid actually in this case. This is hard enough to keep track of when there are 11 cut-offs.
No, I wish we had a full grid. That'd be amazing.
We can't fit 15 cars on the timing screen.
Well, no, but it shuffles through.
Yeah.
Like, it would be absolutely fantastic to have a full grid. I personally agree. I would love to see all 15 cars on track. Hopefully we will be closer to those sorts of numbers in the future. So I feel like we're trying to get another interview set up at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good time, given everything that happened in the previous hour. I think it's a good chance to talk to Cam Cripps if we can. I've just had confirmation it is a driver change for Cam Sports and Chris Wilson has replaced Ben Brown.
Okay.
We'll wait and see who does the last stint for them, but they, in theory, should only have to pit one more time.
Yeah, that sounds right. I guess you can find out from Callum as well with what his strategy is.
I've got the feeling knowing Callum is going to be playing his card quite close to his chest. We can ask him.
Yeah, definitely.
We're definitely going to ask him. Whether he's actually going to say anything, I don't know. But everything with the virtual safety car and the building of the gap, and obviously the difference in the strategy now, I'm very much hoping to talk to Callum. It's going to be a very interesting interview today.
Yeah, I mean, most of our viewers for Sres will know that normally the battles for the lead are like laps ahead of everyone else, so it's so cool to see it so close. As we are now joined by Callum Cripps.
Of the Devil, Callum Cripps of Brabham Esports, currently in 4th place. Depending how the strategies turn out, it could still be more higher than that. The first thing we have to ask you, because we didn't see the bit of it on screen, is what happened between you and Jack when the virtual safety car happened? Because it was just as
he
you
was
were
a
battling
cheeky
for the
monkey.
lead.
Cheeky monkey. So apparently the rule is that you only have to go on the pit limiter when Gordy says now. But I saw it as basically you need to slow down. So when he's saying 3, 2, 1, I was slowing down. So when he said now, I was on pit limiter. Whereas Jack started slowing down when Gordy said now. So basically, Gordy said pit limiters now. Jack then braked 2 or 3 seconds later. I braked it for 3 seconds to get down to the pit limiter for when he said now and held it on. Jack was still going full chat.
Yeah.
And then when Gordy said now, basically Jack started braking, bang, 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 then down to. So I think that's wrong. It's because in WEC,
yeah,
you have to be on the pit limiter when the race director says so.
It sounds like a difference in interpretation between now you press the limiter and then you slow down, or now you have to be at the pit lane speed. That's
how I interpreted it.
It sounds like 2 different interpretations of it.
Exactly. So yeah, I think it's a bit of a cheeky monkey there. And then he overtook me under a yellow. So under the full course yellow down into turn 1.
We did see that.
So he should have got a penalty for that, 100%.
He
did, only after Gordy told him though. I was ready to fire him. So, but
Did
yeah.
I not say 2 minutes ago before
me and
Callum
him
came
both
in?
raced. We
This
both
would be a good
raced.
interview.
We both raced. Jack knows you don't overtake under a yellow, even though it's virtual. Obviously, there's no harm done. But it was quite. Yeah, it was. It was a bit cheeky, like. But yeah, and then he hit me up the back. So we've got diffuser damage as well at the rear of the car. He spun obviously because he's Billy. So. But no, it's good. I like racing Jack. Obviously, he's just mental quick round here for some reason. Like in the first sector, he's like half a second quicker than me, and then in the last sector, I'm a bit quicker than him, so I get that time back. But like over a lap, he's 3 or 4 tenths quicker than me. It's just how it is. Pretty impressive.
You know, slightly less confident. You really seem to have made the medium tyres work.
Yeah, because my first stint on the hards, I was down to 20 on my front left after an hour, and like had to box just because the tyre was just giving up. And then found like smashing the pedal.
Just took a break, we're keeping up. The Team Purple helmets are in.
Yeah, they are.
And
yeah.
so we should be Mark Harvey taking back over what Mark told us, so I think that's going to be a driver change there. I won't get Jack in the room now, we'll do that in a bit. But yeah, like I said, the medium tyres may be working better than people anticipated.
Yeah, they went longer than, or they were better than the hard tyre I was using at the start of the race, but I don't know if I was pushing them too hard or whatever, or especially in the braking, I was giving it like 100% brake pressure down into turn 1, and the front axle feels like it's just going to go to pieces. But yeah, it's like braking at 80% or so. It doesn't really slow the car down any less, but it just stops that ABS kicking in like ferociously. So I think it's in the braking. But I was amazed like when I got out my stint at the start of the race and seeing people that were like still had like 50% tyre wear, and my front left was at 20. So it was a bit mental, really. But yeah, so Jack basically told me that he was using the mediums on the first stint and 75 litres of fuel just to break away from everybody, which obviously works. He was just rapid in the first stint. But yeah, so we've just got to see how Martin's teammate gets on now, because he had a few dramas in his last stint, so he's just going to try and keep it out of trouble. We're being very generic with our pit stop strategy. We're just pissing on the hour. I'm sure we'll probably be second or third at the end of the race. Purple helmets, I'm sure, are actually quite out front. More than it seems. We're just kind of overlapping a bit at certain points in our stints.
Yes.
But
you've got
basically they're going to have they're basically potentially only stop once more.
Yeah, this is the conversation we were just having, that we think now they're stopping. They've got 2 long stints left,
now,
whereas you've got the rest of this one and then 2 shorter ones.
Yeah, basically. So they are going to. We've got to pit once more, basically. So that's the count of.
So that 50
I kind of know where we are. Yeah.
That 50-second gap before the pit stop was a real gap.
Mm.
And Boo Barracuda are in as well. Stuart French is back in the car, taking over from Martin Buck. It'll be interesting to see if they stick with the tyre choices they can make in terms of really got the hard front and the medium rear. We'll keep an eye on that as it develops. And the last question, just how do you feel with the Mercedes over a long run now? You've had time to get used to it, and particularly with Christian as well, because he's been away for a long time, and he seems to have really got back into it as the race has gone on.
Yeah, he's like his stint that he's on now. I was looking at the times when he came out the pit lane, and he was flying.
Loads of high 34s.
Yeah, really fast. So I wasn't doing that in my stint. So I'm hoping he doesn't mess the tyres up by the end of it. But yeah, so he's absolutely flying at the moment. Obviously, had that little drama coming out the pit lane at the first. His first stint where he just kind of brake and went into the wall. But yeah, so we're carrying quite a lot of damage that we're just not repairing, unfortunately. Because the car's still straight, so it seems okay. But yeah, it's just a really weirdly abrasive circuit, it seems. Which makes for entertaining racing. But it's strange how mediums seem to, if you drive it just ever so slightly differently, you can get the mediums to last so much longer than like what the hards would do or something like. It's just it's a bit strange. Yeah, so it's quite interesting. Obviously we've got. I think Avanti are a bit of a dark horse for us, really. I think they could potentially give us a game because they're on the same strategy as. Well, they're not too far away from what Purple helmets are.
And I think Will's the fastest driver of the two, and he's going to be getting back in the car at the end, I believe. So.
Yeah. So he's pretty rapid as well, because we were to and froing in the first stint, really. Even though we had Nathan come back.
Yellow flag sector 1. That was quick.
So yeah, it's very a lot more strategic than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was just going to be everything was going to be on hards and mediums and just hit on the hour every hour pretty much. But the cars can go like 1 hour 10, 1 hour 15 on fuel really. So He's kind of he's thrown it quite a bit.
Yes, absolutely. Great, Callum, thank you so much for joining us.
That's all right.
All the best for the rest of the race with yourself and with Christian as well. I'll say just from a little bit wide coming out of turn 1 there, as we see on the camera there.
He's all right.
And we will see how the strategies turn out. Callum, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, no worries.
So, I've had a few pit stops just while we're talking to Callum Cripps there. As we've seen, Team Purple Helmets have pitted from the lead. Mark Calver back in the car. Boo Barracuda, you said, Martin Buckover, Stuart French, I should say. And Quakemas 35, Aaron Daly is back to Max Boo.
Yeah, so just looking at the gap between Brabham and Team Purple Helmets, it's 24 seconds now, which is quite a bit.
It is, but with a pit stop in hand.
Of course.
We're now established.
Yeah.
So, Brabham and Avanti 2 seconds, that's probably real gap. I mean, it sounds like Brabham will get past Avanti, get past Christian will get past back quite soon.
I mean, Avanti's still out there. I think they are one of the last cars to pit other than Napa.
And you've got Barracuda, Nathan on his own. 16, nearly 17 seconds for the Barracuda with Stuart, who just pitted.
Yeah.
And they've both just pitted recently. I think their strategy.
Yeah, Nathan's gained.
Nathan has definitely gained big amounts. And those two might be able maybe to make it through on one more stop.
That's exciting.
Maybe. I'm looking at that now. I'm looking at the leaderboard as you can see it there, and I'm thinking Avanti and Brabham have both got 2 more stops to make. Team Purple Helmet and both Barracuda cars probably just the 1.
I think you're right. I mean, Callum agrees as well. So.
Yeah.
I mean, Callum has been quite straight up with his strategy.
He has, yeah.
But I wonder if now they will attempt to start extending it.
Sean's saying that Nathan still needs to pit 2 more.
I think he's right. I think it's Boo that only needs to pit.
Now Boo have just stopped. Yeah, that's definitely about right.
Because Nathan pit a while ago.
If Nathan's only making 2 more stops, then he has the benefit of doing short stints, short stops.
Yeah, because Nathan pitted
and that,
the same
by the way, that's sorry, just to interrupt.
Yep.
That is a change for the lead on the road because Christian Kelly has just gone up the inside of Max Wichling at turn 6. So Brabham have retaken the lead on the road through Christian Kelly. All I want to build, as we've heard from Callum Cripps just now, they're trying to pit basically on the hour every hour, so 15-20 minutes until they stop again. But Brabham Esports now back into lead on the road with 2 hours and 17 to go.
Yeah, that's a good move for Christian Kelly. He got that done very quickly. Didn't lose any time to Team Purple Helmets at all. So, yeah, great job.
Only go for the gap just coming into the pits. Dan Hyde at the end of his first stint. Aidan Carter double stinted. I imagine that Hyde will do the same because he's only had 1 stint in the car so far today. So I would be pleasantly surprised if they change. Yellow flag sector 3. I think Mark Carver's gone off, you know. I think Mark Carver has had a moment at turn 9. Which just throws another spanner into the works.
He was lapping. Yeah, it looks like one of the Barracuda cars is right with him now. Yeah, look. That is for position. The Barracuda car is now right on the rear end.
Burton's right with Mark Carver.
Yeah, that because it says 8 seconds. So yeah, you're completely right. He's definitely had some sort of moment.
What's the lap time? 1:43.
Yeah, he's definitely had a moment as Avanti pits as well. So now Nathan's going to be very hungry to get this move done because they're on a very similar strategy.
And that's going to be music here of Brabham. Nathan.
Oh, Nathan very wide there. Yeah.
These two are 30 seconds behind Brabham with 1 less pit stop. This definitely works for Brabham's favour as well.
Yeah,
I don't think it's that they could still. This is genuinely a 3-way fight for the win. 16, 17 seconds behind is Boo Barracuda. Stuart French back in the car. I'm sure Martin Buckle on the last stint. There really is everything to play for still.
100%. I mean, if you make mistakes, then you've had it at this point. I think
it would be good if you can dig out.
I'm doing that now.
Get us a replay so we can see what actually happened to Mark Carver. Just a little bit of a lack of experience. We heard him a little bit earlier on. He has otherwise done a great job. Just a couple of mistakes which are proving particularly costly in a race that's this high standard and this competitive with so many cars at the front that are not being separated by a huge amount. What an absolutely brilliant endurance race.
So coming up here through the uphill right-hander, he's going to get a little bit squirrely mid-corner, runs wide, tries to keep the throttle in, loses the rear end. Very lucky to not hit the barrier there for Mark Culver, but yeah, very, very frustrating for him. The tyres won't like him for that at all.
No, it looked to me, to be honest, like it was just carrying too much corner speed.
Yeah, way too much.
It looked like I'm way too
well,
much
he got
corner.
he got a little bit squirrely mid-corner, and then that was that. That was it, done and dusted. So yes, pretty straightforward there. But we've got a yellow in sector 2. Just trying to see if there's anyone that we could see is off.
I don't know. Might be GDP. I think GDP might have had a moment at turn 6.
And we are starting to see a few personal bests through the field now, which is nice to see through some of the lower stand-ins of the race. So P8 for Go for the Gap. I've seen a lot of personal bests as well recently for Quatermass 35. So finally some good news for them. And they're now on the same lap as GDP. But 56 seconds behind, but the battle for not last is on.
Yes, that has changed it completely, and we'll see how the strategy will play out with now less than a minute between them. And obviously, I think it will come down to mistakes and if there's any more in the 2 and a bit hours we have to go. But yeah, there is still lots to fight for pretty much everybody all the way through the field here. It's not like anyone's sat in we're in X position, and that's us done for the day really, apart from maybe the guys in 8 and 9, but apart from that, lots to save and lots to look forward to in the last 2 and a bit hours.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to follow the Purple Helmets car just for a little bit. Just want to see how he's reacted, and his reaction is by going stupidly fast. So 2 1-minute 34s in a row. He's already pulled a 3-second gap to Nathan.
That's really, really good. Now, what's his time? It was quicker than Christian Kelly did 35.4, so he is doing something to try and repair some of that damage. So an encouraging response has to be said from Mark Harbour there.
Yeah, very, and not too bad with the tyres if he's able to put in 34s.
Absolutely.
So, amazing. I guess it was a low-speed pirouette. It's the only thing that sort of worked in his favour. But, yeah, I guess Jack probably just telling him to just maybe rein it in a little bit mid-corner, because it was definitely a case of he got squirrely and just kept his foot in, and that's when you're going to lose control. Some of you might be able to think, oh, you can save it by flooring it. That's not always the case. If that rear end's going to go, there's no point in flooring it. You're just going to lose it, especially in that Mercedes. It is very oversteering.
You're just going to make the problem a lot worse.
Yeah, and the good thing with the Mercedes, though, is you can feel it quite a lot. You can feel the rear end of the car. It's one of the stronger points of the car. Compared to a lot of the other GT3 cars, it's quite difficult to feel when they are losing rear grip. But with the Mercedes, you can really feel it sort of like getting loose or being a bit too tight as well, if we're going to go full NASCAR terminology on it. But
just to emphasise the point about how Mark Calver's recovered here, he had Nathan Burton all over the back of him off that off, and has now managed to pull out 4 seconds on it.
Yeah, the pace difference is huge. I think we're going to see another 134 from him as he goes across the line.
We have Jack Ashton coming in to join us.
134.989, and yet here comes Jack Ashton.
You sit in here, you get as warm as everybody else. So again, thank you very much for joining us, Jack. Obviously a bit of a shame for Mark just having a bit of an issue there, but his pace does seem very good, so hopefully nothing wrong with the tyres. Obviously, difficulty with the virtual safety car, and obviously then the spin trying to get past Callum. So just talk us through that last stint from your perspective.
I mean, while I'm in the sauna, I might as well just take this shirt off because it's hot.
It is very warm in here, yeah.
Yeah, the stint was a weird one. So yeah, there was a virtual safety car. I obviously took it as 3, 2, 1, and then I bang on the brakes and then slowed it down to the virtual speed and put the pit limit on. Whereas obviously I think Callum took it as 3, slowing down 2, slowing down to 1, and then literally stopped at the speed. So I think that's obviously where it got a bit waylaid, but I thought I pretty much stopped it at the speed that I was supposed to be at the time. So it's obviously a bit of a different opinions on how it's read the rules. And then obviously at that point when I was alongside, I was like, well, I don't know. I'm practically ahead already, so if he overtakes me, then it's... But I thought, well obviously Gordy said get the place back, which is, I thought, yeah, that's fine, fair enough. But at the same time, I thought I didn't really do anything wrong, but it's obviously different ways it's being viewed, so I understand Callum's point of view, but I also see my point of view as well. So it depends what race control say to me afterwards. But at the same time, it needed to probably be clearer. I don't know, unless there was a rule that I missed.
And then, of course, leading to that, we had then trying to get back past Callum again and then the spin.
Yeah, so obviously I was sort of catching Callum, but I was leaning on my tyres quite a lot at that point, which my teammate turned around and said, look, come on, we need to make this last a little bit. So I was, but at the same time I was like, no, I'm a little bit quicker. I'd like to get past Callum. Romer sort of done me at one point and then he defended it, so I thought I'd get a nice exit, and then he parked it on the apex, which caught me out a little bit, but he had every right to. So I sort of bumped him a little bit, and then I had to back off of it, got back on the throttle, and it started pushing me wide quite early. Got onto the curb and just spat me round completely. I was like, oh, here we go. So, but luckily I didn't really have, I don't think I caught anything damage-wise. Just did a big 360, just lost another 10 seconds really. So it's just been a bit of a weird race with us. We keep saying damage limitation, let's not have spins, but we've literally had 4 spins now, which has lost us about 10 seconds at a time. So realistically, we're getting close to losing about a minute on track from all the spins we've had.
Yeah.
So it's not really working out how we planned this last part, but we're still in the running. Still got a chance.
How do you feel about the race strategically? I mean, you've got probably one more stop.
Yeah, just the one stop. Obviously, Brabham have definitely got to do another 2.
Yeah.
Which we're not really quite worried about them at the moment, just because of that reason. We're more worried about Boo Barracuda and Avanti. I think more so Boo Barracuda. They're showing good pace. Yeah, it's just see how we get on now. Obviously,
And if Martin gets on one of his flyers.
Exactly. Yeah, Martin's not no slouch.
No.
And I think pressure's sort of getting to Mark a little bit at the moment. Obviously, we've had a couple of offs, but it's just hard to drive. It's hard track to drive.
Yeah.
Hard to look after the tyres.
I mean, just a few words on Mark as well, because for someone who's new to this and obviously doesn't have sort of your level of experience, you're going to make a couple of mistakes, especially driving a car like this. And it looks from the outside like he's actually managed to do a very good job to jump in the car and do as well as he's done.
Super job, like literally amazing. This guy's never raced R Factor 2 before until literally this weekend or the lead up to it. So, yeah, superb effort. It's a completely different sort of idea of driving to iRacing. iRacing, you're more of a smooth, direct, nice application, whereas R Factor is hard, aggressive, slidey driving. It's just completely different.
Yeah.
So adapting to that so quickly, he's done a mega job. Really good driver. I think a few more events, I think he's probably pushing on me really, because to be honest with you, that pace that he's got is not far from what I can do in race pace. It's just that 1 lap pace, which is where I end up using the tyres more, and that's where he's a bit more precise. Doesn't use the tyres as hard.
Is there hope that he's going to join you for the other 3 races?
Except the 24, unfortunately. He's on holiday, so but he'll be doing the rest of the rounds with me. I'll just have to sub in a few more drivers for the 24, which should be fun. But yeah, it's a shame. I think he's on holiday, so but he would have loved to have done it. It's just a shame it's worked out that way. But yeah, he's a good driver. Races for Mag. And yeah, he's definitely been improving massively over this recent time.
Yeah, just a little bit of a squiggle for the Brabham coming through turn. Where's that? Turn 6. That's going to turn 7. Yeah, turn 6. Jack, thank you very much for joining us. All the best for the rest of the race. It's been very interesting to see how the strategies and the pace pans out. And I hope you enjoy, because it sounds like it might be very interesting and enjoyable last hour for you to drive.
Yeah, well, we were going to split the stints into 2 mediums at the end here, but we've gone for another long, hard stint again with Mark in the car. He's a lot better on tyres.
Yeah.
Plus, he doesn't use the mediums as much as myself, so we're trying to use the tyres a lot harder in that last stint and go for that final push. Which is exactly what I'm going to go in for.
Are you hoping you can run mediums yourself last stint?
Yeah, we've saved enough fuel. We've been running super good on fuel, to be honest with you. I've been saving a lot, so we can do that extra push again at the end. So we should have a nice short stint. Well, not majorly short, but a nice short stint to do a hard push with the mediums, just like our first stint, and do a similar job with any luck.
Great. Just one, because I've got a message from Sean saying you should do the old 24 on your own.
Well, I've got one driver with me, so a 2-man at minimum at the most.
There you go. We'll take the 12. Jack, thank you for joining us. All the best for the last 2 hours.
Thank you.
Have we had anything to update us on, Grant? Cheers, Jack.
Not really, no. I've just been keeping an eye on the sector time, stuff like that. Brabham has started to up the pace quite a lot. Lots of 35 zeros, mid 35s for Team Purple Helmet, so maybe Mark's just easing it a bit, maybe knowing they have that pit stop advantage.
I think as we know we've got some pit stops in, and this is a good chance for me to do one of my recaps and see where we are as we come towards the end of the 4th hour of the 6 hours of Estoril. You are looking at your race leader, number 62, the Brabham Esports car, currently being driven by Christian Kelly, being shared by with Callum Cripps. They have a lead of 30 seconds at the moment. However, they have to make 2 more pit stops. We're expecting another one very shortly, whereas most of the cars behind them probably only one. Team Purple Helmet, 30 seconds behind in second place. Mark Calvert driving that car at the moment. He's running, as just heard from Jack Ashton there, a long stint on the hard tyres for handing back over to Jack Ashton for the medium to the final stint. So that battle, because of the differentiating strategy, by far from complete. Barracuda, Nathan Burton driving alone, is in 3rd spot. Probably got 2 more stops to make and to do some short stints toward the end, but he's run a fantastic, consistent race with very, very few errors for almost 4 hours now, and he's very much put himself in contention for the podium. 4th is car number 666. That is the Boo Barracuda car, currently being driven Stuart French. He will hand back over to Martin Buchan for the anchor leg. Barracuda, Nathan Burton is 4.5 seconds behind Purple Helmet. Boo another 14 further back, and then Avanti in 5th. The number 7 Aston Martin. Max Vichling is still in the car, but they're a slightly quicker driver. Will Richardson did a great job earlier on. He will be getting back into that car for the last leg. They also only have 1 stop to make. Those 5 all still on the lead lap and well clear of the rest of the field. Napa Racing UK are in 6th place. They are 2 laps down. With Adam Christopher driving at the moment. They've had a great battle over the last hour or so with Onid Camsport. Only Camsport in 7th place, are 2.6 seconds behind with Chris Wilson at the wheel there. So that battle is an important one in the championship between the 2 teams as well. That will continue to rage. Onid go for the gap with Aidan Carter actually has got back into the car in place of Dan Hyde. So I imagine Hyde will do the last stint. They are in 8th spot. 9th, Quatermass, number 63. Adam Locke still driving that one. 10th, number 24, GDP Racing for Darryl Pottinger and Ben Scott. And then the 35 Quatermass car bringing up the rear with Aaron Daly at the wheel. So with 2 hours and 2 minutes to go, that is the state of play. Still, any of the top 5 in with a reasonable chance of podium at least. With pretty much all 5 of them running their own different strategies in their own way. So very interesting to see how this pans out. And this lead car, Grant, Christian Kelly, we are expecting him to pit very shortly.
Yeah, as the hour comes to a close. Now, I'm going to put it out to the chat to start putting in some top 3 predictions. I'll let you guys decide where you think everyone's going to finish. My personal prediction, I could be completely wrong on this, so don't quote me too much. I really think that it's going to be Team Purple Helmets, followed by Brabham Esports, and then 3rd is where I get a little bit tricky with, because I like Avanti, but I've also really liked the look of the Boo Barracuda car as well, with its strategy as well. Like the Barracuda, we know has to pit definitely like twice, I think.
Without wanting too much pressure on, Mark Carver's going to have to do at least another 45 minutes on this stint. He's had 3 spins. As we've just heard from Jack, he is new to R-Factor 2. He's done a great job despite his lack of experience, but if he does make a couple more errors and spins, he's got a long way to go in this stint before he can hand back over to Jack for the final stint. That brings Brabham back into it, because if Brabham pit now, they're going to be 30, 40, 45, 50 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Another spin, another 10, 15 seconds lost, potentially fresher tyres and shorter stints, that could change absolutely everything. So I can see where you're coming from, Grant, but I don't, and we've seen plenty, particularly in the last hour or two, plenty of unpredictability. I don't think maybe it's as cut and dried as you might think.
Okay, fair enough. I think for 3rd place, I'm going to go for Boo Barracuda. I'm going to go Purple Helmets, Brabham, and Boo. That's my prediction as it stands now. I could be completely proven wrong. I don't know if you want to make a prediction or not. I don't know
the
if
problem is, if I'm trying to just use the logical approach of what should happen, That's
won't
probably the most likely outcome, that order. I would tend to agree with you. Well, I don't want to agree with you because that doesn't make very interesting broadcasting.
I mean, it does because Boo's in fourth at the moment. But
I still think that this is a very open race, and I still think Brabham have a good chance of winning it.
What do the people think, if they think anything?
Let's see what Sean said. Sean has said Purple, Boo, and Brabham.
That's interesting.
That is interesting. But I mean, what's the gap between Boo and Brabham at the moment? 51 seconds.
Although, to be fair, if Brabham have to pit again...
Brabham have got to pit again, so
Yeah.
that's going to put Boo, 20 seconds ahead maybe?
Yeah.
That's not... When you actually talk it through, it's not as down. Edson has... Edson's agreed with you. He said Purple, Brabham and Boo. So thank you very much, both of you, for putting your predictions in. But we are now into the 5th hour out of 6. We've got to the final third of the race, which means Grant has broken out the cough medicine.
I tried to put it off as long as possible, but as you can hear, my voice is not doing too well right now.
Now, Martin Buchan said boo, 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 but I don't know if that is a very optimistic prediction or he's just complaining about the quality of the broadcasting.
I think both, knowing Martin.
Yeah. But he did bring me some sushi, so I'm not going to complain too. I'm going to give him a free pass today. I think it's about time to do the same thing we've done for about every 20 minutes of the last 2 hours. I think we need to have a look at the Napa and Camp Sport battle. Because Chris Wilson's coming back into it. Here's John Dean Smith now back in the car for Napa, by the way. Making his second stint. I'm fairly sure it will be Adam Chris for taking the car on the last leg. But Chris Wilson's coming back into it. There is, what's the gap? 1.2 seconds between them. Here is John Dean Smith. Still sticking with the hard tyres, which was their original plan. There's Chris Wilson behind. And this battle has been raging for what? I'd say, an hour and a half now? It's been a while. And plenty still to enjoy. You can see the gap there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Blue and yellow McLaren ahead of the white, brown and black Corvettes. They come through turn 7. The track starts to rise again. Through the two rights of 8 there. And turn 9. There we go, then the 90-degree left of turn 10, and then the long parabolic at Ayrton Senna, turn 11 to bring you back onto that long, I think more than a kilometre long, start-finish straight to complete another lap. The leaders have just reached 150 laps, by the way, completed. Christian Kelly is still doing low 35s. Mark Carver's last lap with a 36.0, so that gap's gone out to 33 seconds. Brabham need to find the time, they need to extend the gap, and they are doing it. Now, I'm actually interested, because they keep stopping on the hour, and Christian and Callum have done 2 stints each. What do they do now? Because who do they want in the car for the last hour? Would they keep Christian in now and let Callum take the angle? It's a hard decision to make, because we were hearing from Callum a short time ago. Christian has massively improved as the race has gone and has got back into the swing of things after so long away.
It's a tricky one. It's definitely a tricky one. I think that they'll try and do it as fair as possible, though. Equal seat time, I reckon.
Well, this is the thing. It'll be equal seat time because they'll get 3 hours each.
Yeah,
in
of
which
course.
order
Yeah, that's
do
true.
they want to do
sorry,
the last 2
apologies.
hours?
Yeah, I would fathom that Callum will do the final hour.
That's what I would naturally think. Now, we have got past that 4-hour mark and they still haven't come in yet, and the pace is still good, which is good news.
Do we think that Callum might have told us a little white lie?
I don't think they can extend it that far, surely.
I think they can extend it a bit more than they were. I think they were choosing to pit on the hour.
A bit more with what, 1:55 to go that they can only do.
No, of
one more
course.
stop.
But I think their strategy's a little less basic than Callum made it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's an approximation, but obviously it's good if they can keep running further because it means that they can push the tyres more in the last 2 stints because the stints will be shorter.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. So yeah, the Battle between Cam
Sean asked Christian had damage first, didn't they repair it? I think Callum said they didn't.
No, they didn't. They're carrying that to the end. They don't see the point. They said the car's still straight. So both them and purple helmets both have damage. So
Camsport, I don't know an issue there, but Camsport dropped 2 seconds on that lap. Don't know if while we were wittering on and looking at the timing screens, we missed something really obvious. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last.
yeah, I think it's just been a very long day for the Camsport boys. I
Yeah.
feel for them. I really do. It's quite odd to see them in P7. I'm still not really used to it, if I'm honest. But, you know, damage limitation. If we get a 13, 14 car grid at Bahrain, hopefully we'll get a 15 car grid, then it's still good points. You know? So that's what they need to be thinking. And
quite literally a bad day at the races.
yeah, and you just got to make the best of it. It's like any other championship, really. You're going to have good days, you're going to have bad days. It's just quite odd to see Napa and Camsport, to be fair. Both, I thought they would be right up there with a fancy Boo and Oo, if I'm honest.
Yeah, the want of a better word, the established order, or the order you would have roughly been expected, hasn't necessarily been the case today. And this race has been the better for it. Has been a more interesting and intriguing race as a result.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not been as straightforward. Oh, that was a bit of a mistake there for Nathan coming out of turn 1. Not surprising, considering he's been in the car for over 4 hours now.
Yeah, Nathan on his 153rd lap.
He's going to have dreams about Estoril tonight.
I bet he doesn't go on holiday to Portugal this year.
No, I don't think he will. I mean, who knows? So just looking through the field, it's all spread out right now. It's all quite big gaps between the cars. Closest gap on circuit is the Onid Camsport and Napa Racing UK battle, which is 2.6 seconds between the two cars. Which I think, again, it's now starting to close again. This battle just can't settle. 1:37.2 for Napa that last lap, 1:36.9 for Camsport that last lap. So whatever time they lost, I think they're going to start to gain that again.
As we said earlier, Grant, just the ebb and flow of these races, and tyres come in and out, and fuel levels go up and down, mistakes are made, people get tired. Very easily done.
Yeah, the sun's starting to get low as well. It might not look it on the stream, but it definitely is getting a little bit more orange out there.
Yeah, and you see the shadows getting longer on. Well, if you look at turn 1 here, and you can see the length of that shadow there.
Yeah, I mean, it should be around sort of sunset time by the time the race ends, so that's about right. We might have a little bit of like dark running, which would be cool to see.
Especially this isn't a floodlit track.
Yeah, it's always good. They got headlights, it's all good.
Yeah, let's just throw another big variable into the air.
They'll be fine. Relax.
Relax. Anyway, we're not going to see you in Clarkson Press for the next 111 minutes. We could, but we're not going to.
I mean, I can't even like attempt that at the moment. I could on a good day, but
and you'd end up sounding like Rod Stewart if you tried that. We don't want that.
Rod Stewart on South Park, or just Rod Stewart in general?
I didn't know Rod Stewart had been on South Park.
He hadn't been on South Park, but his appearance wasn't particularly flattering.
I will say, I'm impressed it's taken 4 hours and 9 minutes for us to get to Crofty level wittering.
We've not made puns yet. Well, you might have snuck some in that I've missed, but
we haven't made any Simpsons references either.
No, we haven't.
Right, Brabham are in. Right, back to the races. Brabham are in. 150 to go. So what's that? 55 minutes to stint. That sounds about right to me. We await news of any driver change. Is that Callum getting in the car there?
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's
Callum
Cripps
is in the car, so we assume Christian Kelly will take the last stint. So Cripps back in. Purple helmets have come through, so they retake the lead. Barracuda are also in.
That's a very aggressive entry from Barracuda there as well.
So thank you for that, Sean, because you were right. There's going to be 2 more stops as well, so we can mirror Brabham and Barracuda directly.
So we've got a good look at the damage on the bonnet of the Team Purple Helmets car. If you look at the picture-in-picture, it's quite heavy. It's quite substantial.
Brabham comes out and rejoins now. Boo Barracuda have come through into second place now with Stuart French still driving. They are 23 seconds behind Team Purple Helmet. So that could be an interesting prospect. If that gap stays as it is now, hypothetically, Buchan in the car, 23 seconds behind Ashton, about an hour and a quarter to make it up. That's good. Fireworks. Big fireworks. That's going to be exciting to watch. So where has the Brabham rejoined time-wise? It's coming through turn 4 now. We'll just stick with Martin Buchan for the time being, but I'm watching the splits to tell you how far the Brabham is off the lead. So the Brabham is 35 seconds off the lead and 11 behind the Boo Barracuda car of, Stuart French who's currently driving it. So Callum Cripps, those are the top 3. They all have one more pit stop to make. Purple Helmets lead Boo Barracuda by 23.8 and Brabham by 34.9. Avanti in 4th at 57. They've got one more stop to make as well, haven't they?
Yes.
And then Barracuda, Nathan Burton's has made his pit stop. He's going to rejoin in P5. He's just come through turn 4 now, so we'll get a split on how far he is behind Avanti.
There will be some short splash and dashes as well.
20 seconds behind, so 118 off the lead. So I think we're in a situation now where we can be fairly clear that this is kind of the real order, because I think all of those top 5 cars have got one stop left.
Just saw a big mistake for the Purple Helmets car going through turn number 5 there, which was very interesting. Lost the front end completely. Kept it on the tarmac, but I think they're really pushing in that car. Like I don't really see the need to push insanely at this point for them. Maybe they just need to have a target lap time and go for that. But I guess racing drivers, being racing drivers, telling them to slow down is it's not going to go down well.
No, absolutely not. And Mark Carver's still got a good, half an hour before he's going to hand over to Jack Ashton, I would say.
Yeah, it's a good while from here. Their gaps between pit stops has been quite large and getting larger with each stop. So it'll be interesting to see how much time of the race is left when Purple Helmets have their final stop.
Callum Cripps has done a personal best first sector on his first flying lap. As we expected, he's back out on the mediums, and he means business. He knows he needs to push on if he has any chance of winning this race. He's got 34 seconds to make up. In the first 2 sectors of this lap, he's taken 1.3 seconds out of Stuart French. So the lap times this time are going to be fascinating. Calver's come over the line to the 35.6. Where is Stuart French is just coming up to the finish line now. And is going to do a 36.0. So that gap's got to 24.2 seconds. And then Callum Cripps, here he comes up to the finish line. This should be well in the 35, maybe in the 34. It's a 34.3. It's only a few hundredths of Brabham's fastest lap of the whole race. It's the fastest that we've probably seen since the first hour of the race. It's 1.3 seconds quicker than Purple Helmet. It's 1.7 quicker than Boo Barracuda. Do not rule Brabham out of this race at all with an hour and 3/4 still to go.
So again, another mistake for the Team Purple Helmets in the hairpin this time. Again, just that initial turn in, losing a bit of grip mid-corner. It's getting quite tasty.
This is, it was a good job he can't hear because I don't want to put too much pressure on Mark Carver, but this half hour or so that he's still got to drive in this car is absolutely critical to the outcome of this race, as is the time that Stuart French has got in the car before he can hand back over to Martin Buchan.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm wondering if Nathan even knows what position he's going to be in at the end of the race at this point.
I'm not sure Nathan's going to know what day it is by the time he gets out of the car, the poor man. What a great job he's done.
Yeah, so at 35.9 that time for Team Purple Helmets. The pace is definitely dropping off. Tyres are definitely past their best at this point, so Mark's going to have to start to find some grip. Again, another bit of a shaky moment coming out of turn 1 there. I think it might be worth just riding on board with the Team Purple Helmets for a little bit, just to show you guys what we've been seeing. We'll see if we get some of the same mistakes as we ride on board. Now, it is definitely going to give Brabham at least a hope to really close that gap down. Brabham already closing the gap down massively to the Boo Barracuda car. That gap now to 7.6 seconds and a 1:34.301 that time.
Another 34.3, 35.9 for for Mark Alva, so another 1.6 seconds. That gap now down to 31.7. There's plenty of time.
34.3, that's very fast.
And get that down. This could be really close, because obviously Ashton's going to be in the car eventually, Buchan's going to be in the car eventually, and this could all come together. We could end up with an absolutely brilliant three-way fight for the win here in the final hour between, it has to be said, three of, not necessarily the three, but three of the best drivers that we see here at Simply Race.
Oh, definitely. Like, it's shaping itself up to be an absolute classic. I mean, in my opinion, it's been a classic already. We might be going through this little lull now, where it's all spread out, but through the middle part of this race, absolutely fantastic driving, absolutely amazing racing. The wheel-to-wheel stuff that we've seen has all been absolutely phenomenal. Like, no stewarding required whatsoever so far on that front.
Only obviously the one VSC thing, but that was kind of circumstantial rather than anything.
Yeah, that was a bit different. I would say more like the actual driving standards in terms of like the back.
Yes, absolutely. It's also good with that particular issue. We've spoken to both Jack and Callum, and we've kind of realised they both had different interpretations of a similar thing. There is a sort of maybe a slight level of ambiguity.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've kind of, at least it's the same opinion. They're not saying, oh, he said.
Can I tell you how I rule that?
Well, I can't stop you.
So, I mean, you could try.
I could try, but it's too hot in here. I can't be bothered.
So, my interpretation and how I rule it is you should start slowing down at 3, 2, 1. If you just stop on the now, that's dangerous for all parties, in my opinion. So, I always enforce that you must slow down during the 3, 2, 1, and that you cannot overtake during that period either. In my opinion, the yellow has already started. It's just then putting it into effect.
Yeah.
So that's how I police it. That sounds like that's how Gordy's policed it as well.
Given the decision that Gordy made and asked Jack to give the plates back, that would lend itself.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
You know, but Jack's always trying to find things. You know, he's always trying to find that edge. You know, the things he can get away with. So. Not saying that he's bad for doing so, he's a racing driver. He's trying to find every single advantage that he possibly can. And I don't blame him for doing it. It's part of being a driver. Let's go back to the Brabham car because the lap times are absolutely on fire for that car at the moment. 34.9 that time round. Although Mark has improved his pace. His last lap was a 1:35.2. So again, that's a much better time. That's much more what they need to see from the Team Purple Helmets car.
Yes. And that could be, like we've seen in other stints, we saw Jack with his last stint in terms of realising that we're getting towards the end of the stint, we've got a bit of tyre life, we can push on and save a bit for later on.
It's not going to be long until we see Brabham on the back of the Boo Barracuda car as well. And depending on how quickly he can dispense of Martin Buchan, if he is able to dispense of Martin Buchan.
Stuart French at the moment.
Oh, Stuart French, apologies. I'm used to Martin Buchan just hogging the seat for the whole race. So, yeah, it all depends on how quickly, if and when he can dispose of him, I guess, for their hopes of this race victory. If he can do it quickly and can keep this sort of 1:34 pace, 1:34.5 that time round, then he is making it, you know, he's turning the scales in their favour a little bit more, but I still think Purple Helmets have the major advantage at the moment.
Purple Helmets leading Boo Barracuda by just 25.5 seconds, but the gap between Boo Barracuda and Brabham, so that's between French and Cripps, is now down to 4.7 seconds. It's coming down at over a second every lap. So I think the Brabham will be right on the back and probably getting up into second before Stuart French is going to pit to hand over to Martin Buchan.
Saying that he is in some heavy traffic with a Cam Sport car. That was the worst place to come across a slower car. Really losing a lot of time, loads of time still behind him. This is going to be really painful for Callum. He's going to be starting to getting quite frustrated in the car. Lights ablaze on that Mercedes, but I think he switched them on like lap 2, to be honest. Yeah, and then the Cam Sport finally moves out of the way. I don't really blame the Cam Sport car for that at all. I personally think there's, you know, he can't just disappear. It was just bad luck in the sense of Callum coming across him there.
Yeah, and this is a conversation we had earlier that this track is much narrower in some places than others.
Yeah, it's really interesting like that. I mean, it's got a lot of different characteristics, this circuit, which is why I quite like it. I mean, it is a very popular circuit with those that drive it. I feel like after this race, a few people will never want to see it ever again, but, you know.
I think that's natural after every kind of endurance race. You're pounding round and round the same track we're on lap 161 now.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm beginning to wonder how dark it's going to be by the end of this race. It's sun's getting lower.
I don't think. Let's face it. If you haven't considered this, then basically nobody's considered this.
What, the darkness?
Yeah, I certainly had. No, I certainly don't think anybody's tested this in the dark.
Well, it is set to Portuguese time, so they're what, an hour ahead?
No, they're on the same time as us.
Oh, they're the same time as us. Okay, fair enough then. So, okay, fair. Is their sunset not a bit earlier, or is it directly down? Where is Estoril?
Yes, let me look up the sunset.
Here we go.
I'm desperate trying to do this without finding out what the MotoGP result was.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult.
No, it's okay. I can do it. I should need to not press any of the motorsport bookmarks in my. So the race is going to finish just after 7 o'clock. That should be fine now. When sunset here is about 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Yeah,
this time
but
of year.
it feels like the sun's been setting for like a while on the server.
Officially, sunset in Estoril today is just after 20 to 9.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, if it takes that into account, then we won't get any darkness running, but with our factor 2, it can always spring a surprise.
Yeah. So, what's that gap now? 3.4 seconds now between French and Cripps, second and third. That is a genuine race for position as well, but perhaps just as relevant, the gap from Cripps to the lead is now under 30. It's down to 29.4 seconds.
I mean, on that last lap, Cripps has disposed of the GDP car and the Napa Racing
UK car. It may be worth, on the timing tower, if we can get the gaps back up, if it's working properly, because I know it's been a bit,
for sure.
It's been a bit malfunctioning with some of the pit stop times, so I don't know if it's going to give us anything. If we can have
We'll give that a go for you. Didn't like that at all, did it?
No, that's not the right one. Because I know we've had the gaps up before, but then when people have come into the pits, it's been a bit funky today. So, down to 2.9 now. Cripps is still pumping in the 34s. There we go. So you can keep track of the gaps themselves. 2.2 now the gap between Boo and Brabham. There they go through turn 10. Also, we're keeping an eye on that Napa Camsport fight because that gap's back down to 1 second again.
Yeah. I feel like those two are just determined on me absolutely losing my voice before the end of the race.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's two teams. They're very good teams. Neither of them are on the form they would expect today. So to quote Michael O'Leary from Ryanair describing the merger of Team BA and Iberia, it's like watching two drunks lean on each other. It might even be worth going picture-in-picture on that one, Grant, because the gap is less than a second now. In fact, they are just behind the Brabham on the road.
Behind the Brabham
so
on
actually,
the road,
just by keeping a close eye on the background, we might be able to keep track of doing. There's John Dean Smith, and there's Chris Wilson behind.
Considering it is our closest battle in the race.
If the battle's going to transpire for second place, we will let you know. That gap's still just over 2 seconds. So here's John Dean Smith, Chris Wilson, Napa Camsport, 6th, 7th. And it's worth saying that since Aidan Carter's got back into the go for the gap car, they've really started closing the gap back towards these two again. They're only about 12, 13 seconds behind.
Yellow we've got a yellow in sector 1, and I heard some shouting there.
I think it's a Vanti at turn 1.
I've heard some shouting.
Max Wishling was running in
is the car moving? We've still got the yellow in sector 1. Yeah, I think they've had a pedal failure again.
Barracuda has gone through.
Yeah. Avanti's pedals have failed. I've just got confirmation from Annabelle, so we expect to see another code 60 shortly. Don't think we're in a pit stop window at the moment, so we might get away with this. Brabham Esports now 7/10 of a second behind the Blue Barracuda car.
I think Avanti were about 13, 14 seconds ahead of Blue Barracuda.
Yeah.
I think where they would.
So I believe the Avanti car's up and running again. I would assume Gordy is now just checking to make sure no one has to pit.
Yeah, and actually that's a good point. If they're coming through now to sector 1, we can have a look at the time loss and more accurately quantify where they should be.
Let's go big screen for our main battle here because
it's about off a second. Avanti have lost about 34, 35 seconds.
Very squirrely on the exit there for the Boo Barracuda car, which is going to give Cripps a hell of a run through here, coming out of the tight left-hander. It's now the flat-out right-hander kink, which looks massive when you see it away from the track, but when they drive through it,
Great
looks like
run
it's
through
nothing.
turn 5.
And then down the hill, look at this dummy into the
Oh, nice
outside,
dummy.
going into the inside. Lovely move, all late on the brakes though, and that actually runs the Boo Barracuda off the track. I wonder if race control want to look at that.
So just looking at the sector times and everything and how much, Avanti lost about 35 seconds, and they're 21-22 behind Uber, so they should be about 13 seconds ahead of Boo Barracuda. That's where they were before the issue struck again. So hopefully we'll get that sorted, but Brabham are ahead. Cripps is ahead of Stuart French. He's back up into second place. He's just under 29 seconds behind Team Purple Helmet with just under 1 hour and 35 minutes to go. And I think the Avanti car's stopped again. It's exit at turn 1 again. That's what came up with yellow flag sector 1. And it's on the move again. So just a shorter stop, I think, that time. As we watch Callum Cripps, and these sector times now be so important. So with clear track in front of him, Cripps through turn 4, come out to sector 1. Is he still taking time out of Mark Calver? Actually, no, he was actually a tenth slower that time around. Through that long turn 6, been so troublesome for so many drivers in this race.
So we will be seeing a code 60 very shortly, just evaluating. So we'll see.
And luckily, no one's really close to each other at the moment, that we're not going to have any controversy like
No,
hopefully.
but obviously the longer we wait, the more chances are that people have to pit. So hopefully they get that done nice and quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're expecting any pit stops. Maybe the next 15 minutes or so.
No, for sure. So hopefully the sooner the better.
We've had a couple of issues. Avanti are up and running. Obviously, 5th place, technically a lap down at the moment, but they were. I've gone back and gone through the sector times of what we had here. They were about 13 seconds in front of Nathan Burton when the problem struck. So hopefully, we got it about right the first time, as close as we could. Hopefully, without being the pit, it should be a little bit easier.
Yeah, 100%.
Fingers crossed that we can get through the last hour and a half and we don't have to go.
Yeah, hence the sooner the better.
Lap times last night for the leaders: Calver 35.5, Cripps 34.9. The gap's down to 28 seconds. But the thing is, in maybe 15-20 minutes or so, when Calver hands over to Jack Ashton for the last stint, it's going to be much harder to make that time up against a driver of Ashton's experience. So you get the feeling that if Mark Calver is able to keep it on the island and just keep running this steady pace, it does put Team Purple Helmets and put Jack Ashton in a very strong position indeed going towards the end of the race. Hopefully we'll get this virtual safety car and the sorted at the moment. I know the team are going to be looking very hard at it. As we come towards the 3/4 mark of this race, 4.5 hours gone, 1.5 to go. Top 3 cars, all potentially still in contention for the win, depending on what happens, and all 3 of them with 1 more pit stop to make. Here at Estoril. Just after 1 o'clock we started this race on a Sunday afternoon. It's now just gone 5:30, 25 to 6. Give you a Napa Cam Sport update. John Dean Smith has managed to pull out a bit more of a gap on Chris Wilson. That gap's gone back out to 2.3 seconds. But the gap is still gradually coming down with Aidan Carter in the only go for the gap car in 8th place. He's only 10 seconds behind Chris Wilson now. So still 6th, 7th and 8th. Plenty to play for. Those 3 cars are 2 laps down. But they've still got plenty to race for. Aidan Carter, on his stint so far, has run the mediums and does seem to be getting a lot out of them. Bit of a holding pattern with this race for 2 reasons. One, while the code 60 with Avanti gets sorted, and also because of just waiting for the pit stops. And we are into the virtual safety car now by the looks of things, and now everyone's slowed down.
Yeah, we are in virtual safety car conditions, as you can now see. We're just gonna, I think they were clarifying a few things because the Avanti car then spun at turn 1.
Ah, so the second one was a spin.
Yes.
Right.
Not a disconnect.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So they can't take that into the time they lost the count, which I think they were arguing with race control about. So.
In which case, the time lost with the issue was about 35 seconds. Avanti are currently 40 behind Nathan Burton.
Yeah.
So what would be saying?
Looks like we're green again. No. Okay. The Brabham car just looked quick.
What would be saying there, in effect, then, and thinking of the gaps, this would probably be about right. Is that spin cost Avanti 4th place to Nathan Burton?
Yeah, definitely.
Given the gaps was about 13 seconds. Nathan was running quicker than Max Bitchley was at the time. Would make sense to me.
Yeah, I agree.
I can see that Avanti is moving up now. So hopefully we'll see Avanti restart 5th place, a little way behind Nathan.
Yes.
Hopefully.
We shall see.
There's the track map. Where are they? 4th and 5th. They're both coming down the pit straight now. The gap between them, because Avanti's just coming up to the line.
So Avanti have got their pit limiter back on. So they cross the line at the gap 16 seconds.
16 seconds, but of course they're running slower. So at real racing speed, it's a smaller gap, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say that's probably about right.
Yeah, I think that's,
I would assume that's correct, to be fair. And looks like we are now green once more. So yellow conditions are cleared. Fingers crossed, it's now green for the final 90 minutes. Well, just under 90 minutes.
Yeah, so back in front. We'll have to wait on the timing screen with the gaps. Give it about a lap to shake itself out as everyone gets back up to racing speed are underway. Max Vixling, generally speaking, has driven pretty well in this race. Not at the pace of Will Richardson, who's been absolutely barnstorming. Let's see what he can do over that final anchor leg, whether he can get himself back towards Nathan Burton and give us an interesting fight for 4th.
Yeah, definitely. I think Will deserves a lot of credit for the drive today. He's definitely unlocked a lot of potential in that Aston Martin. And I do wonder if it's turned a lot of heads of people thinking, oh, maybe we should have gone for the Aston, because the general consensus that it was slow, but it isn't. Lap time wise, it's basically exactly the same as all the other cars. It just feels slow, which I know some drivers aren't a fan of. So
how, for the uninitiated like me to this sort of kind of racing with GT3s and R-Factor and everything, how do things work in terms of balance of performance?
So basically what I will do is I will run the cars first, all by themselves with their regular default setup. I will find flaws with the cars, which I will first try to remove. And then I will look at the pace relative to each car. So I will do hot lap and pace. So I'll do race stints. Oh,
I'm going to have to interrupt because I think Mark Carver might have had a moment. I don't know if it was because of the end of the virtual safety car, but the gap's come down a big chunk. It's down to 24. I don't know if he outbraked himself at turn 1, but that previous lap, Mark Calvert lost quite a lot of time with 5-6 seconds in the first sector.
Maybe so. I did overhear Jack giving him some advice on some of the corners during the full course yellow, so maybe just trying to rein it in a little bit, but that can sometimes make you make even more mistakes. Or did he lose loads of time behind back markers?
I wouldn't have thought he lost that much, but he is losing time on one of the Quatermass cars now. It is the 63 car, which Adam Locke is driving.
Yeah, and he's not even going to get him into the hairpin unless Adam Locke lets him through. There we go.
He had to send it a bit to get through there, but he's got it done eventually. Yeah, the gap's down to 23.5 seconds now.
Yeah, it's definitely closing up. So
29.5 over Boo Barracuda.
So, as I was saying, I'll try to make them as close as humanly possible. Chris Wilson was a great example of this. He came in and tested nearly all the cars and was literally within a tenth with all of them. So he was very happy. So for him, it was just about personal preference, about what car he actually preferred to drive, or the team preferred to drive. So it can be difficult to do it, and it can be easy to do it. It really does depend on, one, how many cars, and two, the circuit. Because like Estoril, it's quite a balanced track. It's got a good bit of everything. So it's a really good track to hold a race on, because there's no real car that's going to be like ridiculously strong around here. Yes, the Aston benefits with its good straight line speed, but so does the Corvette. So it's very well balanced. We go to Interlagos, and I would say that's a little bit more like of a interesting track for the GT3 cars to take on. So that could be a fun one to watch. Well, it will be a fun one to watch.
Definitely. I think I don't know anybody who doesn't like Interlagos.
I do.
I
do. He's a bit weird.
Really?
Yeah. Shall we get him in for an interview if he's still here, so we can question him on it?
Who?
Phil Webb.
Is he still here?
I don't know. I saw him a while ago to see if he's lingering.
I would say no, because I think we're coming towards the last round. I was just about to say, as we know, Tankerfield, if its stretch could be about an hour and a quarter, and we've got an hour 23 to go. I think we are coming up towards the last round of pit stops quite soon.
I think that's him there. Could be wrong, though. But yeah, Phil Webb hates Interlagos. Don't know why. Bit weird. Don't know.
Wow.
Although he does tend to not like tracks that have an S in. Because he doesn't like Suzuka. He doesn't like Spa.
What's he like with Maggots?
He doesn't like Silverstone. Oh, he hates Silverstone. Too flat. That's what he says. So yeah, there's 3 tracks with S's included.
Really hilly, but no S bends.
Yeah.
So Red Bull Ring then?
Yeah, but he doesn't like that either.
Oh, for God. Takes all sorts, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he does like Red Bull Ring. I could be wrong on that, but I'm quite sure he said that he's not massively keen on it before. Interlagos, I think it's more personal because he spun there, and Nathan crashed into him after he spun.
I see.
It was a bit awkward. I hope you're watching, Phil. If so, hello. Put something in the chat.
I have seen him comment on the feed today.
Hi,
so
Phil.
He has been watching. So hi, Phil. If you are still watching.
Yeah, I feel like I'm baiting him at the moment, so we'll see. Has anyone else said anything interesting?
No, just Sean saying Silverstone's boring.
It is flat.
Depends on the car, because unless you're driving something that's really high powered,
yeah,
it's a very long lap, and there's a lot of sitting about waiting to get to the next corner.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I prefer the old layout of Silverstone.
Yeah,
I think it was more fun.
And the loop ruins the flow of it.
It does. I get why they did it, but at the same time, it's like a bit unnecessary.
The original 90s improvements with Bridge and Priory and Brooklands and Luffield.
Oh, they were fantastic.
Excellent.
Yeah,
that was when Luffield was rounded rather than being double apex.
Yeah, that made the track have so much character.
They managed to slow it up and create a longer lap time without disrupting the flow of it like the old chicane used to in the 80s.
For sure. I mean, when you look at old Maggots and Beckett's, they were like insanely different, but
yeah,
new Maggots and Beckett's is absolutely incredible. Some of the best corners in the world, in my opinion, like just epic when you get them right, especially in like a GT3 car. In a GT3 car, it's mega around there because you're not just so reliant on the downforce. But so everyone's got their own opinions, obviously. So I quite like Silverstone. It's not my favourite. It is quite flat. British circuit-wise, I would probably say, to be fair, I'll go for another flat circuit. Croft. I think Croft is a better track.
You are Colin Turkington, and I claim my £5. BMW Central. As much because I know I do drive it quite a lot when I come into Simply Race, and I know it's not one that's really suitable for anything that's got more than about 150 horsepower. I love Cadwell Park.
Cadwell's fantastic, to be fair. Can't go wrong with Cadwell.
Who's that gone off? Avanti's gone off there. I don't know if that was just to get out the way of the race leader, but Avanti did run off into the gravel at turn 4.
They're still going, so wasn't pedals.
The sector
which is
time they've
good.
only lost 3 or 4 seconds. It was just a run off the road rather than any sort of problem.
That's good. That'll be will stay green, which is always good.
Sean, I agree with you. Donington Park is better than Silverstone, although I would say not for MotoGP now because I think the bikes have outgrown it. I think Donington would be too small for MotoGP today.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I prefer driving Donington to driving Silverstone because of the elevation changes and stuff like that. It's an absolutely phenomenal circuit, Donny. I only like the national layout, though. The GP with the hairpins, I'm not a big fan of, but the national Donny is incredible.
Absolutely.
Brands GP is great as well. Love Brands GP. Brands Indy's always fun, obviously, as well. There's some really good tracks in the UK. Knock Hill, who doesn't like Knock Hill? Anyway, yes, let's...
I don't after the Alpine race, but we won't have that argument
Let's
now.
stop fawning over racetracks.
Quatermass car is kicking in last place, but they are kicking off the final round of pit stops with 1 hour 20, 1 hour 19 to go.
Well, they definitely will need a splash and dash then.
Either that or Max Spooner is trying to deliberately advertise the fuel economy of the cars that he sells.
Well, both Quatermasses are now in.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Spooner's up to his old tricks again. Both Quatermass cars are in the pits for what we assume will be their final pit stop.
Well, he's not been able to come in here to advertise anything today, so that's what he likes to do.
No. Right, who's been messing around with the driver things? It now says Callum Cripps is driving the Quatermass car. Annabelle, if you can hear this, can you go and fix it, please? Someone's been messing around with it.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. So, yeah, I think this is going to kick off by the hive of activity in the last few minutes. So let's try and take a snapshot now that the Brabham deficit to Team Purple Helmet now is 22 seconds. 22 and a half. Let's see how that shakes out with the pit stops that are imminent. Confirmation that it is Ben Bennyworth just got back into the 63 car for Quatermass for the final leg. Replacing Adam Locke. His day is done. And for Quatermass, Aaron Daly has been driving. We're assuming Max Spooner. He's only done one stint, so I'll assume.
Yeah, and GDP are in as well, so they're going to have to splash and dash at the end.
I don't think...
What, with 1 hour and 18 to go?
Well, we know Napa did 1 hour and 15 at the start of the race. I don't think there's any splash and dash.
I think they will. I'll be surprised if they get to the end now. Especially Quatermass. They're going to have to pit again.
I disagree. It'll be interesting finding out.
Sure. I'll probably forget, so if it happens, remind me.
Excuse me. Oh, no, I will, believe me. To be fair, we've been in a very small, very hot room together about 5 hours, and this is the first thing we've disagreed about.
It is, to be fair.
I've normally clumped someone by now.
That's not good, considering how much time you spend in a bar.
Mark Calver, 34-7 that Mark Calver's just put in. He's really going to try and push it on at the end of the stint and get a bit more time out of it. And Callum's down to a 35.5 as those mediums wear down. So the gap's actually gone back out by 8 tenths in Purple Helmet's favour last time around. The gap's back out, and it's still going out now. It's over to well over 23, almost 24 seconds on the timing. I don't know. Where is Callum on the track? He's just
right, so I'm putting my bet in now. GDP will pit on the last lap. Quatermass will pit with 2 laps to go. GDP will be on the last lap of the race. You've got to take into account the checkered flag will fall, but then if the leader has only just started the next lap with 2 seconds to go, got a whole other lap. So
can they not just park it in a safe place on the pit straight?
No.
I mean, not as in what they shouldn't do. I mean, is there anything literally stopping them doing that?
Well, all of the penalties in the world, they do have to make it to the start-finish line.
Philip has been in touch. He says Spa's okay, but Zolder's better.
Zolder's a great track,
How many S-bends are there in Zolder? 3, 4?
I think you just like chicanes with massive curbs on it. Phil, do you like Adelaide? We'll soon find out. I can see lots of emojis in the chat at the moment, so
1 hour and a quarter to go, and we're just now getting into what I think will be the final round of pit stops.
Can I slightly feel some excitement? Owned Camsport, personal best, middle sector, are starting to close the gap on Napa Racing UK again.
Oh, wow. It's not like that's been happening long. Also, Aidan Carter's only 7 seconds behind them now. He's been chipping away at that gap all the way through the stint, just little bit by little bit.
Well, he's had to make up for the off that Dan Hyde had
Yes,
just
that's a good
before
point.
the other Code 60. He's been faster than both of those cars for most of the day. What have we got going on in there?
Phil says Adelaide is mega.
There we go. There's my theory proven. Thank you, Phil. I hope you're enjoying the race. Wave at one of the CCTV cameras, Phil, if you're still in the venue. I think you're still here, but I can't tell because I can't see you. So if you see a CCTV camera, Phil, wave at it vigorously. As long as it doesn't put off a driver, obviously.
Use the Team America alert signal, ideally.
Although, don't do the one at the podium, because I can't see that one, and... yeah. I can see me in the CCTV, which is a little off-putting. Well, I can't see anyone waving, so maybe he has gone home.
Sean, I agree with you on Portimao. Portimao's a great track, although I went for MotoGP the other week, and it was a nightmare to get out of it after the race. It took over 2 hours to get back into town.
It's not really designed for large-scale events, though, is it?
No, it couldn't. I think the race day crowd's about 65,000. It couldn't handle a crowd that size, really.
I mean, Portimao is one
cracking track, and the racing was very good. Marquez indiscretions notwithstanding.
Yeah, Portimao is one of my favourite tracks to drive on the sim, to be honest. I love it.
It is challenging because there's so many blind, unsighted corners, camber changes.
Another really good one that I'd love to see in the Endurance Series one day, but I'm waiting for a good version, is Barber in USA. It's a phenomenal circuit.
Doesn't produce very good IndyCar races, though.
No, but IndyCar races and GT races are very different things.
That is true. That is absolutely true.
And it's great fun around there. And to be fair, IndyCar can be hit or miss. We can have an absolutely, the most insane race in the world one week, and then the most processional race ever the next.
See last night for details.
Exactly.
Last night's race wasn't really much cop.
No.
I don't think.
But that's open wheel racing quite a lot of the time, to be fair.
Yeah, and just a lot of the way that the American road courses rather than street circuits tend to be quite packed, quite short.
Yeah.
The notable exception being Portland.
I find it quite funny for a track like America that has so many amazing racetracks that they use so few of them in IndyCar. Like, IndyCar around Road Atlanta, that'd be insane.
There's got to be safety reasons why that doesn't happen.
More than likely, but I mean they've ran LMP ones there.
Turn one, the speed of it and the lack of runoff mainly.
Oh, of course, yeah. But I mean they ran WEC there. Well, not WEC, but IMSA and they still do. And that's always a cracking race. I mean, to say that, IMSA sometimes runs races at Lime Rock Park, which is absolutely hilarious. Sometimes you see back markers cutting the chicanes to get out the way, so they won't take the chicanes, just so they can move out of the way of the faster cars.
And if you want to drive Lime Rock Park, then please don't come down to Simply Race for Friday Night Unlimited, because it is a staple. Not every week, but it is a good track to drive, particularly some of the small American single seaters, and it is one that I know Grant likes to put on the FNU lineup pretty regularly.
Yeah, because it works really well.
You do like a good American road course, don't you?
Oh, there's some fantastic American racetracks, though. I don't even care if people call me American. Although I do love NASCAR as well, so I'm not really doing much favours for myself.
Oh, that reminds me, I meant to say about 5 hours ago that this race has been brought to you by McDonald's, given that literally half the field here today went to McDonald's in the gap in between qualifying and the race. Those of you who've been to Simply Racing know what it's like when lots of people bring lots of fast food in. You can imagine what the smell was like with a load of McDonald's in here.
I wonder if we've made more sales for McDonald's here than
in. I wonder if they're going to change driver again. They were about 2 seconds behind Napa and about 5 ahead of Go for the Gap as they came in. So that battle for 6th, 7th, 8th place now. Let's see how that shakes out as we go through this last round of pit stops.
Yeah, there's still a lot to be decided in this race. Lots of things to still happen, including this, which I'm cutting to because the Cam Sport car in the pit lane. I was a bit confused there because on the timing screen it said they were only 2/10 behind only Go for the Gap.
It's just, I think, when they crossed the line when they're in the pit lane.
Yeah, I think it confused it. I got excited then, thinking there was a hell of a battle going on.
Calm down and drink your cough medicine.
Yeah, as you can hear, I definitely need it.
Yeah, I think we're getting to the point where we've reached the silly hour, haven't we?
Yeah.
When I was in here with Dane for Daytona, it was only 4 hours. We reached this far earlier. I was cutting these about 90 minutes in.
Yeah, this is like Radio Le Mans levels.
I always wanted this to be a mix of basically Radio Le Mans and Test Match Special, frankly, like a motorsport Test Match Special. And I think we've achieved that.
I still remember to this day when F1 broadcasted testing for one of the first times ever. And of all people to get in to start, they brought in Steve Lazenby on commentary. Now, I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't be mean.
Simon Lazenby.
Simon Lazenby,
They might as well have used George Lazenby.
Yeah, sorry, it's been a long day. That would have been interesting, though.
Don't worry, everyone on YouTube was having their own argument between themselves about tracks again. So
okay, well, we'll go to that. We'll go to that.
No. We just leave them to it. You carry on with your Simon Lazenby story.
So, I just remember the first thing he said was like, this is like a test cricket match, isn't it? I'm going to go get some sandwiches. And he literally didn't speak about the test, like the actual F1 test, the whole time he was in the commentary box. He just waffled on and on and on. And it was probably some of the worst commentary I've ever heard. Probably not as bad as mine, but still it was not great. So, sorry if you like Mr. Lazenby, but...
sorry, Mrs. Lazenby.
Sorry, Mrs. Lazenby. If you're watching Sky, sorry. Well, David Croft has actually been to Simply Race before.
Has he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's been to Simply Race. It was the old venue. He wasn't very good, though. I thought he'd be quite decent.
Oh, actually driving a sim?
Yeah, he was quite slow. I mean, this was before Talbot was really fast, and Talbot beat him by quite a convincing amount. So, nothing against Colin. Colin's a very fast, very accomplished driver. But you think someone that does a lot of sim stuff and is that interested into racing would be quite quick, but obviously we were wrong. Come on, what's this track debate? Let's dive in.
Stuff, mainly about Spa.
Okay, so what's the point? I can't see the chat, so...
Well, the last post says, this is getting out of hand. I think, well, we've been talking about broadcasting. It's got quite heated. Right, let's have a look at some sector times again, Grant. You like those? Where are we? So, Purple Helmet leading Brabham by 19.5. Boo Barracuda by 31.5. Then Nathan fourth, Avanti fifth because of Max not quite having the pace and a few errors. The gap between fourth and fifth now 25 seconds. Interesting now with Cam Sport having pitted. Ben is back in the car for the last stint. Ben Brown has taken back in the car. But only go for the gap. Aidan Carter still going very, very well. Only 4.4 seconds now behind John Dean Smith in the Napa car and took a 1.5 seconds out of him last time round. Where are they on track? They're going to come through the first sector now. John Dean Smith 37.0. Aidan Carter 36.7. Yeah, continually reeling him in. So only go for the gap here with Aidan Carter. If he does run through to the end, might have a chance of overhauling both Cam Sport and Napa and getting up into 6th place. What a result that was, especially after Dan Hyde got done for a twofer by the same two cars in one go way back, at least couple of hours ago now. That'd be a great recovery for the team if they're able to pull that off.
Sorry, Sean, what track were you relating to when I said that? When you said you won't turn up? Just interested. Or do you really hate Barber? We'll soon find out. But yes, it is hotting up, which is good because otherwise you have to put up with
Barracuda are in.
Okay, so
please sound off the Buchan klaxon.
The Buchan klaxon,
which might be made of
sound.
No, I'm not going to say that because that's going down a very xenophobic road. And I'm not going to do that. So, Boo Barracuda in. Great effort by Stuart French today. I think he's driven really well in both his stints. He's not really made any significant errors. He's held, obviously, he's not really absolutely world beating pace, but this is uncharitable to call him a second driver. He has, I think, done a really good, dependable job and he's going to give Martin Buchan something to aim at, which we all like to see. We all like to see Buchan on a mission. He's over 33, 34 seconds as they came in. Just over 30 because of the slowing down before crossing the finish line. We'll just look at the gaps there.
Yeah, it's like letting Alan McNish loose in an Audi, letting Martin Buchan loose in anything. So, yeah, he will absolutely relish the opportunity.
Release the Buchan ballistic missile, the BBM. Yes, like that.
Who said that?
Sean did.
That's great, Sean.
No, we like that, Sean.
What track was it? Did he say?
I hate Imola, and I'd rather drive that than Spa.
I never mentioned Imola.
No, just
Okay, fine. We'll move on. I just wanted to know what track it was that you definitely won't show up to if I run it.
so that we can do it at FNU 3 times.
Sean can't make
Barber night.
Canoe anyway, unfortunately. Barber night. I feel like advertising that'll be difficult.
You get a free haircut with it. That's right. You're listening to the silly hour here at Simply Based. with
Personal
1
best
hour
to
and
go
4
for the
minutes to
gap
go.
in Sector 1 as well.
I'll say the silly hour. This race could, in terms of excitement, could get very silly. The Brabham's gap's down to 18 seconds. And
They've
Callum
really been
knows-
chipping away at that. 134.2. Sorry,
Yeah.
135.1 compared to
And-
135.6.
And as we said earlier, it's going to be not far easier, but a bit easier for Callum to make up the time against Mark Calver than it is to make it up against Jack Ashton.
Yeah,
So pushing
definitely.
on now, really trying to make that strategy work.
Well, Avanti are 2.4 off of Boo Barracuda as well. But I think they will be one of the last to pit from what I remember from the previous strategies, with Napa tending to be the absolute last car to pit.
Well, it depends whether Avanti want to get Will Richardson in the car a little bit earlier, maybe. Just get him for a few more laps. So that might play a difference. Napa, I think, are so sort of differentiating it on fuel and tyres rather than driver. I think that's going to lead them more before they switch back and Adam Christopher takes the last. Stint, Team Purple helmet are in.
Can I correct you? It is helmets. I know it says helmet up there.
Yeah, sorry, it does say helmet singular.
It is an R factor thing on there, but on the timing screen, when it works properly,
Yeah,
it
so
should say
they are
helmets.
in with 1 hour and 3 minutes to go. The advantage was about 18 seconds at the point, 17, 18 seconds at the point when they came in. So that's the gap we're going to be looking for in maybe around 10 minutes' time. When Brabham make their last stop. And no, Annabelle, you are right, and Philip, I know I don't drink coffee. It's Silly Hour, sponsored by Yorkshire Tea. Only go for the gapper in now. Does Aidan stay in the car? Does he hand back to Dan Hyde?
I think he stays in.
Yeah, because Carter has been the quicker of the two.
Like, I think strategy-wise, I can see Hyde is next to him now, and I think he's telling him to stay in. He's having a drink, he's staying in.
Yeah.
If he gets out, that's a big mistake.
Yeah, if they want to have a chance of getting up into sixth place. And
I'm not saying that to be detrimental to Hyde, it's just the,
and they're only,
it's the strategy call.
Yeah, and they got to within 2 seconds of John Dean Smith in the Napa car before they came in. There's a three-way battle there for sixth place, so we're going to keep a very close eye on. There's so much to look forward to in going into the last hour.
There is, which is always good. It means that my voice will get even worse. I'll sound like Chris Parsons by the end of this. No?
No, sorry.
Eurosport Le Mans commentator.
Oh, him. Yeah.
I think he was at the first ever Le Mans.
Do you remember, you probably didn't, because you don't watch bikes, 63 Quatermasses in again? Has Max done his sums wrong? Am I going to have to say you were right?
That's very early.
Yeah, but they only pitted 20 minutes ago. They pitted
that
at
might have been a
1:19 to go.
drive-through. That was quick. They're already back out. I think that was a drive-through.
Yeah, Annabelle, if you can chase up the situation in the 63 car, and we'll let everybody know.
Well, it probably won't be one that Gordy's issued. It'll probably be track limits.
Yeah, which obviously that's not information that we're automatically party to. So,
because that automatically dishes itself out.
Sorry, we've got a comment on the YouTube that's actually about the race we're watching.
Whoa!
Dum 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 dum. Thanks, Phil. I'm going to call it. Go for the gap to sneak top 6 in the last 15 minutes.
I mean, he would say that because he usually drives with.
Yeah.
Dan
Okay.
Hyde.
Fine. I think they might get there earlier than that.
I think you're right. I'm going to go with you, Dan.
Yeah. Depends on Adam really when he replaces John.
Yeah.
Which we're fairly sure he's going to.
Aidan's going to put in a hell of a stint now. I think we're going to see a lot of personal bests. Like, not a full tank of fuel as well. I think they've been running full tanks throughout the race, haven't they? Go for the gap.
I think so.
Now to race with an hour's worth of fuel, we're going to see some very hot laps from them. Brabham come in.
That was only a 50-minute stint, so they're not going to have a chance to come in with exactly now 1 hour to go. So where are they going to come out? The gap 49 seconds. Obviously, Team Purple Helmet with Jack Ashton will naturally retake the lead. Ashton's done a 35.8 first sector. He's not messing about on this lap. Avanti are also in for their last stop. We expect it will be Will Richardson to take back over into the final stint to run us to the end. We hang further. That was a fuel top up for car number 63 for Quatermass. I think Max has got his sums wrong.
I mean, you can't say I'm right with that one because that's...
Yeah, it doesn't count as a splash and dash if it's an hour from the end.
So if the other Quatermass pits...
Yeah.
And the GDP car. We haven't forgotten.
So, we're watching now the Brabham car in the pits.
Avanti
Team Purple
also in the
helmets.
pits.
Yep, Team Purple helmets have just gone past now, so they've retaken the lead as we go into the last hour. When is Christian Kelly, and it is Christian Kelly in the car for the last hour, on the move now?
I'll tell you what, though. Personal best, first sector for Onid Camsport.
But
they're
Jack
only
Ashton's,
2 seconds behind.
Jack Ashton's has done a 34.1.
That's fast.
That is one of the quickest laps we've seen in the race. The very fastest lap was right back at the very start. I think it was on lap 2 or 3. It's a 33.6.
Yeah, I don't know how he managed that as a race pace. Oh, yeah, he had not much fuel.
Gap,
that's why.
I don't think... Brabham are second, aren't they? I don't think that gap's 18 seconds. I think it's quite a bit less than that. So, Ashton's come through Sector 1. There is Kelly coming up through Turn 4. The Sector 1 line is here, and the gap is 13.6. Now, I guess that's the benefit of less fuel having to go in, a few laps, and a slightly shorter stop. Also, more interestingly, Buchan. He's only 4 seconds behind Brabham. We've got less than 18 seconds between the top 3.
That's Nathan, I think.
Oh, no, it is Nathan. Sorry. I got overexcited then.
Nathan surely
that's
has to
Nathan
pit
in third,
again.
and he definitely does have to pit one more time, but what a drive he's done. Buchan is 37 off the leads. They've actually lost quite a bit. So he's 24 and a half in 4th place at the moment behind the Brabham car. So 13.8 seconds. Jack Ashton, Christian Kelly, all pit stops completed. Just under an hour to go. Ashton on paper definitely the favourite.
Yeah, here
Ashton,
we go.
as we thought he might, is on the mediums now. But there is no room for error.
No.
One drop. The gap's just gone up slightly there to just over 14. One drop, and Kelly's there. And as we've said, as he's got back into comfortable with the car some time away, Kelly has got quicker and quicker as this race has gone on.
Yeah, he has. The more he's got used to the car, the happier he's just been. Straight into that flow. Cool to see him doing the final stint of the race as well. I think that's really good for Callum to do that.
And as the pit stops have shaken out, Onid go for the gap are past Camsport. They have got that place through the pit stop cycle up into 7th place for... So Aidan Carter is 4 seconds ahead of Ben Brown, and that gap's just going to grow. So it looks like Camsport are going to have to settle for P8 today, which is not what they want to be.
It was interesting though at first because Camsport started putting personal best in, but they've now dropped that pace massively. So yeah, Aidan just absolutely going for it now.
Napa still with a pit stop to make. The gap is 1:09, but Carter's over 2 seconds a lap quicker than John Dean Smith at the moment. So I think only go for the gap might end up in P6 through the pit stop. Then it'll just be down to what Adam Christopher could do. Maybe they switch to the mediums because they're going to be pitting with well under an hour to go. So maybe they're just trying to give Adam a chance to really, really try and attack and push on.
Yeah, I mean, I would risk the mediums personally. With anything less than an hour to go, I think you just have to.
Yeah. We'd be very, very surprised if Adams, unless he, as we've said, driver feel, he might feel happy with the halves, but also, in terms of getting that 6th place, maybe they have to respond.
I think you've got to gamble at this point. What is there to lose? I mean, whatever happens from here, they could finish 6th, 7th, or 8th.
Ashton, Kelly, Buchan, all in the 34s. Serious lap times going in now. But Ashton is eking the advantage out. It's up to 14.5 now.
So I think when Nathan pits, he'll rejoin about 10, 20 seconds in front of Avanti.
Yes, that would make sense. Will Richardson is back in the car for Avanti for the last stint, as we expected. And he's on the mediums as well. So, yeah, definitely a lot of people running to try and run a shorter final stint and feeling comfortable enough without having to stretch fuel mileage or run a 70, 75-minute stint, but getting less than an hour gives them a chance to run the mediums instead.
Definitely so. So 34-4 for Team Purple Helmets that last lap, 34-7 for the Brabham Esports. Super quick times.
Do we know, just because we don't have the information in front of me, if we can check the tyres on the timing tower, is Buchan running a hard front, medium rear again?
Yeah, bring that up.
I suspect he probably is, because he wouldn't go hard at this stage. Surely. Yes, he is. Yeah, Buchan's running hard front, medium rear again. Thank you for that, Grant. So. On paper, Jack Ashton and Purple Helmets are in the box seat, but as today has proved and all the Sres races prove, you never know what's going to happen. There's still 54 minutes of this race to go.
Just want to point out that Napa have only made 3 pit stops so far, which is very impressive.
Yeah, so 3 pit stops. They've got 4. They've made 4 tanks of fuel last now 5 hours and 6 minutes and counting.
That's impressive. I mean, obviously they'll have their 4th
They're going to make a 4th in the end.
But personal best for Avanti that lap. Richardson has decided, I want to go fast again.
That could put that could put Nathan under pressure if he's going to run that kind of pace.
Like it has done well.
Nathan will switch
They're
to
basically
probably all
a
mediums.
lap apart. Looking at this.
Yeah, they are. They are. Is that? No, that's not. No, it is the 2 of them. They are exactly a lap apart on the track. So
I mean, it's almost.
This is for position, but it's also not for position. I hope Nathan realises.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Nathan, I'd be like, just let him go.
Well, he should get blue flag, shouldn't he?
No, he won't get blue flag because he's.
Contact.
That was a bit unnecessary from Avanti. I think that you're not going to get through there unless you're like massively alongside. I don't. Look, I know some people are going to say, oh, they were axle to axle, but that's not the most ideal.
I'm not overly mind about that contact there. I'm more thinking about why wouldn't he blue flag because he's a lap behind.
No. So Nathan won't get a blue flag. Nathan's a lap in front.
Yep, sorry.
They're trying to unlock.
I can't under how warm it is in here. So yeah, that is that's my mistake. So I've got it the wrong way around.
That's fine.
Apologies.
No so yeah, well, what's gone from a personal best to now 136.813, so 134 to 136 due to that contact. First bit of contact we've seen from the Avanti car all day as well. Only go for the gap with
apart from Buchan, I think did run just up the back of him slightly early on, very minor. But I'm really nitpicking by pointing that out.
That is proper nitpicking.
That A did make a difference, and B was about
that's
4 hours.
I think you're fine.
I think you're fine.
That's on lap 12.
Yeah, it probably was. Yeah, it's about 4 hours ago. Let's look at this time screen again. 52 minutes. This race left. Go for the gap are definitely going to come back out in P6 when Napa pits. The gap's down to just under 1 minute 7 between them now.
And then Napa have the option of softer tyres, low fuel.
I really hope they put Adam out on softs. I don't know how suicidal that would be.
I'm trying to think how much longer of the race will be left when they pit. Because they make their stints last a long time.
Yeah, the longer this goes on, more compelling that argument gets. And they're clearly doing something, because John's been running high 36s, low 37s for a while now. It is slow, they're losing time. They wouldn't be doing that deliberately. If John was really struggling, and I don't believe he is, then they'd have already stopped and put Adam in the car for a long stint's finish.
I mean, Ashton told me he could manage about 10 laps on the softs before they were awful. So, medium's probably the safe bet, but if you've got, what, 15, 20 minutes to go?
Medium front soft really?
Could do that. I think that's right.
So let's see. They're going to have to pit eventually. Let's see what Napa do.
Right, so Avanti unlapping Barracuda, take 2. Let's see what happens this time. So I think Avanti just need to, like, I know they want to get ahead, but Nathan doesn't have to let them through. Like, he's not entitled to let them through. I think it's in his best interest to, considering that he's a lap in front of them anyway. I don't know. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. I know he's got a
Well, the
pit,
thing
but
is, he's holding him up and making it easier. It's make it harder for Richardson to catch him when he eventually does come back out. Because we know it's a lap, he will come back out ahead. The longer this goes on, the shorter the stop will be. Actually, Sean posted that, and he's absolutely right to do so.
I think there's going to be a move very soon going into turn 1 with that Aston top speed.
Yeah, and he's got to really come around the last corner now, nose to tail. I wonder if it's going to be complete anticlimax about whether Nathan might actually pit now. Napa are in. We'll tell you how that turns out. Nathan is not coming in. We'll see where Napa come out. I strongly believe it's going to be behind. Only go for the gap.
Driver change for Napa.
Yep, as expected. So Aaron Christopher will be back in the car for the anchor leg. No move into turn 1 by Richardson and Burton.
Go for the gap, really pushing hard. 2 personal bests this lap in section 1 and section 2.
Go for the gap, absolutely flying. Where they're 7th, they're just coming to the last corner now. Keep on that lap time.
Pushing in terms of like where they're going to end up.
I mean, their best lap of the race so far is a 34.8. This is going to be, I think, well into the 34s. Just at the front, by the way, Ashton and Kelly are matching each other more or less 10 to 10. The gap's hovering still around 14.57. Only go for the gap are well through on Napa. And I think Camsport, this is going to be quite close actually. Napa and Camsport, I think Camsport might get back past them. Ben Brown and Adam Christopher revisited. This is really close actually coming through turn 1.
It is, it's almost side by side.
It's almost side by side. Camsport are through just, and Adam Christopher yet again finds himself behind Ben Brown. So that battle that really livened up the middle phase of this race is going to be resumed for the final leg, but in this case it's going to be for 7th rather than 6th, because Aidan Carter, superb effort, but only go for the gap, has leapfrogged the pair of them into 6th place.
So it looks like he's put the mediums on, I believe.
Yep, looks like medium for Napa.
Let's hope it medium soft.
And Ben Brown's on hards. So theoretically, as well as having a shorter stint, Adam should have a tyre advantage.
So
here comes Richardson. He's going to get it. No, he's going to come just a little bit too wide.
Oh, side by side with Camsport and
Oh
Richardson.
Dear.
Let's put that on the big screen because this is
that was coming to turn 7.
The other one's just
Christopher.
So
we did say he was more likely to do a full send later in the race, and that's exactly what we've just seen. Adam Christopher moves up into 7th place. Now, how far are they? How far are they behind? Go for the gap now. 10 seconds. It's a great drive by Aidan Carter to drag that car back into the top 6, and a really good drive over the last hour or so.
So let's see what sort of lap times that Adam can put in from here. I think that is key now for that battle. What can Adam do? But I tell you what, Camsport aren't letting him pull away.
Just over 45 minutes to go.
And Avanti still stuck behind the Barracuda car. We will keep an eye on that in case it gets spicy. It's a bit of a calmer battle at the moment, but hopefully it'll turn into a Vindaloo. That was terrible.
Are you hungry?
Little bit.
That's a good point. Annabelle asked about 3 hours ago if you wanted something to eat, and I never passed that message on to you. About the same time my sushi arrived.
I mean, after having these lozenges, they do kind of ruin your taste buds a little bit.
All that lozengey goodness.
Yeah. But no, I'm planning on making like spaghetti and meatballs when I get home, so that should be fun. Not that people at home are interested in what I'm going to cook for myself when I get home, but there you go. You now know.
Personal best lap incoming for Napa.
Yes.
Adam really pushing on the mediums. Now, is he going quick relative to Carter ahead of him?
Well,
Carter's on the mediums as well.
Sector, but first sector attempt down.
Yeah, he's 10.5 seconds behind. He's probably going to need a bit more than that. So Carter has just done a 35.2.
So, sorry to interject. I would argue now that Nathan is wasting more time battling with Fancy than just letting him through.
It was, by the way, it was a personal best lap for Anna Chris, but it was also a 35.2.
Yeah. So personal back for Camsport as well behind, despite not setting a personal best sector. Yeah, this battle, well, if we can call it a battle, I really feel like Nathan's just wasting his time now. I don't understand why he's defending. He was defending quite aggressively. We didn't have it on the stream, unfortunately. But Avanti went for a move and he shut the door. I don't really see the point in that. I don't, considering the gap between them.
He doesn't, well, bearing in mind.
Well, he does, because it says on his heads-up display,
Yeah.
over lap down.
As you said when you put me right on it when I made that mistake earlier, it's his prerogative. He's not doing anything
No,
wrong.
of course,
He's acting
but
within the rules. He's not weaving
No,
or
I
driving
just-
in a
I just think
dangerous
in
manner.
terms of like when you think of the race as a whole.
Well, he's not going to get any higher than fourth, is he? Realistically.
No, but it just seems a little risky. These two come together, then that's
Well, they've got a huge advantage over the ones behind them.
because think about it. Avanti's best hopes are if Barracuda has a bit of a mistake in this stint
Well, that's the thing, what?
that will cost them about 20 to 30 seconds.
Worst case scenario, Nathan gets taken off. He's got a one-lap advantage over the next car, which is the one that's taking him off.
Well,
He's not going to lose that much, is he?
No, but Nathan has to pit.
Yeah, but
So
he's
if
still
he
got 15,
loses
20,
20, 30
okay,
seconds,
he's still got 15, 20 seconds over the car that's taking him off.
we're alongside
I think you
again.
have a go down to turn 7.
He won't make it stick there unless Nathan gives him all the room in the world, which he's not going to do. Good exit though, very squirrely from Nathan on the exit there too. Napa are dragging the Campsport car with him, I'll tell you that much. But,
Yeah, Ben Brown's kind of got his,
Aiden is
got his
into the
head down.
34s now.
Yeah, that gap's actually gone up to 11 seconds now. 43 minutes to go.
I just heard a high-pitched ooh noise coming from the box. Not sure what that entails too, but
Flag, all the dots on the tracker are still moving, so
yeah, I'm just still a bit miffed. I mean, Avanti are probably getting very frustrated by this now. Because if they want to beat ooh, they need to be in front at this point. And even then, it's going to take a lot. Maybe they're just having fun, who knows? This could just be purely for our entertainment.
well, where's he going?
as
Oh, he's
Avanti-
gone round.
Phew, they're not going to be happy.
No, they're not. And that spin may well decide 4th place in Nathan Burton's favour.
Yeah, another personal best for Napa. Now disappeared from my screen, but they did initially take half a second out of their go for the gap there.
11 seconds behind. We're going to have another, what, 26 laps.
Yeah,
They
around
need to
that.
be finding nearly half a second a lap on average.
Yep.
And they're losing the time at the moment. So I think it's going to take a mistake really from Carter or major tyre issues for Randy Crisper to get back up and retake that 6th place. So we can have a chance to have a bit of a recap now. Now we've got through most of the pit stops. We didn't get a chance to have one on the hour mark. So Team Purple Helmets lead Brabham Esports by just under 14 seconds. Jack Ashton and Christian Kelly, and that gap's remaining fairly constant. Behind them, Barracuda in 3rd place. That is Nathan Burton running the race solo, but he still has one more pit stop to make. He will, when he pits, will lose that 3rd place to the 666 Barracuda car of Martin Buchan. Avanti Racing with Will Richards in the car are in 5th place now. They can see they just had that spin. They are a lap behind. They won't be when Barracuda pits, but it probably will still be a 20 to 30 second gap. Only go for the gap with Aidan Carter, driven really well to get himself from 8th up into 6th. Adam Christopher now for Napa Racing UK is in 7th and still only 1.7 seconds ahead of Ben Brown for Only Campbell in 8th. 9th, the Quatermass car. They didn't lose a place despite making a bit of a fuel mistake or miscalculation. Ben Bennyworth drove the number 63 car. The 35 Quatermass car with Aaron Daly in the car is in 10th, and then GDP Racing bring up the rear with Darryl Pottinger and Ben Scott at the back. We have 40 minutes of an intriguing race to go. And I think gradually some of the positions now are gradually starting to shape themselves out. And barring any unforeseen circumstance, I think now finally the eventual finishing order is beginning to reveal itself. We keep an eye on the Napa car with Adam Christopher aboard. Still putting in personal best sectors. Took a little bit of time. And in now comes Nathan Burton. 40 minutes to go. He's come in for what, barring any unexpected smash and dashes, will probably be the final pit stop of the afternoon. So, Boo Barracuda, 666 Martin Buchan, as we expect, moves up into third place, but he's almost 30 seconds behind Christian Kelly in second. But Boo Barracuda should rejoin in a comfortable fourth. It should be quite a short stop because the amount of fuel that will need to go into the car is much less. We're going to be talking not much more than half a tank at this stage of the race. Very, very good effort this by Nathan Burton. I know it's not the first time he's done it. I know he has finished on the podium in a Sres race on his own before, but it doesn't...
As he's now in the pit as well.
Yeah, it doesn't detract from the achievement.
See where he comes out. I think he's obviously safe to the Avanti car. So it'll be a solid fourth for Nathan today, I think.
And it has to be said, and we all know Nathan's a good driver, but the achievement of doing that against a field of this quality really can't be overstated.
No, definitely not.
If he does, as it looks like he's going to do, he does finish fourth. He is back out on track now. That is a really, really good achievement. So where is sector times? I'm just trying to place him and place Avanti. So he's, I think, just going to turn 3 and 4. Avanti haven't even crossed the line yet. So let's just have a look at those sectors that come through. Work out on my phone where he is. He's come through now, and then Avanti just crossed the line. So actually, he's got well over 30. Probably more like 35 seconds. So, now they've got to the point where the race is looking fairly solid. I've brought in Annabelle Standing, our roving pit reporter, who's done a sterling job for us for the last 5.5 hours, feeding up all the news and driver changes and bits and bobs. And I just thought it was a good time to get a third opinion about the race so far and how you feel it's gone sort of from an observer's perspective.
It's been interesting. It's
sorry, there's hair microphone interface going on here.
Yeah, I haven't got it. It's been interesting. The battle we just saw with the Barracuda and Avanti was controversial among the drivers.
Yeah, Grant and I had a difference of opinion about that battle. I think it's fair to say, in terms of the context of the race.
Yeah, we were just discussing about the fact that Nathan could have fuel saved and probably saved his tyres if he just let them through and stayed behind.
So you're saying that Grant was right?
Sorry,
I hate
yeah.
it when Grant was right. Just before our next question, Sean agrees a lot of things. Personal best lap for Napa, 35.1, and that gap's come down to less than 9 seconds. So Adam Christopher on the move, and the battle for 6th place might not be completely finished just yet.
Yeah, it's going well. Everyone's sort of keeping in time, especially considering we had 3 VSCs now. Let's pray nothing else happens. But everyone's kept to it, kept their heads down, no one's really made a fuss. They're all just doing as they're doing.
Yeah, obviously you come here, well, to be fair, you're very getting the pit report, but slightly biased, obviously as a supporter of Napa. It's probably not been quite the day Napa wanted, although Adam's doing his best now to try and make amends.
Yeah, it's been difficult. I know I was struggling with the car. He was struggling physically. His shoulders were hurting, but there's nothing he can do about that. Obviously, was going to double stint and got Adam to jump back in the car. I think they're surprised with how much they've been able to save on fuel. Obviously, they've done less pit stops than planned originally. Because I helped with planning the pit stops for them. But yeah, it's not going as terribly as they hoped. Their main goal was to be ahead of Camsport, which currently they are.
Yeah, by 3.6 seconds as Adam's picked up. Adam's on 34.7, which is by far, it's the first time Napa have been in 34s all race, so that's certainly going to help them achieve that objective at least.
Yes, I know when I was on my way in, they were having a chat. I don't know what about. They were making sure that their driver communication is very good. Constantly in communication.
That's great. Annabelle, thank you very much for joining us. I'll let you know to sit down now.
Welcome.
Callum's here with us. Do you want a quick word? Have a quick word with Callum Cripps. fiddle. I had to put the headset back on. Cracking last stint, Callum, but maybe didn't quite get back as much time as we'd have liked.
Yeah, it was as good as I could have done, to be honest. I mean, the option was either keep going in that stint and then pit when the fuel was pretty much out, and then just bottom some new tyres, put in less fuel, and then go to the end. But yeah, basically we decided. I knew when Jack jumped in, basically we can just match them now. So I just jumped in. We basically just pitted early, put in a bit less fuel than them, and then tried to catch them up. So basically, over the actual distance of the race, because obviously Jack did his first stint and he was 20 seconds ahead of everybody. So when he pitched, he was 20 seconds ahead. So we've actually caught up 6.5 seconds throughout the last 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So our race pace was actually identical. It was just that first stint for Jack. Amazing, you know, he just sailed away from us, and that's what's kind of won them the race, because they've been able to just maintain that advantage and manage the pace throughout. But yeah, it was interesting. Obviously, like toing and throwing throughout our strategy the whole time, and I had to get past Kingazoo Barracuda at one point, pretty sharpish, because so I just kind of sent it down the inside and nearly went off. But yeah, it was good. Yeah, it's kind of been. It has been like pretty much flat out since like the 3 hour point. It's just like, well, we might as well just our strategy just go as quickly as possible now. The tyres are so much better now. It's cooler. In the daytime, the tyres are just horrific, I think. Yeah, it's like so much better now. It's cooler.
You were finding sort of putting in those 34s in that stint, it was a lot easier. You didn't feel like you were, missing your own control. Kelly's gone off. I don't think it's going to cause a huge problem. He's got a decent gap of Martin Buchan, but he's got caught up in a bit of traffic. Just run on at turn 6 and has been joined. He has an advantage over the Buchan of 30 seconds, so yeah, he's not going to cost him a position, so it shouldn't do too much harm. But yeah, so you need to put in the quicker lap time for the cooler.
Yeah, 100%. I think the track is a lot more grumpy now as well, so that'll be helping. But it was just really strange. I've never known like how technique of braking to like changes the tyre wear so much, because normally it's obviously this long corner here is the one that you've got to be so careful around it. Yeah. Almost like lifting off, getting the car to rotate a little, and then getting on the power and literally just feeding it to the corner. There's like 5 different ways to do that. You can just either get up on the curb and hug it the whole way around, or go a bit deep and square it off. So there's like loads of options for it.
It's just long enough to put that kind of doubt in your mind.
It is. Well, it doesn't really put any doubt in it. It's just something you have to like get in a rhythm and just stick with throughout the stint.
Yeah.
Because if you go through a stint and you're just like you're doing fast times, and then you're going so fast that you're making mistakes every 5 laps, it's just not worth it. You might as well just rein it back a few tenths and then just keep it nice and consistent. It gives you a better idea of where you are. But yeah, it's not understeering. At the front of the car, like you find that you can't trail brake into the corner as much as you normally would in a GT3 or on, just purely because of how hot the tyres get, and I think it just melts them. So you're having to drive a lot differently. It is kind of very endurance-minded, where you've got to just rein it back a few tenths and just think of the car kind of thing. It would be quite successful. But yeah, it's if this was a 24-hour race, it would be very, very, very interesting.
Yeah. Obviously, next time we're back in the hypercar, but it's an 8-hour race next time. How does that change things again in terms of how you approach the race? Does it still go flat out that period of time, or do you think it gets even more strategic rather than adding it 2 hours on? How much difference does it make?
It wouldn't make too much difference compared to a 6-hour. Very much the same. It feels like a 3-hour, for example. At the 3-hour mark, we were leading, but it was kind of based on strategy. But it was very, very close at the 3-hour point. But yeah, Club Helmet has just done. Jack's so fast when he gets in the car, and obviously his teammates. He hasn't raced on R-Factor 2 before, so to come in and just be as quick as he has been pretty crazy. But yeah, for the hypercars, I've got to find a teammate first. I think Christian's available for the next one, but we've got to see if another Brabham person can jump in as well, which would be good. But yeah, it's. I'm going to driven because I didn't do first round.
You weren't here for Daytona, were you?
No, so I have absolutely no idea what that car does or how it feels, but I'm sure very. I don't know. It's actually I tested one here a few months back. It was extremely twitchy. I remember it being very.
I think it's fair to say the Van Wall's an acquired taste for many drivers.
Yeah, I prefer a longer steering rail. I see a lot of esports, like F1 esports and guys and all that, and they literally just rein their their wheel ratio in so much that they're just finger tipping through the corners, Whereas I prefer to have a lot more feel and travel through the wheels. Why? Massive boasted there. They did. But yeah, so for example, for stuff like that where you've got a slide on, you know how much range you've got to catch it. It just seems the fast way if you want to go over proper esports route. It seems like people are reducing their steering ratio quite a bit. But I prefer it to be quite long and like realistic as possible, really.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us, Callum. Second place, still a good result if that's how it finishes in the context of everything else in the eventual race. And I do hope you enjoyed it. We've certainly enjoyed watching it.
Yeah. It's like my first stint was a nightmare, and I was just like, how the hell are we going to get through this race? Like, with hard tyres that don't last an hour, But it was just purely my driving style. What I was doing, I was just absolutely slamming the brakes on, and it was just ruining the front tyres. So I'm doing too much trail braking. So yeah, a bit of adjustment. It was made a world of difference, but it's just a bit too late, unfortunately, to catch both helmets because I've been rapid all day. But we both had our car's got loads of damage on it. Their car has got quite a bit of damage as well. So it hasn't been like easy sailing for anybody. But quite impressed with Nathan as well, doing a whole 6 hours. That's pretty mental. So shout out.
And getting what looks like he's on for fourth place as well.
Yeah. I tried to do that a long time ago at the old venue in Imola, and I gave up after like an hour and a half because I was just ruined. So yeah, definitely that's pretty impressive.
Brilliant. Thank you, Callum. Thanks for coming in again.
No worries. Hopefully see you in the next one.
Yeah. Actually, unfortunately I won't be here, but everybody else will be.
Unbelievable. Goes to the highest bidder.
I'm now feeling guilty about going to my nan's 80th birthday, which is on the day of the race. Thank you very much, you heartless man. That's all right, mate. Thanks, Callum. So 27 minutes to go, and let's have another look at the battle for sixth place because Adam Christopher Grant is still chipping away, isn't he?
He has been chipping away for a little while. Yeah, the pace starting to even out a bit though now. 35.5 last lap for Adam, and a pace 5.7 for Aiden. So it's starting to become less of like big chips.
Because the gap was about, 11 seconds?
Yes, it was.
After the pit stop. It's now 6.7. But, again, Adam would need to have a bit more or rely on a mistake. If there's even just a little bit of running wide by Aiden Carter, that could really set things up for a good finale between those two cars.
With 26 minutes to go, it's hard to see it changing, but...
I think to quote Mark on Peep Show, I think this race has reached maximum Peter. It's going to peter out from here. Having said that, you never know what's going to happen, so do stick with us remaining 26 minutes. I know we've got the podium and the driver interview afterwards.
I reckon there's some. Podium, we'll probably do some interviews in here, but we won't be broadcasting because we don't have the microphone capabilities, so we might do a post-podium interview in here, if that makes sense. For anyone that wants to do it. I mean, you've still got your voice, so I'm sure you won't mind hosting that.
I think we can have a chat with our winners. I think it's worth getting the winners in at the very least. Actually, no, actually, I don't think, because we've spoken to a lot of the guys from the three main crews, haven't we? I think we should have a chat with Nathan.
Yeah, that's
I think we should stick around. Let's make sure we get Nathan in once he's been to the toilet.
Yeah, I would say let Annabelle judge his capabilities of coming into.
Yes, we will try, if he wants to speak to Nathan Burton. I think it's only right. Because apart from, I don't think we didn't get the chance to speak to Christian today, but apart from that, we've spoken to both drivers.
Yeah, we could hear from Christian.
All of the top three. So hopefully we can try and get Christian and Nathan in just to complete the picture we've got for the cars. That'd be good.
We should probably let Spooner in. Change my mind. So 25 minutes to go. I think most of the battles are settled.
Brabham have started to put in some faster times again than Team Purple Helmets, but I think Purple Helmets are just aiming at mid-35s till the end of the race. They know that they can get away with that now till the end, which is the smart strategy for now.
And I think Jack can be relied upon to hit those numbers, hit the pace, probably save more fuel just as a backstop in case something goes wrong. And
definitely,
if anyone here can do it, it's going to be him.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if Nathan will be disappointed that he's not on the podium, because I know what he's like.
Yeah, he probably will be. He shouldn't, but I think you're right. I think he will be. So, just to run through the order again, just look at the time gaps and everything. We've got the pit stops on there now. So, with 24 minutes to go, Team Purple Helmet lead by 17 and a bit seconds from Brabham. Then it's another 28 back to Boo Barracuda in third. Another 55 back to Oo Barracuda, which is Nathan on his own in fourth. Then 32 back to Avanti in fifth. Then a full lap back to Go for the Gap in sixth. Who've managed to just ease that gap out a bit over Napa to just about 7.5 seconds in seventh. Then it's 21 seconds back to only Cam Sports in eighth. They've kind of fallen away towards the end, but it has been a difficult day for Ben Brown. And then it's 63 Quatermass, 35 Quatermass, and GDP Racing completing the field. We are on, our leaders are on lap 208. So your guess of 220?
Without the full course yellows, I think we're
looking about right. I think it's going to be about 222 maybe? 222,
yeah.
223?
I think Stuart posted a comment on we did a little competition, not to win anything. I think he guessed 221 was his guess.
Not a bad guess at all, if so.
You didn't want to make a guess earlier, did you? You guesstimated.
I couldn't be bothered to work it out at the time. But I felt your figures that you came up with were reasonably sound.
You'd hope so.
Yeah.
Right, so unfortunately not much action in terms of battles on the circuit, but it has been a thrilling race for the most part.
Yeah, well, this might be a good chance actually to maybe look forward then, because we've got Bahrain next time out, July the 16th, back in the hypercars, the Van Wall hypercar we saw at Daytona. It's an 8-hour race, so it's the longest race of the four in the championship schedule. There is the schedule. Then in 6th Interlagos in the GT cars, and then the non-championship 24-hour race at Yas Marina in November. That's also in the GT cars, don't count the championship points. Quatermass 35 is in the pits.
So I win that bet.
20 minutes doesn't count as a splash and dash. It's got to be less than 10. No.
You said they wouldn't stop again.
Did I?
Yeah, that was the...
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I've got all this, but I very nearly swore then.
You can swear at me afterwards, it's fine. I won't take it personally.
Yeah, I always swear at you, to be fair.
You do.
So, yeah, unfortunately, maybe a bit of a fuel error on the loading or the miscalculation for both the Quatermass cars.
No, I think that's about right for that one. I think you just don't want to admit that I was right.
No, okay, no, I admit you were right. I'm just trying to... Why has this happened from a Quatermass perspective with both cars? I'm not saying you weren't right. You were right. I was wrong, and you were the king of everything.
Is Spooner in the car?
Well, I don't know. It said Aaron Daly on the sheet for a while. I don't know if that's been... The 63 car one's been updated. The
Mate,
35
ask
one,
Ganabel to get Spooner in, and he can explain everything.
Yes, that's probably a good idea. And plus, he'll moan at us if we don't put him on. He's not.
100%.
We've not had him in.
He'll be really upset. GDP Racing was my final one to say, but I still think final lap of the race for them. Unless we have a code 60. If we have a code 60, they'll make it to the end.
Yeah. And to be fair, a new team, those kind of little things you might not think about, that's going to happen. So I'm willing to give them an easier ride.
I think they've done really well, personally.
They are, just to record, they are 7 laps down. There you are. They've just come in.
So my calculation was
writing,
wrong for that one, but they both pitted a lap apart before, so they obviously put a very similar amount of fuel in.
Yeah. Are there any bonus points for fastest lap?
No, we used to, but we found it got a bit silly.
People bolting softs on them.
Yeah. For the 24-hour, sometimes we have a prize for it, which is quite cool. Which means the final 5 minutes.
Race.
Yeah, so the final 5 minutes of the 24 hour.
How much do you want to gamble? I like that.
Yeah, so like you're very tired, but all of a sudden you want that lap more than anything. I remember at the Red Bull Ring, the last 24-hour race I did, Barracuda and Radicals Online set exactly the same fastest lap. Exactly the same, to the nearest decimal point. There he is.
Right,
there he
the
is.
cabaret has started. Max Spooner.
Right.
Car sales, the world's most innumerate car salesman. Right. Put your earphones on. Hello, Max. How are you?
I'm all right.
Right. Why have both your cars pitted again?
So splash and dash to get to the end.
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't say that. It means Grant was right and I was wrong.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to stretch. I thought you were both trying to stretch it out to the end by pitting at 1:18 to go.
No,
Oh,
that
yes.
was that. I think what that was a splash and dash, and now they've realised they need another splash and dash.
Oh
We go through quite a lot of fuel in that car, but I think with the 35 car, it's more of just a case of playing it safe. I think we've pretty much got P10 in the bag, so it's just cementing that position really. I don't think we're really going to be sniffing at anything beyond where we are, so just a case of getting it to the end now.
No, and I mean, obviously you guys are good drivers. It's a very, very big quality field today. I don't think, and if you see the cars directly in front of you are Cam Sport and Napa.
Yeah, and it's kind of good to know that we're holding our own in a field of that caliber.
Yeah.
And I don't think we had driving the car this morning. It was tricky. The guys were saying that the car felt very different to how they remember it in testing.
Yeah. Just to interrupt, by the way, Aaron's just done your car's best lap of the race, 1:35.8.
Yeah, he kind
Fresh
of
tyres.
he's got the bit between his teeth now.
Oh, is he on the? Oh, GDP are on the softs. Adam's on the medium. GDP have put the softs on.
Yeah, so I
The
think
one and only appearance of the softs in the race.
Yeah, I think there's a case of we could get the softs through to the end now. So, but I think other than anything happening to the cars ahead, and I mean something big, that we're pretty much cemented where we are. But I think the guys they were saying this morning it was tricky for them. I mean, I was doing my first laps of Estoril entirely this morning.
I was going to say,
so-
because you're coming for Michael Bob, you've not really had any track time, have you?
No, so I've been out of it for a few weeks now. So this is my first time back in the sim in its entirety, and it was a track that last night, it's sort of like trying to cram in sort of like which way the track goes. So
Yeah.
I had half a chance, and I think my first stint kind of showed that I wasn't quite fully up to speed with it, but by the second stint, I felt more comfortable in the car.
Have you enjoyed it, putting obviously your lack of preparation, everything into context? Have you still enjoyed the race?
Oh yeah, 100%. It was kind of reassuring to know that at one point I was like desperate to get past the go for the gap car, once I was up to speed, I was comfortable in the car. I was confident with the car, and I think had I had that opportunity to get some track time, I could have done something. I know I'm going to be in the car for Bahrain. And possibly the next round as well, so I'll have an opportunity to get some track time in, and just get an eye in, and I know Bahrain, so
yeah.
I'm feeling more confident going into that race, but we just focus on just trying to get as good of a result in the championships we can. I think the 63 car is probably going to be our priority into this season, as it will be sort of like it'll be a mixed bag of drivers in the 35 car. I think with Adam, he's new to our Factor 2, but he's learning it very quickly, and we've got the VCO TC UK Championship coming up, and having seen the sort of times he's doing in testing, we're potentially in a championship fight for that, and that being a VCO Championship, a very high caliber championship, I think hopefully it's going to sort of like put us on the radar of a few teams. The car might be blank now, but we're going to keep pushing. We're going to grow the outfit, and we're going to be hopefully popping up in a few more high-level championships with high caliber drivers.
That's great. One last thing, Max, because I know you've got a lot of things you want to sell. So I'm going to give you 20 seconds of free airtime, and I mean free. Don't worry, I'm not going to charge for others, to sell whatever you want to. 3, 2, 1, go.
Renault have revealed the new Renault Austral full hybrid, which is available to order through the Renault website. Prices start from 34,695. If you go to Renault.co.uk, you can add yourself to the priority list, place your £500 order.
That's enough. That's 20 seconds. You've had it. You've had it. Right. We've run out of time. You're not going to know now.
An Austral, it's like Renault's version of the Qashqai. So it's a C-segment SUV.
You mean it's a rebadge Qashqai?
No, because it's completely different powertrain. Same chassis, different powertrain.
Yes, just underneath.
A Mercedes A-Class was a Renault Megane. You know, a Volkswagen, an Audi A3 is a Volkswagen.
Before we get
all right,
that's enough about you. Give that back to Grant. Before we get into Alan Partridge, I'm not driving a Mini Metro territory and how they've rebadged it. Max, thank you for joining us. We'll see you for the next race. Yeah, give your guys the best. Well done from me, because not been easy race today. High quality field, and they're not easy cars to drive. So good job. Thank you very much indeed.
Jack Ashton races Metro.
Sorry?
Jack Ashton races a Metro.
What kind of Metro?
A Mini Metro.
Mini Metro, not like a 6R4 or anything.
It's like, I'll show you a picture.
Is it the one with like the big thing on the front?
No.
Right, just over 13 minutes of the race remaining. The only Go for the Gap and Napa gap is still just over 6 seconds. They're both in the mid 35s. Oh, we showed a picture of Aston's. Oh, that's a proper Mini Metro. Excellent.
He races
off.
He races that against all sorts of cars.
Is it just like random like MSV tracks?
Yeah, they literally call him like the underdog or the giant destroyer.
Also, I see the race that one looked like the GP circuit at Silverstone. That thing.
That was Donny.
Oh, it was Donny.
Yeah.
So it must take about 3.5 minutes to get around the full track at Silverstone.
That's one of his rare offs. But when Jack does have crashes, he has very, very big ones. So.
Well, we've seen that once already today.
What's that?
When he went off.
Yes, that's true. But yeah, he had a massive accident in one of his Metros.
So to come back, because we've still got 12 minutes to film, to one a comment we had a short time ago, Bahrain the next race, 8 hours, middle of July, hypercars. What are you expecting to see? How do you think that one's going to play out?
Well, stints are obviously going to be a lot shorter. We're probably looking around 40 to 45 minutes per stint in those cars.
Bahrain being quite a fast track, lots of straight. It's going to be very heavy on fuel.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very long race for the drivers. I think. In terms of preparation, it might feel the same as any other, but when it actually gets to the race, it's going to feel quite long. I think it should be interesting. Obviously, the dirty air with the hypercars is going to be a lot worse than the GT3s, but we saw some very good racing with them at Daytona, so I think more of what we've seen today, but more pit stops.
I know we only had 9 cars at Daytona. Are you hoping that we might get a few more this time around?
Yeah, we've got quite a few interested parties, so if all of them sign up, we should have 13, 14 cars, which should be quite good.
Excellent, that'd be really good.
It's a shame you're not here. I know you.
Yes, it is a shame that due to family and me going to MotoGP races duties, I'm not available for any of the other Sres races this year.
I think we should just get you a radio so you can broadcast in.
Look, 24-hour weekend, I'm at MotoGP in Malaysia. You are not ringing me in the middle of the night or while I'm at Sepang.
If Rebecca can watch it in Thailand.
Yeah, but she's not watching a MotoGP race.
No, but although she is going to the MotoGP race in Thailand.
Oh,
it's very cool, as you can tell.
Yeah, because it's 2 weeks before Malaysia.
Yes, yeah, it is.
Just a word, Aaron Daly's put in another.
I also want to say
35.5, really.
Napa are absolutely demolishing the gap all of a sudden.
Ooh, the gap's down to less than 5 seconds.
In the last 3 laps.
Shall we have a look at them? Let's see going on. That is the one battle I think they're going to have, really. Everyone else is quite spread out now. So with just over 10 minutes left. So what? How many laps are going to be? 6, 7? We'll have a look actually where is the leader crossing the line, and then we'll be able to work out how many more laps. They're coming up to the line now with 10 minutes and 10 seconds to go. So that's going to be what? 4.5, 4.45. Yeah, I think 7 laps to go, which will be 2.23. They've just finished 2.16, so I think we're going to hit 0 while we're on lap 2.23.
That makes a lot of sense.
Makes a hell of a lot of
So,
sense.
lap times last time round. Carter 1:36.1. Christopher 1:35.2. The gap is down to 4.7 seconds. But as we say, with you looking at basically 7 laps to go, where are they on track compared to the leader? They've just come through turn 6 and 7, so yeah, they're going to cross the line. They've got about 7 and a bit laps to go, I reckon. And that is the one battle to look forward to in the top 6. Ben Brown's really fallen away now, actually. He's over 30 seconds behind Napper. It's not only unsurprising, Ben.
Personal best.
Difficult race.
In the middle sector, 3.9.
Yeah, it's a difficult day for Ben Brown. Harder time as well when Adam Chris was able to push on the mediums in a short stint. But yeah, as Grant says there, he took 6/10 out of Carter in the middle sector alone. And Adam Christopher's really starting to wind it up now. As we come toward the final stages, we have got about on our hands. Why are we not watching this on the screen, Grant?
I thought we were.
We pressed the wrong button. There we go. Right, there we go. So, lap times that time. Carter 35.5, Adam Christopher 34.8.
All of a sudden, Adam Christopher has decided that he really wants P6.
Really, this is going to be, so what, 6-7 laps, 4 seconds. Got to try and make the pass as well.
It's doable.
He's going to have to be absolutely on it. There's absolutely no room for error, but it is doable. So
I do want to say,
6th place.
like, he's basically almost matched their fastest time on that last lap.
Yeah, and he's only a 10th off his own
yeah,
fastest.
their
He's taken
fastest laps are only a 10th away.
2 or 3 tenths in the first sector of this lap, so the gap's down to 3.7 now. As they come through into turn 6.
Yeah, he takes another 3/10 out of sector 1 alone at this lap.
Is there an echo in here?
Sorry.
That's all right.
It's been a long race.
Yeah. You've got 5 hours and 52 minutes.
And I've not eaten.
Yeah, and you've not eaten, and you're allegedly ill.
If you can't hear it from my voice at this point, I'm quite
You're not
concerned.
too bad. You've been bad in places the last hour and a half. You're not too bad at the moment.
It sounds bad to me, but sure. Another 2/10 in the middle sector. Gap's down to 3.4.
Yep. Just going to note for Manival, Napa is trying to gain position for points in the standings to jump Cam Sport. I guess because of the differential, they need to be 2 places ahead.
Okay.
The gaps are going to be smaller further down the field, so they need to get past, go for the gap.
So that's another 1:34.8 from Napa. The consistency.
3.2 the gap now.
2 34.8s in a row. The consistency of that at this point of the race is very impressive. As you can see, the sun is really starting to get low. We might actually have sunset just as the race finishes, which would be quite a cool shot.
So I'm just trying to work out the lap times in my head. So these 2 cars are going to come round. Where are they? So where's the leader? So he's there. He's come around turn 3. So he's got about another minute or so. So he's going to cross the line with about, 5.5 minutes to go. So that's enough time to get 4 more laps in. So he's got 4.5 to go. So these guys here, because they're still nearly a full lap behind on the track, I reckon Adam Chris have got the rest of this lap and then 5 more. I think.
I also think someone has politely told Aiden to drive a little bit faster. But again, another 3/10 in the middle sector there.
The gap is 2.9 seconds. Here we go.
This could happen. I think this is, if he continues gapping like this.
I'm trying to see there's not going to be too much of a consequence if they take each other off. No. So Ben Brown, the Cam Sport car's 36 seconds behind in 8th place. So hopefully, we hope it doesn't come to that, obviously.
Yep, and now can see them in front of them, which is always that nice little urge to push even more.
Yep, come on, yeah.
Personal best, final sector, 1:34.9 that lap, compared to 1:35.4, so 2.7 is now the gap.
Here we go. Adam Christopher is hot to trot in the final stages of the 6 hours of Estoril. He's got about just under 5 laps to go. The leader has just crossed the line, Team Purple Helmet with Jack Ashton. Yeah, 5:20 on the clock, so he's going to get... My math's been terrible. Yeah, he's going to get 4 more laps in. So that will be, that'll be 2:23 because he's just started lap 220. So 4.5 laps for Adam Christopher. First sector, another 3/10. 2.3 is the gap He coming to your town.
Yeah, Aiden's going to have to pull something out of the bag to stop this gap from shrinking. He's pushing as hard as he probably can, to be fair, but Adam's obviously got better tyres, less fuel as well, potentially as well, because they probably were able to figure out with a much more realistic outcome
accuracy.
of how much fuel they need
Second
to the end.
sector's coming in. Oh, nearly half a second. Personal best, second sector from Christopher. The gap is 1.9 seconds. He's going to give himself enough time to have a go and try and make a pass.
So they are currently the fastest car on track, even faster than Team Purple Helmets.
There's going to be a point, I think, where we might have to go picture in picture in terms of Jack Ashton winning the race.
Yes.
And keeping an eye on this battle for 6th spot. 4 minutes on the clock. These guys are going to get, that you're watching, the battle for 6th place, are going to get 4 more laps in. 34.5, best lap of the race for Adam Christopher, 9/10 quicker than Aidan Carter. The gap is just under 1.8 seconds. After 5 hours and 56 minutes of racing.
I can almost picture John's face right now.
Yes, it involves him downstairs, puffing on his heat, looking worried. It's got to say that the go for the gap lap time was not that bad last time. I'm 35.4, but Adam Christopher 134.5.
They're ironically one of the fastest cars on track. They are the 3rd fastest car on track, I believe.
Fastest car on track at the moment, even quicker than Ashton.
Yeah, is the Napa Racing UK car.
Actually lost a 10th though in sector 1. They're coming up to turn 6 now into the middle part of the lap. 3.5 to go for these guys. Because they're going to be the last 2 across the line, because Jack Ashton's about 15 seconds or so behind them on the road. So these will be the last ones to take the checkered flag, which is how come they're going to get a bit more time in. So
personal best middle sector for Go for the Gap. They are responding.
They are
responding.
They've
gained 2 tenths. Has Adam used his tyres up too soon?
One little mistake either way could make all the difference in this battle.
I think also when you're driving the car and you can see someone starting to push and catch you, you go for it a little bit more.
Back up to over 2 seconds. Let's have a look at the 3rd sectors coming through now.
So 134.9 for Aidan and a 135.1 for
Carter.
Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Grant. 2 tenths quicker. So that might just be enough to stave him off because the gap's 2 seconds, 3 laps to go. He's got to try and make the pass as well. It might come down to an error. Just over 2 minutes left.
So Jack's next lap should be the last one.
So he's just crossed the line.
I think, so his
Yes, you're right. Yes, sorry. He's got 2 laps to go now.
Yeah.
He's on the penultimate lap. And a great performance by him and by...
Oh, Adam's not giving up. 1.6, 36.3 in the 1st sector.
Just want to say a great performance by Mark Carver and Jack Ashton.
Yes.
So had offs at the time. They've had to work hard to make the strategy work.
I don't think a single team has not had an off today.
Has Nathan been off?
No.
6 hours,
so
no offs.
I think and Go for the Gap, potentially. I don't remember seeing Go for the Gap off. Oh no, Hyde went off, didn't he?
Yes.
So yeah, just
you want me to stay here at the end of the race while you go and track down some drivers and find out what's going on, or?
Yeah,
we're going to take a short break.
We'll do the podium. We'll have a quick break.
Yeah. So do stick with us. We're going to take a short break at the end of the race. We've got the podium ceremony. Unfortunately, we can't broadcast.
Gap down to 1.4.
Gap down to 1.4. Hopefully, we will get to have a talk with some of these drivers after the race. So 2 laps to go through sector 3. 1.2 now. 35.3 for Carter. 34.6 for Adam Christopher. I just don't think 2 laps left that he's going to have enough time to make the move without the send to end all sends.
Well, Jack has just started his final lap.
Yep, crossed the line with 35 seconds on the clock. The 223rd and final lap of the 6 hours of Estoril, which it looks like is going to be won by Team Purple Helmets, deservedly so. Mark and Jack, very differing levels of experience with R Factor 2, Jack Ashton and Mark Carver, but they've done the job they needed to do. Carver's last stint was very good, managed to hold some good pace and not too many errors under sustained pressure. It's down to less than a second. It's 8/10. It's down to less than a second. I think we can go picture in picture. So there we go. We can follow the battle to 6th in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen while we watch Jack Ashton cross the line, but they are almost nose to tail now. Remember, they will get another lap after this because they're ahead of Jack Ashton on the road, so they will start their last lap before Jack Ashton crosses the line, even though the clock has already run down to 0. The 6 hours are up, but there's still a little bit more racing to come.
Another personal best on this lap.
He's only going to get one down the straight. It's almost nose to tail now. As we're looking in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, there come Carter and Christopher for 6th place. They come on to start the last lap. What a thrilling finale we've got. We'll see if they're going to go move into turn 1, because Carter has gone defensive. He has gone defensive, you know. Here they go on to the last lap of the race for them. The battle for P6 still raging. Carter goes defensive. Meanwhile, on the main part of your screen, Jack Ashton with Team Purple Helmet alongside Mark Carver. A great performance. Team Purple Helmet win the Simply Race Endurance Series 6 hours of Estoril. We'll come back to them shortly, because here is that battle for 6th place. They're into turn 3 at the start of the final lap. Carter goes a bit wide. They are nose to tail. Is Christopher going to go full send and try and get the inside, up the inside somewhere? The Napa car needs to get through in order to overtake CanSport in the championship, which is what they're aiming for today. Round the back of the pitch, through the fast kink of turn 5. Up towards 6. How defensive is Aidan Carter going to go? Fairly is the answer to that question. Christopher, can he try and take the late apex? He's just going to find the car in the way. It's like when he's battling Ben Brown early on. Half a lap to go. Over the crest, down to the downhill right of turn 7. Carter doing everything he can. It's been hard but fair so far. Let's hope it stays that way. Christopher trying to take all the curb he can. I don't think he'll find a gap at turn 8. It's going to be the turn 10 or a run to the line now. I don't really see where else he can do it. Through 8. Through 9. Here comes turn 10. He's right there. If Carter's a little bit squirrely coming through the final corner, he could get done on the line here. Brabham have finished 2nd. Boo Barracuda have finished 3rd. We'll go through the results shortly. Here comes the battle for 6th of the line. There's a couple of car lengths between them. Can Carter hang on? It's almost going to be a photo finish after 6 hours of racing, but I think only Go For The Gap are going to hang on, and they do manage to hang on by 76 thousandths of a second after 6 hours. And for those two cars, 221 laps. Great finish to what has been a superb, intriguing race. You always get to the end of the race and think how quickly the time flies by. But it has been an absolute cracker of a race that we've enjoyed today. So, just to confirm the results then of the 6 hours of Estoril, the 2nd round of the 2023 Simply Race Endurance Series. Team Purple Helmets, your winners, Jack Ashton and Mark Carver. 2nd, Brabham Esports, Callum Cripps and Christian Kelly. 3rd, 666, Boo Barracuda, Martin Bucket and Stuart French. Hats off, hopefully we get to talk to him a bit later on. 95, Oo Barracuda, Nathan Burton driving solo. Pretty much a flawless race and finishes a well-deserved 4th. 5th, Avanti Racing, up and down day for then for Will Richardson and Max Vitchling. 6th, up from 8th, Go For The Gap, Aidan Carter and Dan Hyde. 7th for Napa Racing UK, Adam Christopher and John Dean Smith, just losing out at the end there. 8th for Onid CamSport, that is Ben Brown and Chris Wilson. As Team Purple Helmets on to crash the car into the garage and celebration at the end. 9th for Quatermass number 63, that's Adam Locke and Ben Bennyworth. 10th for the 35 Quatermass car, Max Spooner and Aaron Daly. And a good performance bringing up the rear for newcomers GDP Racing, Darryl Pottinger and Ben Scott. They may be 8 laps down, but we've seen newcomers finish much further behind than that in races of this length, as Ashton trying to do some donuts in the pit lane and kind of running out of space to do them. That is the end of what I've thoroughly enjoyed as race. Grant, you're summing up.
Oh, yeah, where do we start? I mean, that had everything. Tyre strategy, battles, fuel strategy, unpredictable incidents. We had our 2 race leaders bin it at several times during the race. The only thing we didn't have was rain, but we didn't need it. It was a phenomenal race.
It really was. So don't forget, entries opening very soon for the next round of the championship back in the Vanmore Hypercars, the 8 hours of Bahrain, Sunday the 16th of July. For all of you who have joined us today, particularly you those on the comments, Sean, Edson, Philip, I can see Annabelle there as well. Thank you very much for all your comments and giving all your feedback and insight over the course of the race. Thank you very much for keeping us company. Do stick around, just keep the stream going just for a short while we do the podium presentation. We are hoping to get some interviews with a couple of the drivers. I think certainly we'd like to talk to Nathan Burton and Christian Kelly in particular. If not, thank you for joining us. We'll see you very soon. But yeah, my name's Dan McCalla. Thanks to Grant for all his company this afternoon, and only one minor disagreement in a very hot room. Driver interviews coming up shortly, but thank you very much for joining us. Welcome back, evening everyone. I hope you are still with us, Sean in particular, because obviously the one driver or the one team who didn't really get a chance to interview among the leaders in the race was the one because he was a bit busy. Nathan Burton, who drove the entire 6 hours on his own, was one of the only cars that didn't have any off, and he finished a very, very creditable 4th, and I'm glad to say he's alongside me now. So congratulations, Nathan. First of all, how do you feel?
Thank you very much. I feel okay. My knee's a little bit sore, but I'm not too bad.
Which knee? Is it braking or acceleration?
Accelerator knee, which is I have trouble with that knee anyway.
Oh, okay.
So it's not the worst, but yeah, not too bad. I'm a little disappointed to only finish 4th.
Now, Grant said you'd say that about 10 minutes before the end of the race. So I said, you shouldn't be disappointed. I'm sure we will be. How tough is it? I mean, physically you seem absolutely fine. Mentally, just keeping that concentration, that consistency going when you know you're on your own over such a long period of time.
Luckily, I game for long periods of time anyway, so I have that advantage.
It seems to have some practical use in the end.
It is obviously quite mentally draining, even physically draining, even though you are just sat there, you're not actually moving around. I was probably sweating after about 20 minutes, and instead I had another 5 hours, 40 minutes to go. But yeah, like I said, disappointed to finish 4th. I think if I was on the same strategy as Purple Helmets and Boo Barracuda, I think I would have been up there with Boo. Because I gained quite a bit of time in the pit stop, having had the extra pit stops.
Yeah.
So I think I would have at least been able to fight them a bit better for the podium.
Yeah. Now, of course, you had a bit in the final hour there where you had Avanti, your race position, right behind you, but of course you hadn't pitted, so they were a lap behind, and you'd spent a long time to defend as hard as you could to keep them behind, and eventually there was a spin. What was your rationale at the time?
I wasn't really trying to defend exactly, but it was, if you're going to overtake, you're going to have to overtake. Because if I delayed them overtaking as much as possible, then I would have had a bigger gap once I did pit in order to bring it home, I guess.
Yeah. Last question, do you want to do it on your own again?
It's not the first time I've done it on my own.
No.
I'm sure it won't be the last.
No. Nathan,
although hopefully Sean can join me for the rest of the season.
Yes,
I would love it if he
Sean
could.
has been very active on the feed throughout the race.
Good.
Watching
Hello,
your progress.
Sean. Miss you.
I don't know if he's still
Get
there, but
bud.
I'm sure we'll catch up with the interview. Nathan, very well done again, and
very
good luck for Bahrain. And we also have the one other leading driver that we didn't get a chance to speak to during the race, Christian Kelly, who finished in second place alongside Callum Cripps for Brabham Esports. Christian, very well done on your second place. I know this is your sort of first time back after quite a long time away, and it seemed to us, as you kind of bedded in, it looked like you're getting a lot quicker and felt a lot more comfortable as the race went on.
Yeah, reasonably. I'd say my second stint was certainly better than the rest. Last stint, overthinking it, I think. I'm against Jack, you've got no hope really. Like, their pace earlier on is really what made the difference. But yeah, I settled in, very little practice, well, no practice here, a couple of laps at home. It was good fun though, nice to be back.
Is it a hard car to jump into without having the practice time?
I mean, you've got ABS and traction control, right? So you've got quite a lot of leeway with these cars. I would say no, I think you could just turn up, get a couple of laps in and start to really build up your pace. Obviously, I've been here quite a few times over the last few years, just not for a little while now. But no, I think you could get in and have a good go.
Are we going to be seeing more of you this year? Are we going to see you maybe in the hypercar race at Bahrain, for example?
Yeah, possibly. Obviously, I'm with Camsport usually, so we'll see what if they want me in the team or if I'm free. I've got other commitments as well, racing-wise, so trying to make time for Simply Race when I can.
And finally, and most importantly, have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I mean, my demeanour may suggest no, but I absolutely have. Yeah, it's always good to come back, always good to see Grant and the team, and they do a cracking job here. So, yeah, anyone listening, I'd encourage you to come on down.
There you go, and that links nicely into me pugging the next race. So thank you very much for joining us, Chris.
You're welcome.
Have a safe
Cheers.
journey home. And that, Grant, pretty much is that, isn't it? I've had a fantastic day. I now, having managed to avoid the results so far, can finally go and watch the MotoGP race. But it's been an absolute crack. I think you've enjoyed it as much as I have, Grant.
I've really enjoyed it. As you can probably tell from my voice, that's how much I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think that sums up quite well. Thank you all for your company today. So Dan McCalla and Grant Lyman signing off. Make sure you're back with us, or come and race with us. Round 3 in the hypercars, Vanwall hypercars of the Simply Race Endurance Series 2023 is the 8 Hours of Bahrain on Sunday, the 16th of July. We'll see you then. Good night.